we acknowledge the arrival of Honorable Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, Speaker of the House of Representatives, 19th Congress. We invite everyone to stand for the invocation, to be followed shortly by the Philippine National Anthem.
Let us put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Lord, may your goodness and love be present amongst us today. Come bless our gathering with unity, hope, and vision. Lord, we pray for unity. Build in us all a deep respect for one another, so that your church may be one. Lord, we pray for hope. Come stir your hope within our hearts and renew our faith. Lord, we pray for vision. May your vision fill our lives as we seek to reveal your love. We ask all this in the glorious name of Jesus. Amen.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng singanganan, hanap ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Upang hinirang, buyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw, may dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal, ang kislat ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim, lupa ng araw ng luwalhating pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga apit, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
You may now take your seats. May we invite the Honorable Speaker, Speaker Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, to his podium for his welcome remarks.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, and partners, good morning. On behalf of the House of Representatives of the Philippines, it is my distinct honor to welcome you all to the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum here in Manila. We gather at a critical moment when in the Pacific, home to 4.7 billion people, or 60% of the global population, and a driving force of global trade and innovation is both a region where economic dynamism coexists with intensifying strategic competition, geopolitical tensions, and non-traditional security threats. These realities demand our collective action and resolve as parliamentarians and lawmakers. Let me begin by framing the context of our discussions. The Indo-Pacific is the world's largest and most dynamic market, housing major economic powerhouses such as China, Japan, India, South Korea, and the member states of the ASEAN. As a collective economic bloc, ASEAN is on track to become the fourth largest economy in the world over the next 5 years. Its strategic importance is reflected in major multilateral frameworks, such as the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, the RCEP, and the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, the CPTPP. Yet, despite its economic strengths, the Indo-Pacific remains a theater of intense strategic competition, unresolved disputes, and emergent threats. Today, I will address the opportunities and challenges we face, focusing on 3 key areas. 1, geopolitical stability. 2, economic resilience. 3, technological transformation. The Indo-Pacific is the heart of evolving geopolitical dynamics. It is crucial to emphasize that coastal states, including the Philippines and other claimant states, are sovereign nations with a direct and vested interest in upholding their territorial integrity, sovereign rights, and adherence to international law. For the Philippines, the situation is the West Philippine Sea, which remains a direct and urgent concern. This is not just a matter of territorial integrity, it is a test of the international community's commitment to upholding international law and ensuring freedom of navigation. In 2016, the Philippines secured a historic victory through the arbitral ruling under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas, affirming our sovereign rights within our exclusive economic zone and rejecting expansive claims based on the so-called 9-9. Yet, despite this legal clarity, we continue to face gray zone tactics, coercive actions, illegal fishing, and militarization of artificial islands. Under the leadership of President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., the Philippines is fortifying its multilateral relations and strengthening partnerships to uphold sovereignty and territorial integrity. The Philippine Congress has supported these initiatives by enacting Republic Act No. 12064, or the Philippine Maritime Zones Act, which legally defines our maritime zones to strengthen our jurisdiction. Republic Act No. 12065, or the Philippine Archipelagic Sea Lanes Act, ensuring the lawful passage of foreign vessels in our waters while protecting national security. The West Philippine Sea issue underscores the importance of preserving a rules-based international order. For smaller nations like the Philippines, this order serves as a safeguard against the arbitrary use of power and ensures that disputes are resolved peacefully through dialogue and diplomacy rather than coercion or intimidation. As parliamentarians, we have shared responsibility to uphold this order by strengthening alliances, reinforcing multilateral institutions, and ensuring compliance with international rulings like the 2016 Arbitral Award. The Indo-Pacific's economic security depends not just on its strategic location, but also on the resilience of its economies and institutions. Persistent inequalities threaten regional stability. Without adequate social protections, 266 million people in Asia could fall into poverty by 2040. Income disparities, access to health care, and economic opportunities remain uneven, especially for marginalized communities. To counter these challenges, we must strengthen multilateral economic frameworks like the RCEP and the CPTPP, ensuring their inclusive and equitable implementation. Prioritize green transitions, sustainable infrastructure, and climate-resistant economies to mitigate climate-related economic risks. Secure global supply chains, particularly in semiconductors, critical minerals, and advanced manufacturing against disruptions caused by geopolitical tensions or natural disasters. Economic resilience is also about protecting our democratic institutions from external influence. Hostile actors continue to employ tactics such as espionage, disinformation, and cyber operations to undermine national sovereignty. To address this, the House of Representatives has introduced House Bill number 11040, or the Counter-Foreign Interference Act, which seeks to penalize acts of foreign interference, safeguard critical infrastructure, and reinforce democratic integrity. This legislation aligns with global efforts to protect national security while maintaining open and transparent governance. The Indo-Pacific stands at the forefront of technological innovation, but emerging technologies also pose risks to political stability, economic security, and social trust. The digital divide remains stark, with inequitable access to the digital economy, cybersecurity, data privacy, and artificial intelligence limiting opportunities for many. Our collective challenge is to establish clear regulations and safeguards to protect and to prevent the malicious use of technology, whether through cyber attacks, data breaches, or AI-driven disinformation campaigns. Additionally, technological innovation must be a tool for climate action. The Indo-Pacific, being highly vulnerable to climate change, must invest in green technologies, renewable energy, and sustainable solutions to combat rising temperatures, natural disasters, and environmental degradation. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indo-Pacific's challenges are immense, but so are its opportunities. Our region's diversity is its greatest strength, and through dialogue, cooperation, and decisive action, we can navigate these complex realities together. As parliamentarians, we have a unique role in shaping policies that promote security, prosperity, and resilience. Let us use this forum to share best practices, deepen partnerships, and advocate for forward-looking solutions grounded in shared values. In closing, I urge all of us to recognize the Indo-Pacific not just as a region of competing interests, but as a community of nations bound by shared aspirations of peace, stability, and development. As we have emphasized in previous forums, let us uphold three guiding principles. Number one, deterrence, to defend against security threats and maintain stability. Number two, resilience, to strengthen our institutions and economies. Number three, to uphold sovereignty, the rule of law, and regional cooperation. Together, we can ensure that the Indo-Pacific remains as a beacon of peace, stability, and opportunity for future generations. Maraming salamat. Thank you. Mabuhay.
Remarks.
Good morning. Mr. Speaker, we are incredibly indebted to you for your leadership. Our friends have come from throughout the world because of your invitation, because of your vision and understanding the challenges that face each of our countries that we respectfully serve. And so to you, my good friend, thank you. And may we all extend our appreciation for the Speaker for his great leadership. As well, I would like to make reference to Congressman Rodriguez. Thank you, Marcos, on a Christian mission that I was engaged with in supporting and leading in this country. And he opened up enormous doors, extended the favor, the hospitality, the thought, kindness of his country in supporting what we were trying to do. And I've found that same spirit to continue with you and through the leadership, through the ambassador, through all in this country. So may I again say thank you for your uncle, for you, and for the ambassador from Oldest who was with us last night. Tremendous people, very dedicated people. President Trump has a clear vision and understanding for the challenges that face this region of the world, as well as America and throughout the world. And he has not just clarity of understanding, but clarity of purpose to execute and know what needs to be done. You will find a valued friend in President Trump. And I know that he would welcome being here and extending his regards and appreciation, as well as Speaker Mike Johnson of the House of Representatives in the United States Congress. We all understand what happens in this region of the world affects the entire world. We have many challenges in the world today, spawned in large part by the nemesis in this region, China. We are affected in Iran, North Korea, Russia. But each of these threats and challenges we have, much of their commitment, their support, their investment comes from China. You all understand that. And that's why we've come together in this enclave to know what these threats are, how best to mitigate them, and what we can do in our own countries to work together, to collaborate together. This mission began 10 years ago with the sole purpose of providing information so that you could make good decisions. We learned that through the Snowden revelations, that there are many people who didn't understand the oversights related to what we do to manage information sharing and intelligence sharing. And through that, we saw, well, there's many other issues and topics that we need to have a better understanding. So again, my appreciation goes, as I said last night, to the many experts who have come at their own expense to be with you for these 2 days. Thank you. They recognize, as many others have done with them in traveling around the globe with these fora, to provide the necessary information to make good decisions. You know, as a member of Congress, I I went on many congressional delegations. And we would meet with presidents and prime ministers and foreign ministers and many people in the leadership of the executive branch, but by and large, we didn't extend the same amount of time with parliamentarians. Yet those are the ones who make the laws in most countries and prioritize the funding. So to that end, they become a critical component. You as parliamentarians become key in our ability to lead and work together and build a stronger collaboration. As we consider these threats, as we consider what can be done to mitigate the threats, let us focus with clear heads and minds and collaborate and work together in this dialogue so that we can be better prepared to address the challenges of the future. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, Congressman Pittenger. Now, may we invite everyone to please look at our screens in front to hear the video message of Senator Bill Cassidy of the United States Senate.
Congressman Pittenger, esteemed and distinguished guests, I'm pleased to address the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum once more. I'm sorry I can't be with you today. President Trump taking office has created a lot of work that has to be done as quickly as possible here in Washington. But your leadership in preserving democracy and the rule of law in the Indo-Pacific is vital. In Congress, I'm a partner in the fight against corruption and the transnational criminal organizations and cartels that thrive on corruption. Many of these criminal organizations are funded by and have deep ties to the Chinese Communist Party. I cannot but note that this conference is taking place in Manila, a city in a country where China's encroachment is an ever-growing threat. The geopolitical importance of the Philippines to both the freedom-loving world and to the Chinese Communist Party is quite evident. If, God forbid, let us pray not, but if ever there were a war with China, the Philippines would be in the middle. One of the main reasons we are at odds with China is because they do not respect international rules, principles, or norms. The values that every freedom-loving people in society accept, they disregard. They view our values as a barrier the state must flatten, not as the bedrock of a strong nation. This is evident in their use of what has been called geostrategic corruption, designed to plunge the world into chaos. To paraphrase Eduardo Gamara of Florida International University, geostrategic corruption is characterized by external countries using corrupt methods to become stakeholders in multiple facets of the politics, economy, and society of another country. Now, my office works a lot in Latin American issues, and this is very much a reality for that region. People often talk about corruption, and certainly the United States is not immune to that. Recently, we had a senator sentenced to 11 years in prison on corruption charges. Yet, he said of Latin America that, quote, corruption is a cancer that has long infected the Latin American region, robbing citizens of their opportunities, their safety, and their future. It is not enough to simply denounce corruption. We must take concrete action to punish those who engage in it and ensure that governments and institutions are held to the highest standards of transparency and accountability. It may be easy for someone at first to justify their actions, especially when pushed and pushed, but it is a slippery slope if there are not robust anti-corruption safeguards in place. For example, my staff and I are required annually to take ethics training just to remind us of just what corruption can be. The final reminder usually is, after listing everything we cannot do, that one ought to avoid anything that might appear unethical as well. As public officials whose decisions impact millions, or tens of millions, or hundreds of millions of people, we must avoid even the appearance of corruption if we are to maintain the trust of our people. That is, because we hold these positions of public trust. And with that comes a responsibility to preserve that trust in our governments and our institutions. Now, it can be difficult. Maybe some of you are from countries where parliamentarians don't make a lot of money, or you're suddenly faced with an illness or a family problem. But let me emphasize, those are the people the Chinese Communist Party targets. In some cases, the Chinese influence is a willingness to help secure a special project or to influence over critical infrastructure in exchange for a price. But there is a nexus of security, integrity, and anti-corruption efforts. We who serve our respective nations must be held to a higher standard. Everyone here understands what rampant corruption does to a country. Like the quote I gave earlier, corruption is like a cancer. So I urge you here and now, for the good of a world at war, which is looking down the long barrel of Chinese communist aggression, let's all live with the courage of our convictions and serve only the interest of the people we were elected to serve. Let us have the resolve to resist the perpetual temptations our enemies place before us, and let us recommit to upholding the rule of law. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your conference.
Thank you, Senator Cassidy. To end our keynote messages, let us hear the video message of the Honorable Matt Pottinger, former Deputy National Security Advisor for President Trump.
It's an honor to be invited to speak to you today. The Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum has played a pivotal role bringing together parliamentarians and other officials from nearly 100 countries to discuss matters of security and technology that affect us all. I'd like to extend my deepest thanks to my friend, Congressman Rob Pittenger, for your leadership of this forum. The nature of global threats today requires robust cooperation among the countries gathered for this forum. Clear analysis, frank discussion, and forthright collaboration are a prerequisite for successfully confronting global threats. Yet there is one government in particular that, far from helping to solve challenges, is a net contributor to the biggest problems we face. The Chinese Communist Party, which currently rules China, is engaged in activities that endanger our health, prosperity, security, and liberty. Beijing undermined our health with its reckless cover-up of the COVID outbreak in Wuhan in late 2019, seeding a global pandemic that has killed millions. And it threatens even worse to come through its biological warfare programs, which violate its treaty commitments to all nations. Beijing further undermines our health as the single greatest source of greenhouse gases in our atmosphere and of pollution in our oceans. Beijing weakened our prosperity through its state-sponsored theft of intellectual property and its official subsidies, protectionism, and dumping practices which punish innovation and competition by law-abiding nations and entrepreneurs. Beijing stripped away our security by backing rogue dictators in Russia, Iran, Venezuela, and North Korea. Xi Jinping signed a no-limits pact with Vladimir Putin on the eve of Russia's re-invasion of Ukraine in 2022, helping cause the largest war in Europe since World War II. Even now, Beijing spends more money on pro-Russian propaganda worldwide than even Russia itself spends. And Beijing is threatening to wage a war over Taiwan that would devastate the global economy and trigger a possible third world war. Beijing threatens our liberty through its coercive, corrupt, and covert lending activities in the global south, and through its multi-billion-dollar propaganda and influence activities. Through its debt diplomacy and loan sharking, Beijing seeks to co-opt our elites. Through its control and manipulation of social media platforms, such as TikTok and WeChat, Beijing influences ordinary people by the hundreds of millions. For too long, too many of us around the world have indulged the wishful view that if we opened our markets to China, transferred more of our technology, invested greater sums of money, and trained more Chinese technocrats, government officials, and scientists and military officers, we might finally persuade China's leaders to see the world how we do. We told ourselves that a policy of engagement at any cost would result sooner or later in the liberalization of China's economy, society, and perhaps even its politics. These assumptions were reasonable to make a quarter century ago when the Soviet Union had recently collapsed and democracy was spreading around the globe. But Chinese leaders, we now know, have shown tremendous determination to avoid the fate of the Soviet Union, less by emulating democracies than by exploiting, outmaneuvering, and undermining them. Beijing has been waging a silent Cold War against democracies when we thought such thinking had ended at the close of the 20th century. For some people, it's hard even now to let go of the myths that we've held about China's rulers and their intentions. Sometimes it helps to listen to China's leaders in their own words. Myth number one is that the Chinese Communist Party is communist in name only.
我志愿加入中国共产党。保守党的秘密。为共产主义奋斗终生。
In a once secret speech to the party's Central Committee, Xi Jinping said, quote, "Facts have repeatedly told us that Marx and Engels' analysis of the basic contradiction of capitalist society is not outdated, nor is the historical materialist view that capitalism will inevitably perish and socialism will inevitably triumph." Myth number two is that Beijing isn't seeking to spread its own autocratic model or upend the liberal international order.
同志们，今天我们纪念马克思，是为了向人类历史上最伟大的思想家致敬。马克思主义不是书斋里的学问，而是为了改变人民历史命运而创立的。坚守共产党人的理想信念，像马克思那样为共产主义奋斗终身。
China's new official ideology, called Xi Jinping thought, advances the notion of Chinese political and cultural supremacy. It even attacks the centuries-old concept of a world composed of sovereign nation-states. Xi Jinping thought states that, quote, "All mankind needs a new order that surpasses and supplants the balance of power. A new world order is under construction now that will surpass and supplant the Westphalian system." Toward this end, Beijing is promoting the idea that single-party autocracy is superior to democracy, not just in China, but around the world. As Dutch and American news reporters recently discovered, the Chinese Communist Party has set up a leadership school in Tanzania to indoctrinate African officials in the idea that the ruling party should sit above the government and the courts, and that fierce discipline within the party can ensure adherence to party ideology. In other words, the Chinese Communist Party is exporting its autocratic model, even as that model is showing serious signs of failure inside China itself. Myth number three is that Beijing isn't pursuing a zero-sum competition with democracies or a new Cold War. According to an official textbook on Xi Jinping thought, quote, "Xi Jinping has emphasized that our state's ideology and social system are fundamentally incompatible with the West. Xi has said this determines that our struggle and contest with Western countries is irreconcilable. So it will inevitably be long, complicated, and sometimes even very sharp." By very sharp, Xi appears to be referring to war. He has delivered several speeches in 2023 on the need to prepare for war. The official textbook on Xi Jinping thought defines the waging of war as perfectly compatible with China's policy of allegedly peaceful development. Quote, "To use war as a means to protect our core national interests is not in contradiction with the path of peaceful development. Moreover, it is a manifestation of the Marxist view of warfare."
中国人民也绝不允许任何外来势力欺负、压迫、奴役我们。谁妄想这样干，必将在14多亿中国人民用血肉铸成的钢铁长城面前碰得头破血流。
So those are examples of the Chinese Communist Party's real intentions, in its own words. For years, Chinese leaders have hidden their true intentions behind the facade of a country eager to join the international system and willing to abide by its norms. Dual messaging, that is, deceptive external propaganda for foreign ears, twinned with authoritative internal guidance for party members, comes naturally to the party. Hence, we have Chinese leaders outwardly urging, quote, peace talks to end Russia's war in Ukraine, while those same leaders secretly connive internally to provide Moscow with lethal arms to lengthen the war. Publicly, Beijing feigns neutrality with calls for respecting the sovereignty of all countries. Behind closed doors, it has described Russia's invasion of Ukraine as, quote, a counterattack, and, quote, the only action that could be taken. Beijing's doublethink is ubiquitous once you learn how to spot it. Concentration camps holding more than 1 million ethnic Uyghurs and other minorities inside China are called, quote, vocational training schools. Beijing's dismantling of the rule of law in Hong Kong and the jailing of local journalists and lawmakers is passed off as, quote, one country, two systems. The use of covert operations to interfere in the elections of Canada and other democracies is disguised as civic engagement and couched in gauzy slogans advocating, quote, a community of common destiny for mankind. Special units of China's premier spy agency, which infiltrate and influence our universities and policymaking circles, are disguised as, quote, think tanks and civil society organizations. In short, China's leaders' most revealing statements are not the ones they make at Davos or at the United Nations. They are the statements they make to their fellow Chinese Communist Party leaders. Here are a few principles I believe are worth bearing in mind throughout this forum and after its conclusion, as your governments go about their essential work of safeguarding your sovereignty and the rights of your people. First, speak candidly, publicly, and at the highest possible level to Beijing about its actions that undermine your sovereignty or the sovereignty of other nations. It's important to speak openly and loudly if we are to prevent Xi Jinping from making grave miscalculations. Miscalculations and missteps are common for long-serving dictators, as Vladimir Putin reminds us. Second, impose steep costs on Beijing's actions that harm our countries and our friends. Imposing costs isn't provocative, it is stabilizing. One of the paradoxes of Marxist-Leninist dictatorships is that the more comfortable and more self-confident they are, the more aggressive they become. Gratuitous efforts to flatter and reassure Beijing are likely to be taken as signs of weakness. Third, it would be better to constrain and temper Xi Jinping's ambitions now through robust, coordinated military deterrence and through strict limits on China's access to technology, capital, and data controlled by our countries. That is better than waiting until Xi Jinping has taken fateful and irrevocable steps, such as attacking Taiwan, that would lead to a war between superpowers. Such a war would have severe effects on the security and prosperity of all nations. Putin's war in Ukraine offers constant reminders that deterrence is far preferable to rollback. Fourth, the, quote, main battleground, to borrow Xi Jinping's term, is the internet. Beijing employs many varieties of information warfare, from united front activities to cognitive warfare to deep fakes. Beijing has invested billions of dollars into these techniques to enhance what Xi Jinping calls discourse power, the power to shape perceptions and narratives worldwide, to whitewash China's record, and to disintegrate free people's faith in their fellow citizens and in democracy itself. We must go on the offense and the defense simultaneously. Right now, we are doing neither. Free societies should never traffic in disinformation the way Beijing does. All we need to do is prevent Beijing's platforms from manipulating our discourse at home, while making it easier for Chinese citizens to communicate safely with one another and with the outside world. Banning TikTok and WeChat, as India's government has done, was a prudent step that other governments should consider. Finally, protect the rights of Chinese people living, studying, and working in your countries so they can enjoy the freedoms that so starkly distinguish free nations from the increasingly oppressive atmosphere inside China today. This means standing up against discrimination at home. It also means taking proactive steps inside your borders to expose and counter the Chinese Communist Party's activities to censor, intimidate, and coerce your citizens, and especially people of Chinese descent. We should always distinguish between the Chinese Communist Party on the one hand and China and the Chinese people on the other. I commend all of you who have come to this forum with the mission of understanding global threats and finding solutions to them. I'm hopeful that with more initiatives like the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum, we can foster and strengthen our own united front, one of independent and sovereign nations working together to protect our health, our prosperity, our security, and our liberty. Thank you for the honor of speaking with you today.
Thank you, Honorable Pottinger. With that, we end the opening and keynote remarks. We would like to thank the Honorable Speaker, Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, for joining the first part of the program. Let us please allow a few minutes for the speaker to exit before we proceed to the lecture proper. Thank you.
So, thank you. If we could have the Honorable Maria Rochelle Arenas, the Honorable Abul Rahman will come to the dais, please. Good morning. How are you? Good to see you.
See you again.
Yes. Well, we are so pleased now to have our first panel, which is the rules-based international order in the Indo-Pacific, views from the region. I would like to introduce the Honorable Maria Rochelle Arenas, the Chairperson, Committee on Foreign Affairs, and the Honorable Araceli Razmanati Date Heja, Abdul Rahman. God bless you. I'm sorry. People have a hard time at Pittenger, too. I feel like I'm the thorn among two roses, but thank each of you all for being here for your presentations.
Honorable Speaker Ferdinand Martin Gomez Romualdez, Honorable Robert Pittenger, fellow parliamentarians, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As the chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, I am deeply honored to be part of this forum, the very first time that the Philippines is hosting this forum, and thank you to Honorable Pittenger for coming all the way to the Philippines and trusting the Philippines to host this forum. History teaches us one undeniable truth. When might dictates right, chaos reigns. The Indo-Pacific is no stranger to this lesson. For centuries, this region has been a battleground of empires, colonization, and conflict. But when the dust of war settled, a new era began. One built on fairness over force, diplomacy over dominance, and law over lawlessness. The rules-based international order emerged to replace the old world of conquest with a new world of consensus. And under this order, we have seen a flourishing of economies, the lifting of millions out of poverty, and a fragile but real peace. However, today, that order is under siege. The challenge before us is urgent and clear. Will we uphold the laws that protect all, or allow the ambitions of the powerful to shape the fate of the many? History has shown what happens when rules are disregarded: instability, conflict, and suffering. We must not allow any nation, no matter how large or strong, to impose its will upon others. The path forward must be the one of law, not coercion. The rules-based order is the foundation of global security, fairness, and cooperation. It allows small nations to stand with dignity among great powers, protected not by military strength, but by the power of law and principle. Without the rules-based order, the rights of the weaker states become irrelevant, their voices silenced, and their sovereignty reduced to an afterthought. And make no mistake, we have witnessed that when rules break down, it is always the smaller nations that suffer first. When the strong impose their will unchecked, the vulnerable are left defenseless. Is this the world we are willing to accept? The Philippines made a choice to trust in law, not in force. When China laid sweeping and baseless claims over the South China Sea, including the West Philippine Sea, disregarding international law, and trampling on the sovereign rights of smaller nations, the Philippines stood firm. It did not send warships or escalate tensions. It turned to the law, to the permanent court of arbitration, and prevailed. We thank the countries that stood with us, recognizing the arbitral award as binding and enforceable. The 2016 tribunal ruling is not just a victory for one nation. It is a victory for every country that holds fairness, legal order, and peaceful dispute resolution. It proves that small nations can defend their sovereignty, not with arms, but with the strength of law. Yet, despite this ruling, China has disregarded, persisting in militarization, coercion, and economic intimidation. If we do nothing, what precedent does this set? If we allow the erosion of international law in the South China Sea, where will it stop? If international law is not upheld, what remains to safeguard peace? The Philippines thrives under the international system envisioned by the founders of the United Nations. To remain effective and relevant, this order must reflect the aspirations of nations regardless of size or power. First, the international order must be open, ensuring that states are free from coercion and intimidation, It must allow all nations to exercise their sovereign rights and access the global commons without interference. Transparency and fair application of rules are vital to prevent any nation from being marginalized. Equally important, the order must be inclusive, avoiding hierarchies and recognizing the strategic agency of every nation by considering the legitimate interests of all states. Cooperation and mutual respect are strengthened. Moreover, the order must be rules-based, grounded in international law and the UN Charter. Adherence to multilateral treaties and customary norms is essential. Ensuring rules are applied consistently and not selectively, serving as a fair foundation for all nations. The international order must also be governed by the rule of law, ensuring justice is based on principles that protect the rights and sovereignty of all nations. This law should provide consistency and fairness in resolving disputes and fostering international cooperation. Finally, the order must be guided by equity and justice, recognizing differentiated rights and obligations based on historical contexts and capacities. We must safeguard the common heritage of humankind and protect resources for future generations. In our struggle to pursue a rules-based international order, we are not alone. Across the Pacific, nations are standing firm with the Philippines. We thank the United States, which continues to defend freedom of navigation in regional security alliances. Australia, unwavering in its commitment, reinforces economic partnerships and upholds international law. Japan champions a free and open Indo-Pacific, ensuring that commerce and security remain free from coercion. South Korea promotes trust and regional security ties. India, through its Act East policy, strengthens maritime cooperation and multilateral engagement. ASEAN has remained a pillar of diplomacy, economic integration, and peaceful management of disputes. Their action sends a clear message. The rules matter, and those who seek to undermine them will not go unchallenged. The Philippines remains committed to an open, exclusive, and rules-based Indo-Pacific region, recognizing it as the strongest safeguard of sovereign equality. The rules-based order ensures that all states, regardless of size, are treated with respect and fairness. Stability and predictability, essential for national progress, allow nations like the Philippines to pursue long-term goals, including a secure and prosperous future for all Filipinos. The rules-based order guarantees just and equitable access to global commons, from the high seas to cyberspace, fostering sustainable development and scientific advancement. Moreover, it enables collective action against challenges no single nation can resolve alone, whether it be climate change, technological shifts, or transnational threats. To smaller nations, the rules-based order is both a shield and a voice, protecting sovereignty from the ambitions of the powerful. But its survival depends on our collective will to uphold it, demand adherence, and resist any erosion of the principles that protect us all. Those who dismiss these rules as outdated must ask themselves, what is the alternative? A world where disputes are settled through force and intimidation? Where sovereignty is disregarded if it conflicts with the interests of the powerful? That is not a world of peace, stability, or prosperity. It is a world of uncertainty and fear. We must reject this. We must reaffirm our commitment to a global order where all nations have their rights respected and their voices heard. The Indo-Pacific must remain a region of peace, stability, and shared prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Secretary General?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First, I would like to acknowledge His Excellency Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, the Speaker of the House of Representatives of the Republic of Philippines, for his kind invitation. Honorable Robert Pittenger, former U.S. Representative and Chairman of the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum, Honorable Maria Rachel Arines, Chairperson of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the House of Representatives of the Philippines. Excellencies, distinguished parliamentarians, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to address in this distinguished forum and share the ASEAN's and ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly perspectives on issue of great significance, ensuring a rules-based international order in the Indo-Pacific amid evolving global challenges that we face today. In today's interconnected world, geopolitical shifts and economic uncertainties shape both regional and global dynamics. Evolving partnerships and a changing multilateral order make stronger cooperation essential to sustaining peace, stability, and prosperity in our region and beyond. Since ASEAN inception in 1967, ASEAN has prioritized stability, peaceful dialogue, and non-interference as the foundation of regional harmony. The Bangkok Declaration laid the groundwork for ASEAN's commitment to cooperation, while the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation, TAC, established a framework for peaceful coexistence and conflict resolution. The TAC's enduring relevance highlights ASEAN commitment to these principles, and currently, with 55 contracting parties and growing international interest, the treaty has gained broad acceptance as a foundation for cooperation and peaceful engagement. And over time, these principles evolved, leading to the recognition of ASEAN centrality in the ASEAN Charter and reinforcing respect for a rules-based international order. Situated at the heart of the Indo-Pacific, ASEAN is more than just a region. It is a dynamic community shaped by diverse cultures, economies, and political systems, ranging from socialist states like Vietnam and Laos PDR to full democracies like Indonesia and the Philippines, and absolute monarchies like Brunei Darussalam. Despite these differences, ASEAN remains bound by a shared vision of peace and prosperity, fostering cooperation and unity amid its rich diversity. ASEAN is a home to over 670 million people, with more than half under the age of 35. ASEAN is one of the world's most youthful and rapidly growing regions. Its collective GDP exceeds the $3.6 trillion, making it the world's fifth largest economy, and as highlighted by His Excellency, to be the fourth largest economy in 5 years to come, with strong prospects for continued expansion. These combined strategic location and economic influence have long made ASEAN a hub for global trade, security, and diplomacy. And with this role, however, comes responsibility. As ASEAN navigates an increasingly complex global landscape, the question arises: how can it remain a pillar of stability amidst growing uncertainties? Geopolitical rivalries test our unity, making diplomacy and cooperation more crucial than ever. At the same time, maritime and territorial disputes challenge our commitment to peaceful resolution and respect for international law. Beyond these traditional concerns, emerging security threats such as cyber risks, climate change, and transnational crime demand not only national responses, but also regional coordination and adaptive strategies. Effectively, managing these challenges calls for continued dialogue, cooperation, and adherence to the established principles. ASEAN continues to uphold regional stability through diplomacy, as reflected in the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, which promotes openness, inclusivity, and respect for international law, ensuring ASEAN remains a reliable platform for regional and inter-regional engagements. The late Dr. Surin Pitsuwan, the 12th ASEAN Secretary General, once said, ASEAN must take a proactive role in shaping the regional order rather than merely reacting to external pressures. Our strength lies in our ability to unite all stakeholders in a meaningful dialogue. This vision remains critical today. Maintaining peace is not passive. It demands continuous engagement, negotiation, and resilience. To uphold this meaningful dialogue must take place not only with external partners, but also among the ASEAN member states. Strengthening trust and cooperation within ASEAN ensures that we stand firm before engaging externally, allowing us to navigate global challenges without being shaped by the competing interests of major powers. Our unity is our strength, and ASEAN can only be truly resilient when we uphold our shared principles and commitments together, ensuring that our region remains stable, independent, and driven by its own collective interests. From IPA's perspective, parliaments serve not only as legislative bodies, but also as bridges between the governments and the people, ensuring that ASEAN's commitments are reflected in national policies and translated into action. As parliamentarians, we play a pivotal role, a vital role in reinforcing ASEAN's commitment to peace and the rules-based international order by aligning policies with its principles. Through strengthened parliamentary oversight, legislative cooperation, and sustained engagements with external partners, we help uphold the values that sustain regional stability, mutual respect, dialogue, and multilateralism. And by fostering greater parliamentary diplomacy and collaboration, we contribute to a more cohesive and responsive ASEAN capable of addressing evolving challenges. And in this regard, I commend this forum for fostering meaningful discussions, enhancing cooperation, and strengthening our collective vision for a stable, rules-based, and people-centered regional order. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, peace in one region strengthens global stability, and conflict in another can just as easily disrupt the world's balance. In this interconnected era, no nation stands in isolation. The security of one is tied to the security of all. The challenges we face are complex, but ASEAN's history proves that dialogue and unity can overcome even the most difficult circumstances. Thus, it is essential to reaffirm our collective commitment to a region built on cooperation, inclusivity, and lasting peace, one that extends beyond the present and safeguards the future for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Arenas and Honorable Chair, Secretary General. We much appreciate your comments. We deeply appreciate your leadership relative to the ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly. It's very strategic and very important. We'll open up the floor now to questions and comments that you have relative to rules-based international order. Yes, sir.
Hi, thank you again for your time today and the invitation. My name is Brent Sadler from the Heritage Foundation. Both of you, and actually in the opening comments, there's a term that you that referenced often, the rules-based international order. Is it your opinion, what you're seeing in the region, is that term and what it means connecting with a wide enough group of the people? And are they do they sense that they're benefiting more personally from that? It certainly doesn't appear from across the Pacific, and the term is starting to fall out of favor in many places.
Both have you.
Thank you so much. So I'll basically be talking on the ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly. So we basically discuss, our members normally sit down together once a year, and we actually look into our resolutions that was basically adopted. IPA basically exists more than 47 years ago. And it has been emphasized a lot of time with regards to this, the impact to the people, ASEAN people itself. And what we're basically seeing is, in the past few years that we've seen, especially a discussion that was actually brought up during the political committee meeting that we've basically had, it has been emphasized a lot. And what we normally do in terms of translating it to a national level, legislative-wise, is to have, we do actually have a mechanism to monitor where it is. And this is currently what we are basically doing. Like, there's no such thing that everything will actually be impactful as overnight, but we actually see a progress as what we've actually discussed in our adopted resolutions. And this is how we monitor that as well. So in a parliamentary level, we actually look into what has been translated to a national level. And of course, this is where we work very closely from each individual government to the parliamentarians itself. And this is where our 10-member country states actually have this discussion. And most of the time is really to have a dialogue to discuss this overthrow. So that's what I can actually say. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Reyes.
Internationally, there's one meaning or context of rules-based order. But in the past years, those that have other interests seem to want to rewrite the rules-based order. So like-minded countries, our allies, or should actually protect what was written in the UN Charter, so that not to distort or not for other nations to use this as misinformation or disinformation. That's all.
Very good. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate your leadership and your comments. Thank you.
May we,
Lucas, come to the front.
may we request the Secretary General of the IPA and Chairperson Arenas to please stay on stage for a photo opportunity. We thank both speakers for their wisdom and knowledge in sharing with us their knowledge on the matters on security on the ASEAN. A little token of appreciation from the House of Representatives. Thank you very much.
we're going to take a 15-minute coffee break. If you could come back in here at 11:35, please. Greetings, my friends. If you could please have a seat. We'd like for Honorable Christian Buckanew and the Honorable John Strand to join us on the dais. And please take your seat. And we will begin in 1 minute. Thank you, my friends. Please take your seats. We will begin the next panel at this time. This is a session on U.S.-China strategic competition, implications for the Indo-Pacific. We'd like to introduce Honorable Carl Delfield with Black Thread, Hayes Stewart Economic Security Council. Honorable Christian Buckanew, former member of the Parliament in Romania. And the Honorable John Strand, CEO of Strand Consult in Denmark. Gentlemen, the floor is yours. I'll call on the Honorable Carl Delfield, if you'll please address our committee.
Hello, everyone. We up? Yeah. Okay, hello, everyone. It's nice to be with you today. Mr. Chairman, thank you, and distinguished delegates. It's great to be back in Manila and back in the Philippines. I'm going to follow the chairman's comments by noting that my first visit to the Philippines was about 30 years ago when the United States was in negotiations with the Philippines over the Subic Bay naval base and the treaty. As you all know, we were unsuccessful in reaching an accommodation, which was of course a disappointment, but more importantly, our alliance and our friendship continues and continues to this day. And now we're at a totally different time. Our interests are very much aligned regarding China. And I also wanted to comment that the last time I was in this complex was when I met with Speaker Mitra, which some of you will remember. I remember he was such a colorful personality, and he gave me a NARA box with the congressional seal, which is still on my desk today. So I have very fond memories of my time coming here. After the negotiations, I stayed on as a U.S. director at the Asian Development Bank, where, of course, I was able to travel all over the Philippines. And you're such a great host country for the Asian Development Bank. And I know your participation with the bank continues. Now, regarding the U.S.-China rivalry, I'd like to second Speaker Romalda's statement that we do not seek conflict. The goal is peace, prosperity, through deterrence. Whether we keep the peace really depends on the choices we make. By that I mean not just the United States, but the United States and the Philippines and our allies and partners in the region. Now, there's big choices and there's small choices. One example of a small choice is when I got up this morning, I had two tie choices. One was a much more colorful tie than this, but I noted it was made in China. So I went with this, which was given to me by my son. It's a Brooks Brothers tie made in New York with fabric imported from England. So I thought it was the safer choice. Now, as I went on my speaking tour regarding to my recent book, Power Rivals, the most common question I got is, are we in a second Cold War with China? And I would say, in short, we are, but it's a very different Cold War than the one with the Soviet Union. You may recall that in 1946, Winston Churchill, in effect, fired the opening gun to the Cold War with his Iron Curtain speech in 1946 in Fulton, Missouri. Remember, he said, "An Iron Curtain has descended on Europe, separating the free from the not free." Well, in a way, we don't have an Iron Curtain in the Western Pacific. We have what I refer to as a silk curtain. In a way, it's more challenging and more dangerous in three ways. First, it descends all along the Western Pacific from the Sea of Japan through the West Philippine Sea to the Straits of Malacca. So it's an enormous distance. Also, it differs in three different ways. First of all, it's flexible. So it moves to and fro depending on the winds of change, events, and alliances, which are constantly shifting. Secondly, it's permeable. There was no flow in the Cold War between East and Western Europe, whereas here you have shipping, you have trade, you have capital, you have tourism. So it's much more difficult. Really, the challenge is who's going to control the flow through the Silk Curtain. And third, it's flammable. A Silk Curtain is flammable, meaning there's flashpoints from the East China Sea to Taiwan, to the Philippines, the West Philippine Sea, to the South China Sea. So the strategic competition with China is not really focused on the United States. It's more the coalition of countries, the coalition of nations and institutions that will make their choices, which side they will be on based on national interest. A good example of this was the agreement signed last April between the United States, the Philippines, and Japan to increase cooperation in maritime security. Now, this triangle is a very strong anchor onto which you can involve other countries, from South Korea to Australia and to India, to really build the strongest deterrence possible to keep the peace. Now, today I thought, given limited time, I would frame the discussion on two very important sectors to deterrence and national security, and that is critical minerals and shipbuilding and ship repair. I don't need to go too much on these topics. This audience is very conversant on both. But in critical minerals, China is dominant. Not only do they have a fair amount of the essential critical minerals, but where they really have a lock is on the choke point of the processing and refining of these materials. To give you one example, the United States' main, really only rare earths mine in Mountain Pass, California, mines the rare earths, processes them to the extent of forming this concentrate cocktail, but for further separation into all the different rare earth oxides, the material is sent to China for processing. So in effect, we produce no rare earths at all. The same goes for a lot of different minerals. And so there has developed what I call the critical minerals gap between what we need, what the West needs, and what China controls. So that gap has to be reduced. The second, with shipbuilding and ship repair, is really the same story. In the year 2000, not that long ago, China accounted for about 5% of shipbuilding. Now it's 55%. Korea used to be a major player. They have receded. Japan is a shipbuilder. Australia has some capacity. And here in the Philippines, you have capacity for shipbuilding and ship repair as well. So this is a perfect example where this coalition has to work together to reduce this shipbuilding gap. There are estimates that China is building ships 3 times faster than its competition at 1/3 of the cost. So if nothing's done, this gap between Chinese capability in shipbuilding and the United States and our allies will just grow. Another way to look at it is there's estimates that China's shipbuilding capacity is 230 times that of the United States. So this is a real key issue that has to be addressed. Now, permit me just to make 3 short points before I go into how we allowed these gaps to develop and what we can do about them working together. The first is, and this is not really appreciated as much as it should be in Washington, is that America for more than a century has first and foremost been a maritime power, a maritime nation. Obviously supported with air power, and this makes the United States a very natural ally to the Philippines and the countries of Southeast Asia. The second point I would make is that the core of deterrence, freedom of navigation, and the Pacific center of gravity runs right through Southeast Asia and the Philippines. The third point, which has been highlighted by the recent pandemic, is that economic security and national security are one and the same. That we all need to have very strong and resilient supply chains for defense production, for technology, for all sorts of important manufacturing processes, if we're going to have a strong defense base and a strong national security. This is why I formed several years ago a nonprofit called the Economic Security Council. It's focused on US, Japan, Southeast Asia cooperation and focused as well on maritime security. Now, how did we let these gaps develop? It's a natural question. Why wasn't action taken to reduce the gaps in shipbuilding and critical minerals? I think there's 3 reasons. First, there was complacency, grounded in a lack of appreciation of history. It was inevitable that China would be able to leverage its long-term thinking, its lower costs, its scale, and speed to accelerate its production of rare earths, critical minerals, and shipbuilding. The other point, which I rarely see discussed, is this. The United States economy is very much focused on its stock market. And its financial markets and stock market, of course, is the envy of the world. It's one of our major strengths. But in certain strategic sectors, it is a vulnerability. The reason for that is that capital, investment capital, will seek the highest return at the lowest risk. So, to give an extreme example, software, for example, NVIDIA stock, is very attractive. Low capital requirements, huge profit margins, pretty quick return on capital, and so that's where capital goes. What do shipbuilding and critical minerals, mining share? Huge capital requirements, very long period of return, 10 years, 15 years, high risk in terms of all the different supply chain risks. So it tends to be neglected, and capitals does not seek it out. And that's where governments need to work with the private sector. And I think the chairman will acknowledge that that's what's happening now in the United States. But there's a lot of work to do. Okay, let me turn to what we can do to close the gaps. Because we need to reduce these gaps if we're going to be able to deliver deterrence, safety, security, and prosperity to the region. Well, there's two ways to look at it. First of all, there's long-term strategy. This is going to require significant capital, time, and a very careful step-by-step strategy. And this is another topic for another time when we have more time. But let me lay out some short-term tactical steps that we can take together. The first is stockpiling. Stockpiling, or what I call strategic reserves. Now, governments, including the United States, do some stockpiling, but it's far below what it was during the first Cold War. And at the end of the war, our stockpile now is, in real terms, is less than 5% of what it was in 1990. So one initiative I have is to develop a series of private stockpiles, working with the U.S. government. And I think these stockpiles make sense as an investment for private investors because, number one, it's off-balance sheet inventory that private companies, whether they're defense contractors or technology companies, can use. And secondly, a stockpile of a carefully selected rare earths and critical minerals is, to me, a very effective hedge on China risk. Because if things continue on the path they are now and China continues to restrict access, as they did to germanium, gallium, and certain other rare earths, the price of these materials, these minerals, will jump. And therefore, a stockpile of these materials is a great hedge on risk. The second thing we can do, and I'll use the Philippines as an example, is that, say in the Philippines, copper, gold, nickel mines have been operating for many years. Now, next to these mines, as they mine, is what they call residue or tailings, mountains of them. If you've been to a mine, you see them. Just the mountains of tailings will build up. Now we have the technology to basically process those tailings and extract rare earths and critical minerals. So it's just sitting there. All we need to do is decrease these mountains of tailings, which are environmental risk, and extract the rare earths and critical minerals. And then the third point I would make is that some countries, China in particular, but Japan, Australia, and some Western European countries, basically sign offtake agreements, meaning they commit to buying the production of different mines around the world. I rarely see, in fact, I've never seen the U.S. government doing the same, but it's a very effective strategy. So you have to screen, because there's many mining projects. You pick the best ones, and then you sign an agreement with the owner so that when they produce that material, that mineral, you have legal access to it. It doesn't require any capital, any taxpayer capital. So it's a very smart move, and I've been trying my best to encourage the U.S. government to sign these offtake agreements. Now, shipbuilding and repair, I'll just be brief here because we want to get to the other, my colleagues' talks, but shipbuilding and repair absolutely requires a coalition, an allied coalition, including the Philippines, Japan, Australia, India, South Korea. It's got to be, everybody has to be working at this collectively because of the advantages that China has in this regard. one area where a short-term tactical area that we can work on is that when Subic Naval Base closed, the maintenance, repair, and overall facility was shifted to Singapore. One of the reasons I'm here in the Philippines is I'm working for a maintenance, repair, and overall facility to come back. So in other words, it's going to stay in Singapore. There's also one in Yokosuka in Japan. We need to bring back a series of them to the Philippines. You have the technical ability, you have a base of shipbuilding and ship repair. There's no reason why we can't have one here. It could be dual use, it could be used for military, commercial ships, US Navy, Philippine Coast Guard, Philippine Navy, allied navies. The time is right for a series of these to be put in place in the Philippines. Recently, Hanwha, a South Korean shipbuilder, got the first MRO, maintenance, repair, and overall facility in South Korea, so I'm hoping the Philippines will be next. And then finally, I'll just mention there's two very important pieces of legislation which are making their way through the U.S. Congress. One, the short title is the Shipbuilding Act, which is focused on shipbuilding infrastructure. And the second is the Critical Minerals Act. And so as they move through Congress, we need to know what's in the content of this legislation and see if it can help us solve these gaps, which we've discussed today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Delfield. I'd like to call now on the Honorable Christian Bacanu, former member of the Romanian Parliament.
So till I have my presentation on, I just want to say it's a great honor to be here. Thank you, Robert, for having me invited as a speaker. I come from a country where we have the largest civilian building in the world, our House of the People, our House of Parliament. But the largest building in the world is the Pentagon. China just announced to the whole world that they are planning on building a similar building like the Pentagon, just 10 times bigger. So that's a real statement about challenging our ways of living and our, what we know so far. What happened last week when the Chinese launched DeepSeek AI to challenge the ChatGPT brought a huge blow to the value of shares of NVIDIA. And it was not such a first incident. I just mentioned the Pentagon, but there are many others. You know, I'm talking about the artificial intelligence that was not supposed to exist without the American advanced AI microchips. I'm talking about the algorithms that are affected by censorship, and you can see this here. If asked about Taiwan or about the Tiananmen Square incident, unless, of course, we change A with a 4, and E with a 3, and O with a 0, then goodbye censorship. Well, here. Should have, yeah, right. Equally well known, on the 26th of December last year, we saw two sixth-generation, so not one, two sixth-generation fighter planes, Chinese-made, flying on the same date, on the 26th of December. We're talking about the Chengdu Aircraft Corporation model and also about the Shenyang Aircraft Corporation plane. Of course, in my view, such a show of technological might is more of a marketing stunt. Because if we take a look at the fifth-generation planes, we see that the true contenders are only these ones. As NATO allies, the US, and the allies in Asia, such as South Korea, for example, and Japan, and of course, we got to speak about Australia as well, all together have so many more fifth-generation stealth fighters than China and Russia combined. So another example is when, next slide, right, no, here. Yeah. So when the former US Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo, programmed a visit to the Republic of China in the summer of 2023, very little people would have guessed that Huawei would shock the world by announcing its first 5G phone with an entirely designed and built 5G microprocessor, because everybody knew they didn't have the technology for that. I should have a photo of that phone here. No. Back. This is just ruining my presentation. Here. It must be some American technology that switched the photo, sorry. So on the 29th of August that year, in 2023, while Ms. Raimondo was having a pre-planned meeting with the Chinese Prime Minister, Huawei announced the Huawei Mate 60, which was a groundbreaking phone for Chinese technology. And that is because it was a phone that used the microprocessors that had technology of 7 nanometers. And everybody in the whole world believed that the Chinese were only able to produce 14 or 16 nanometers microprocessors. So that is very interesting, because what they did, they used an old technology, again this, right. Right. They used an old technology, the DUV, that in an innovative way to create such a microprocessor. While the American companies, and even Samsung, and of course TSMC, which is the most important microprocessor producer in the world, they use a different technology, the EUV. And this is because after 2019, China has been under sanctions, and for the right reasons, because it demonstrated that its use of technology was aimed at spying the whole world. And I'll give some examples. Hope this works. Can you? Yeah, right, cool. When China eavesdropped on half of the population of the Netherlands in 2010, half of its population, I repeat, including the Dutch Prime Minister, according to a report by AIVD, the Dutch Internal Intelligence Service. Or when Huawei loaded a malicious code into the Australian Optus network. It worked as a digital wiretap, recording both private communications and information that could be used to target specific people. Or when, according, and this is a telling photo, according to an FBI investigation, a Chinese telecom company, one of the two, Huawei or ZTE, placed equipment on top of cell towers near US military bases in the rural Midwest. Equipment that had the capacity to capture and disrupt secret communications by the Defense Department, including those used by US Strategic Command, which oversee the country's nuclear weapons. Or, by the way, when between 2009 and 2011, Vodafone Europe, Europe's biggest telecom company, found that in Italy, Huawei had hidden backdoors in the software used for a system providing internet to millions of homes and businesses. John will tell you more about 5G, I'm sure. So the surprise came when Huawei Mate 60 with 5G capabilities was not based on this Western chips that we knew that was supposed to be used for 5G, because prior Chinese chips could not be used for 5G technology. And this was made by a company which is called SMIC, and this is from China. So what happened was that when the Western companies investigated this chip, they found out that it was a chip which is called the Kirin. And the next slide. Right. Which was used with this new technology without EUV lithography tools. And this shows the constant willingness of China to innovate, even by using the older technology. And at the same time, this shows that the simple restrictions may not be enough for a country which is always improving and manufacturing a lot of assets for the whole world. according to a statistic, if nothing changes by 2030, China will provide about 45% of the industrial produced goods for the whole world. So, to better understand the reasons behind all these restrictions which are rightfully imposed by the United States on the tech companies, we need to see that the survival of our values-based democracies is conditioned to not losing the technological upper hand and the access to the markets at the same time. This is why, next one, yeah. Yes. This is why, in a rightful way, the US adopted very good measures in the last 2 years, such as enhanced export controls, the prohibition to have US investments in specific sectors, new sanctions on Chinese companies, and now, last but not least, the new 10% tariffs on Chinese products by President Trump, which I hail. And of course, there are so many programs which are so important, like the one for nearshoring. And I would like to mention that I saw the huge investments by TSMC, Intel, and NVIDIA in Arizona. Just in 2023, they invested about $100 billion in Arizona alone in the industry of producing microprocessors. But we've done the same in Europe. We have Poland, we have Germany, and we have Ireland, and we will see new facilities there. Not at the same level of investment, unfortunately. So we, in my view, need to see this so much more than just a commercial war, because this is, in my view, a clash of civilizations, a fight between two different systems. Nope. Right. Going back to the Tiananmen Square. We're talking about rules versus the will of the few. We're talking about democracy versus autocracy. And we're talking about human rights versus the violation of liberties and of freedom. In the end, we're talking about being allied with countries such as Japan, Australia, France, Germany, the UK, South Korea, the Philippines, or Thailand, or being on the other side with Russia, who just invaded a couple of years ago Ukraine, with Iran or North Korea, who's fighting alongside Russia. We're talking about the control over the technologies and control over the big data and the process of big data. And we all know that the Chinese have been stockpiling huge amounts of data after they implemented the digital Silk Road, which was a mechanism to finance 5G and telecom infrastructure all across the world, from South America to Africa and to Asia. We're talking about TikTok versus Facebook, Instagram, or YouTube. And in my country, we had a set of elections canceled because of TikTok, because we had unfair competition and we had this one candidate that declared 0 expenses, while this was not the case, and TikTok did not respond immediately to the request of our government. Thank you, and I will give the floor to John.
Thank you, Christian. I'd like to call on the Honorable John Strand, the CEO of Strand Consult in Denmark. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you for inviting me here to the Philippines. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to speak on this event again. My name is John Strand, and I'm from Denmark. And Greenland is a part of Denmark, and I promise you, in the end of my presentation, you will get the story about Greenland. A lot of people have asked me about that. I've been surprised, but you will get it. I'm working with telecommunication across the world. And I've been invited to speak at numbers of events like this, to presentations for governments across the world. And they always ask me, is it dangerous to use Huawei equipment in the mobile networks? Is there risk? And I always reply with the answer, I don't want to answer that question, but may I ask you a question? What is the most vital infrastructure in your country? The fighter planes, for instance, the F-35 fighter planes, which you have in some countries, or the telecommunication infrastructure? And everyone says to me, the most vital infrastructure in a modern society is telecommunication infrastructure. And my reply is always, if it's okay to buy Chinese telecommunication infrastructure, then it should be okay to buy Chinese fighter planes. I don't believe that the Philippines will buy Chinese fighter planes. I don't believe that. Another thing which is also important to understand is that the world is changing in that way that, that telecommunication networks get a new role. In the olden days, it was something I used to call you or you used to call me. But nowadays, the fundament for the modern society in that way that telecommunication networks is like a horizontal platform which connects a lot of verticals. It's actually the things that connect the modern houses to the society. It's connect our phones to our digital services, to our bank. It's connect everything. We use it when we go in and pay in a store. The store have a terminal, is connected to the internet, goes to the bank, to the clearing houses, and so on. And it's also very important to understand when we talk about these things that in the future, everything will be connected to everything. So having secure, safe digital infrastructure, that's a fundament for the society is working. I always says in Germany, they built this Nord Stream 2 gas pipe. And they said, Schröder, the former prime minister or chancellor in Germany, he said, there's no risk of being dependent on Russian gas. My friend Putin will never turn it off. He was wrong. The consequences for Europe was devastating. Europe's dependence of Russian gas is devastating. But gas, we could manage it, we could replace it, we could import for other things. But if the digital infrastructure goes down, we have a huge problem. What China is doing today is not only they're providing countries or operators across the world with telecommunication infrastructure, but Huawei is going through a transformation today where they offer smart cities, they offer clouds, they deliver digital clouds, and they have built all over Latin America digital clouds. They've done it also all over Asia. So you don't know where your data goes to. You use an app. That app collects some data from your phone, put it into a cloud. That cloud is a Chinese cloud. What is the consequences? Have you been thinking about that? I'll come some with examples. DeepSeek, have we seen, got a lot of attention lately. Now China have launched an AI service would be so fantastic. And I know there's people later today will speak about AI services. But honestly, it was running American chips, okay? So without the American chips, no DeepSeek. But what's interesting is that if you read the conditions for DeepSeek, and you go in and say, what is the terms of conditions? It basically tells you, we collect information in three ways. Information you provide, automatic collected information, and information from other sources. What does that mean? That means they take the information you put in, the information you have on your device, or whatever you do, and then they put it into a big cloud with a lot of artificial intelligence and combine it with other things you and others have done. They even collect your keystrokes. They can recognize your keystrokes the same way as you can recognize people in a fingerprint or an eye. But I can go through all these things, and it's a terrible reading. But the good news is, they say they keep your content of your information on a safe server in mainland China. Okay? So would you like to take your mobile phone, hand it over to the Chinese, and say, here's all my information? That's just my question. Honestly, I won't recommend you to install it on your phone. It is basically saying, coming in here. That's an example of how they try to infiltrate our society. If we go a step further, and oh, sorry. Can I go one back? Sorry. One back here. One forward. And this one is not. I don't know. It's here. If we look at how the share of Chinese telephone equipment in 5G networks in China, 98% of the mobile infrastructure in China is provided by Chinese companies. If we look at APAC minus China, we basically see that it's about 30%, and then there is about 20% which is others, and then there is about 50% which is mainly Nokia and Ericsson. The others is Japanese and Korean companies. If I look at Malaysia, we just done a mapping of what's going on in this region, and if I look at the Philippines, we can see that the main part of the mobile infrastructure in the Philippines is provided from China. And in total is about 74% of all the telecommunication infrastructure in this country, which comes from Huawei, mainly from Huawei and partly from ZTE. If we look at Vietnam, a communist country, there's 3 mobile networks, and basically one of them is totally clean. There's no Chinese equipment in it. That's VTEL. VTEL don't say you many things, but the owner of VTEL is the Vietnamese army. So the Vietnamese army, who owns a mobile operator in Vietnam, don't want to use Chinese equipment. Is that coincidence? Or do these people know something which other people should know? I must say, when I saw the numbers and compared with the Philippines, I said, I think it's maybe time for the Philippines to wake up and realize what's going on in your own country. Because in case one thing is that China is attacking the fishing boat here, or cutting cables from subsea cables in the region, like the Chinese boats is also doing in the Baltic Sea where I live. Another thing is, what if they turn down all the mobile networks in this country? What would be the consequences? So in Europe, the European Union have made a 5G toolbox. And the 5G toolbox is basically all the European countries have been agreed about getting rid of the Chinese equipment. Basically taking a change, saying when we upgrade from 4G to 5G, we basically don't use Chinese equipment. It had been implemented in a number of European countries, but some countries are still behind. We just published in the end of December a list of what the status is in the different countries, and this is very small. But we have some countries which basically don't take these rules, which all European countries have agreed about, seriously. It's countries like Germany, it's countries like Hungary, Ireland, etc., etc. What's interesting here, when I talk about Germany, Germany is a huge problem because Germany is 29% of the GDP in Europe, and 58% of all the 5G infrastructure in Germany is from Chinese vendors. All the communication solution for the German rails is also delivered from Huawei. So basically, China can easily shut down for Germany in very few seconds, and the consequences from Europe will be devastating. If we look at these things, and if we look at the discussion about how we get rid of the Chinese equipment and networks, a lot of people is talking about ripping and replace. I would not use the expression rip and replace because no operators basically don't do it. What we're doing is we stop buying Chinese equipment, and when we upgrade existing equipment with new equipment, we don't upgrade with Chinese equipment, but use trusted vendors from countries which are part of the same alliance as we are part of. That's basically what's important. And I think it's important to understand that this can be done in an easy way. I know the Chinese says it will be very expensive, it will cost billions. They pay different kind of consultancy fortunes to make reports where they're repeating those things. But I just want to say, the operators, T-Mobile in the Netherlands, Proximus in Belgium, TDC in Denmark, Hutchison in Denmark and Sweden, Telenor in Norway, Telia in Norway, and a number of other operators have basically been replacing their Chinese equipment with equipment from trusted vendors without increasing their capex, without increasing the cost, and without delaying rolling out 5G. In Denmark, 3 years ago, we had more than 60% of all our 5G, all our 4G infrastructure was from Chinese vendors. Today we have none. Denmark have the best 5G networks in Europe, among the best 5G networks in the world. We have 98% coverage across the country. So if we look at the risk of using Chinese equipment, it's important to understand that the 5G networks is critical infrastructure. It's also important as a supply chain risk that the supply chain gets disrupted. So when the Americans don't deliver chips to the Chinese, they can have some supply chain risk issues that they can't deliver the equipment. What Huawei is doing today is in certain cases telling their customers, you shouldn't buy this high-end products. You should buy this product instead. Or instead of having a small base station, which is new and modern technology, they install 2 older versions and get the same output of those 2. There's also that strategic dependency risk of China. Then there's, of course, the privacy and data exploitation risk, the political risk, and basically the fact that these companies is under influence by the Chinese government. They have close relationships to the Chinese government. Then there's a counterintelligence risk, and then the fact that China nowadays are actually suing people who criticize them. Huawei is probably one of those companies which have sued most people for criticizing them, claiming that the things they say about Huawei is not true. There was a French academic who was sued because she wrote a report for the French government telling that there was a risk with Huawei. Things which I've been standing and saying here today. It took 3 years before Huawei pulled back the case. It didn't go to court. In those 3 years, she was silent. This is how China is working. They try to silence people. They have this national intelligence law from 2017, which basically says that all Chinese government is going to help the government provide all the data they have. And I just want to say, I could tell a long story about Chinese cars, but that's electric vehicles, but that's spice on wheels, and that's another story. We'll take that another day. What's interesting is how far are China willing to go? I have a good friend called Michael Cohen. He's Canadian. Michael Cohen was living and working in China. And the CFO of Huawei, the daughter of the founder, was arrested in Canada because she had been sold some high-end HP computers to Iran. She violated the Weimar Agreement, which is an agreement made between, I think, 59 countries across the world, agreeing that we don't sell certain kind of high-end technology to countries like North Korea and Iran. She was the chairwoman of a company who did that. She was arrested, put in house arrest. The same day as she was arrested, Michael Cohen and another Canadian, he's Canadian, Michael Sparrow, was arrested in China, not put in a house arrest, but putting into a detention center. They were sitting there in 1,019 days without getting in front of a court. When Michael Cohen was arrested, his girlfriend was pregnant. When he came out, his daughter was 2.5 years old. Any of you which have kids, imagine the first time you saw your kids when they was 2.5 years old, and before that you've been sitting 1,019 days, more or less in isolation, being grounded 1 hour a day in a courtyard to get out and get some fresh air. Else you was in a 6 to 8 square meters big cell. This is how China is working. The day she was released in Canada, the 2 guys was released and sent back to Canada. They take people as prisoners, independent, innocent people which have nothing to do with these things. I think it's very important to understand that the way China is working is so devastating and so tough, and we have to realize these things. We see right now subsea cables get caught by Chinese ships. I'm always joking with the Chinese are bad sailors. That's the reason why their anchors is cutting all the cables. I always says when the Russians are violating the airspace in the Nordic region, it's because they don't know how to navigate or the pilots are drunk like a lot of other Russians. But the reality is, trust me, the Chinese know what they're doing. So I promised to talk about Greenland because I've had at least 10 people said, John, you're from Denmark. Can you tell me about Greenland? I know Greenland very well. Greenland is a part of Denmark. It has its own parliament and it's a kind of independent. But it's still a part of Denmark. So Denmark are responsible for the legal system, foreign policy, police, and defense. Greenland is based in the Arctic region, which have been peaceful for quite many years, until some years ago, 6, 7, 8 years ago, where the Russians really start to escalate what they built out in the region. They built, I think, like more than 20 bases in the region. On Greenland, to defend Greenland, Denmark have 5 dog-sled teams, 2 patrolling from east to west and 2 patrolling from west to east in the north part of Greenland to show our sovereignty with the country. Then we have 2 naval ships with cannons, and I know there's some guys from the Navy here. The cannons haven't been working for, I think, 10 years, but they will repair them this spring. And in the southern part of Greenland, we have an airstrip which is so short that it can't take an F-35 plane, which is our standard plane now in our Air Force. And it has 6 soldiers and a hangar. And then the Americans have basically a radar station on Greenland where they can see what's happening in the region. There have been a lot of stories in the media, and I will claim Trump don't want to buy Greenland. This is about something different. And this is my reflection. You can take it or not. I had this presentation actually for some members of the Greenlandic government in December, and I was joking saying I would not be surprised if Trump come by and see the new airport in Nuuk. It's actually happened. It was his son who came by. But the reality is that in 2019, our Prime Minister promised Trump in the White House that we will increase what we did in the Arctic region, and we have not done it. After all these things happen, the government had decided to spend a little more than $2 billion of increasing military spending in that region and do things. The Danes have not been nice to the Greenlandic. The Greenlandic actually for many years was wishing to get an airport so you could fly direct from Copenhagen to the capital Nuuk and to another city called Ilulissat, a little bit up north. The Danes said you don't get the money. We talk about $80 million, something like that. The Chinese came to the Greenlandic government and said, listen, we will build the airports for you and we will borrow the money. Then the Danish government says, no, we're not going to have that. Then the Danish government wrote a check and now the airport is open and running. So in this way, from American perspective, US have a deal, an agreement with Denmark, saying, going back to 1974, that they can do whatever they want military-wise on Greenland. But if Greenland get their independence, that agreement have basically no value. Trump knows that. So he needs an agreement which is not only signed by Denmark, but also by Greenland, and he wants to be sure that in case of Greenland gets some kind of independence, or more independence than they have today, he can still maintain what he wants to do on Greenland. That's important to understand. And what does he want to do on Greenland? Because during his election, I actually came with a executive order the other day, he said he wants to build an iron dome like Israel have done to protect the United States. And to build an iron dome which can protect the United States, you need to build it on Greenland, Canada, and Alaska. So now we start to understand why Canada is going to be the 51st state until the Canadians accept that Canada will be a part of an iron dome. Okay? So basically, this is what it's all about. It's all about defense. And to be honest, it's very important to understand that the world today is different than it was a few years ago. When Trump was in power last time, the political landscape was a little bit blurry. Now China, North Korea, Iran, and until a short time ago Syria, consider each other as best friends. And to be honest, if I said to you 3-4 years ago that today, in this moment, there will be North Korean soldiers fighting on European soil against the free world, helping the Russians, you would say I was crazy. This won't happen. This is a reality today. North Korean soldiers fighting together with the Russians in Ukraine. So basically I think what Trump wants is an agreement where he basically says, I want to be sure that we can build the Iron Dome, and the Iron Dome won't work if there's no coverage in Canada, if there's no coverage in Alaska, and if there's no coverage in Greenland. So this is what it's all about. It's about national security. And that's very much in line with Marco Rubio said last night on TV. So I think it's very important to understand that if you look at Trump, I always says to people, I can understand why some people says the way he talks is a little bit special or whatever you want to say it. But what I'm always trying to say to people is it takes 5 years to take a master, and it takes 4 years to make a PhD. And Trump has been in politics for almost 10 years. So if you don't understand Trump after 10 years, you really have to put your act together, okay? And let's be honest, don't take Trump literally for what he's saying. Focus on his policies, not his personality, okay? Understand that the worlds have changed the last 4 years. China, Russia, North Korea, Iran consider each other as best friends. Go home and read Out of the Deal. Crazy book, fantastic book. But actually, when he says America first, he means also Philippines first, Malaysia first. He basically wants all politicians to do the best for their country. But he can see that the China we have today actually have a role which don't fit in to the democratic world. And he can see that the trade policy we used in the past, which a lot of us were supporting, where we hope that an open policy trade with China will create democracy in China, have not worked. The China we have today is a different China than we had 10 years ago. He prefers one-to-one relationship with countries. He hates these big organizations like WTO, whatever. And even, is it fair to call China an undeveloped country and get all the benefits? You know, I can tell you one of the results of China is classified as an underdeveloped country is that Temu can sell things from China and send it to Denmark very cheap because they pay nothing for the Danish mail company to bring out the parcels to a Dane. But if a Danish company have to send a parcel with the same size to the same household, they have to pay a price which is 7 to 8 times higher than Temu is paying. Okay? Is that fair competition? It's definitely not fair. Basically, yes, there's a lot of entertainment here, but it's important to understand that politics maybe in the future needs to have more bumper sticker. And trust me, I spend a lot of time talking to telecom operators across the world since November 7 about why Trump was winning, what his policy is, and how to interpret it. And I have a standard PowerPoint. You can send me an email and you will get it. But honestly, I think we will see a changed world. But we have to be realistic and just look at the facts. We have a war in Ukraine. We have a French president who says it's important to support Ukraine. How many have heard Macron says it's very important we support Ukraine? Is that correct? Anyone heard that? Let me say a little bit of things. I come from a country with 5.7 million people. We have spent 25% more in euros in military, direct military support to Ukraine than France, Spain, and Italy combined. Can you tell me why American taxpayers in Ohio is going to pay for defending European borders, our neighbor countries, democracies in our region, if we don't want to pay it for ourselves? It's absurd. And I think the new reality, it will be tough. Some people don't like Trump. I says to people, he's going to be there 208 weeks. Now it's been there 2 weeks, 206 weeks more to go. I promise it will be entertainment. So I hope I could enlighten you. I hope I could demystify the stories about Greenland. Greenland is not about minerals. You work with minerals. The cost of bringing them up of Greenland is so high, and the price of the value of the minerals is so low, so you cannot get a business case out of that. I know everything about that business case. I know quite many in the Greenlandic government. I've been working with Greenland for more than 25 years. So I just want to say it's a new world we're living in. But I think the next 4 years will be very interesting. And I think a lot of countries who wants to go and decide to live in the democratic world have a lot of opportunities in the next 4 years. I think the world will be split into those countries who believe in democracy and those countries who believe in suppressing human rights. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Terrific information. Very much appreciated. I would say that I would never underestimate President Trump. He, to me, is like President Reagan. When the air traffic controllers said that they were going to go on strike, President Reagan said, well, if you want to go on strike, I'm going to fire you. They went on strike, and he fired them. And I asked their leadership at one point, what did you think of President Trump? I had Gorbachev for a meeting one time. He said, air traffic controllers. He meant what he said. And I would say, frankly, I don't know the ultimate outcome or outgame of President Trump relative to Greenland, but better bet on what he says, unless someone else takes the initiative to secure the concerns that he has laid out. So we're going to have a lunch period now. We're going to go, I think, down this hallway, grab your lunch, and come back into this room for our keynote speaker. Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Pittenger. Before our speakers stand or leave the stage, may we request that for a photo opportunity with Mr. Carl Delfield, Honorable Christian Bacano, and Mr. John Strand, to please stay on stage for a photo opportunity and the turnover of tokens. So we invite Congressman Pittenger to please stay on stage and invite as well Honorable Divina Grace Yu and Deputy Secretary General Romulo Emmanuel Meral Jr. for the turnover of gifts and photo opportunity. Thank you. Thank you very much. All delegates may get their lunch at the Chairman's Lounge. It is the room towards your right side. And come back immediately afterwards for the lecture of retired Justice Francis H. Hardilesa, who will be our keynote speaker to discuss on the South China Sea. Thank you.
I'd like now to introduce our keynote speaker on the South China Sea, the former Associate Justice for the Supreme Court of the Philippines and the former Solicitor General of the Philippines, the Honorable Justice Francis H. Jarjaleza. Thank you, sir. Please have the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Pittenger. And please continue with your lunch. I will try to make my brief talk as simple as possible so that it will not interfere with your having a good lunch. And one of the most difficult tasks is to speak during a lunch. So I will make this as friendly as possible. Well, I was invited, I think, because 8 or 9 years ago, we won a case dealing with the South China Sea, or what we fondly call the West Philippine Sea. It's a smaller part of the South China Sea. I was then the Solicitor General of the Philippines, but then I moved on to, after we had filed the complaint, I moved on to become Justice of the Supreme Court, but I continued to help. So I was part of the team that drafted the complaint we filed before a special tribunal constituted under UNCLOS. And by the time we had the, we won the arbitration in 2016, I was already in the Supreme Court. But we will just tell you where we are now. And I'm very glad to be invited to this forum because I have been advocating that there be a second part to the complaint that we filed. The complaint that we filed in 2012 was called a landmark case. So I will explain today why there need, in my view, as a private citizen, why there is need for a second case. This is very propitious because actually the Secretary of Justice of the Philippines now advocates for the filing of a second case. And we are very lucky that that Secretary of Justice came from the House of Representatives. That's Secretary Crispin Remulla was one of the stalwarts of the House of Representatives. But he I think almost immediately after President Marcos was elected, he was drafted to be a Secretary of Justice. Now, to give you a fuller background, last September, I retired from the Supreme Court in 2019. So, by way of explanation, I am totally speaking here as a private citizen. But in September of last year, Secretary Remulla, who is the present Secretary of Justice, called for me. And we talked about the possibility of filing a second case. And I will explain to you today what a possible second case is. But I said I'm very glad to have been invited to this forum because then my private advocacy now has gained some kind of traction with the Secretary of Justice having gone public about the second case. But again, I would like to caution that I did not talk with the Secretary about this case. These are all my private This is a completely private initiative, but I hope that with many friends here in the House of Representatives, that Secretary Rimulya would be able to, in due time, convince President Marcos to go ahead with filing the second case. Next slide, please. So, very, very briefly, this is what we won in 2016. Very, very simply, we won, I would say, 4 big points. The tribunal unanimously held, number one, that China, and mind you, when I say China, the tribunal ruled that China as a country had violated the sovereign rights of the Philippines over its EEZ, or its exclusive economic zone. That's the first important holding. And we presented evidence for this. Unfortunately, when we filed the case in 2012, we took more than a year to prepare. In 2012, 2013, 2014, you have to have preliminary exchange of documents. So we got a hearing towards 2015, and we won the case in 2016. So that is what I'm stressing now to Secretary Rimulya, that there's a case build-up phase, but we must hurry. We must hurry. Because it took us around 6 years from the time we filed in 2012 up to the time we won in 2016. Second, again, based on the evidence that we presented at that time, the tribunal held that the China had violated the Filipino fishermen's traditional fishing rights in Scarborough Shoal. Scarborough Shoal is contested, but the ruling is that Scarborough Shoal, the fisheries around Scarborough Shoal, have traditionally been fished by many countries, including China, Vietnam, and the Philippines. That's the second headline ruling. Third, our complaint was based on an international treaty called the UNCLOS, the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas, or UNCLOS, of which China and the Philippines are members. And so, the third important ruling is that China violated UNCLOS obligations not to have land reclamations. Because under UNCLOS, no country, however powerful or big, can just reclaim parts of the sea, which is what China did. And last, but very relevant to what's happening now, we presented evidence and the tribunal held in our favor. It ruled that China had committed many, many instances of violations of maritime safety by creating risk of collision. So I am refining into 4 general terms what we won in 2016. But the problem is the suit that we filed just asked for a declaration of our rights. Now, why did we ask merely for a declaration of our rights? Frankly, we were not sure of winning the case because it was the first time that a case was filed under UNCLOS and especially against China. Now, I can tell you that we consulted many figures in international law. And we were advised that our chances of even progressing the suit was merely 50-50. Meaning even, we had an even chance. We could have won or we could have lost on jurisdiction. Meaning, there had been no case filed against a country as big as China. So we were warned by a professor in Yale that our chances are 50-50. But we were also told that if we can hurdle the problem of jurisdiction, then our chances go up to 80%. Those among us who are lawyers know that the lawyers hate to give the chances of winning a case to a client. But the professor of Yale told us that. And so when we won the case, it was enough. That explains why we did not ask for damages. Now, the suit being prepared now by Secretary Remulla asked for damages over, I assume, the acts which were covered by the ruling up to 2016. And I suspect that he will add new facts. There are many here in our audience now from the Philippine Coast Guard. I think they are collating the facts to support a case for the violations after the 2016 ruling. Next slide, please. So, very, very briefly, what is the first count of a possible suit? Now, the ruling of the tribunal was that Mischief Reef, Ayungin Shoal, and the Reed Bank are declared parts of the Philippine EEZ, or the Philippine Economic Zone. Therefore, from that premise, the tribunal held that, number one, China interfered with Philippine petroleum exploration in the Reed Bank. That's very important. There was already a ruling that they interfered with our exploration at the Reed Bank. Number two, China prohibited fishing by Filipinos within our EEZ. Number three, China as a state, protected and failed to prevent Chinese fishermen from fishing within the Philippines EEZ, at Mischief Reef and Ayungin Shoal. And lastly, China constructed installations and artificial islands at Mischief Reef without Philippine authorization. This is very important. Mischief Reef is now controlled by China. But the tribunal held that by building an artificial military installation, by converting Mischief Reef from a reef into an artificial island, China violated its obligations under UNCLOS. So this means that just on Mischief Reef alone, the Philippines would have a very strong case for damages against China. That's on the first count. Next slide, please. The second count is that the Philippines has traditional fishing rights around Mischief Reef. Now, China was held together with Vietnam to have similar fishing rights over Scarborough Shoal. So when China, every time China prevents Filipino fishermen from fishing within the 12 nautical miles waters of Scarborough Shoal, that is a violation under the ruling. The third count, next slide, please. Now, this is very important. The tribunal also held that China's large-scale reclamations, you know what China would do? They will send giant trawlers which scoop up earth. And there will be tremendous damage to the environment. And the ruling was in seven features in the Spratlys, China did exactly this. So you can imagine how much damage you can claim, because we did not produce evidence of how much was the damage caused. So there is already a ruling by the tribunal that China, by its large-scale reclamation, did irreparable damage to the environment in 7 features, which includes Ayungin Shoal and our Mischief Reef. So you can imagine how much we can ask for damages. There is one expert who says it's 250 billion US dollars. But that I would leave that to the lawyers because there's a way to compute the damage to the environment. Next slide, please. Now, this is very important because of current events. We have heard how the Chinese employ now lasers. There are many ways to interrupt our supply mission to Ayungin Shoal. The fourth count is that the tribunal held that the conduct of Chinese law enforcement vessels at Scarborough Shoal on 2 occasions, this was in April and May 2012, because at that time, China would, like today, they would send law enforcement vessels crisscross the path of the Philippine vessels, and that that was held already to be illegal under maritime laws of which the Philippines and China are part. So while the ruling is only on specific incidents as of April and May 2012, the principle is the same. China cannot interfere. If China cannot crisscross our vessels and put our people, our Marines, our Coast Guard in harm's way, then you can project. If you file a new case, all of the incidents which happened after the ruling was handed down in 2016 can now easily be part of a case for damages. So I am just, in a very abbreviated manner, have presented to you just the 4 counts. But you can imagine how much damages you can ask. For example, how much damage has been done to Mischief Reef, which is undeniably under the control now of China. But we have we had a session this morning of the rules-based international order. What better proof of a rules-based international order than the UNCLOS? Because the UNCLOS is a multi-party treaty. And the beauty of filing a case under UNCLOS is that even if China does not participate, we can proceed to continue under UNCLOS. So, last slide, please. This is what Secretary Rimulya said as recently as last month, January 24. He said, "We are in discussion and the decision to come very soon. Of course, Secretary Rimulya is like you, used to be a parliamentarian. He used to be a member of the Philippine House of Representatives, which is our host today. But I trust that he has his own lawyers now. He will present this to the National Security Council. I think they have come here in full force, no? But General Anyo is not here, but they are all the luminaries of General Anyo are here. I think Secretary Rimulya will very soon present to the National Security Council this suit. And Secretary Rimulya is quoted also that the sins are really so obvious. We have also here the representatives of the Philippine Coast Guard, is General Gavan here. To this end, and in the end, the best way to attack. There are many ways of solving the problems, but this is one of the most novel ways. This is filing a second suit. So I have just given you very, in the interest of time, and so that you don't get indigestion with I have presented to you. Now I feel very happy because I have gone around the Philippines, advocating this, but as I said, it kinds of it gets traction if it comes from the Secretary of Justice. So, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Justice. Do we have any questions? We have just a couple minutes. Yes, sir. Do we have a microphone right over here? The microphone here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for an excellent overview. Franz Michael Melbourne, I'm the ambassador of Denmark. When talking to Chinese colleagues about the West Philippine Sea, they will claim that the Philippines has made an accord with the Philippines through former President Arroyo and also former President Duterte. Now, how do you think that these claims made from our Chinese colleagues will affect the ruling?
Well, under UNCLOS, China is a signatory to the UNCLOS, and so is the Philippines. Now, the reason we went to UNCLOS is that the UNCLOS as a treaty has very particular provisions. It says, in very rough language, it says that the fact that a country does not recognize a arbitration does not mean that the UNCLOS cannot take jurisdiction, provided that the claiming party can prove to the satisfaction of the arbitrators that indeed there is ground. And that's exactly what happened. China refused to participate. And the only effect was we had to, in terms of the filing fees, we had to pay the share of China. It was a substantial amount. But more than that, the UNCLOS requires that even if China does not participate, we have to prove our claims. So we had a difficult task because we had to prove our claims. So under UNCLOS, of course, China, what China did was to file their position They filed it in The Hague. They filed it with they filed it with the Netherlands. But then they did not appear in the hearing. What they would do is to go publicly saying they have a position paper. But the bottom line is once the tribunal is convinced that it has jurisdiction, then it can go ahead. But it was very, very difficult because the tribunal was very solicitous about the rights of China in terms of the litigation. So we had to make almost a double effort to really prove our case. But in the end, we won it. And as I said, we are all for a second case, especially for damages. Because under a rules-based treaty, what use do we have for the treaty if somebody can just violate it and worse, leave damage, for example, to the environment?
Thank you, Justice Jordan. We appreciate very much your remarks and very insightful. Thank you. We'll move on to our next panel, which will be on the South China Sea, the state of play. I'd ask the Honorable Neptali Gonzalez, who will present a video message, the Honorable Emilio Tanjudata, and Major General Nestor Herrera to come to the dais.
Thank you very much. May we request our resource speaker, Justice Francis H. Hardilesa, to please stay on stage for a photo opportunity and for the turnover of the tokens with the chairperson of the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum, Congressman Robert Pittenger, to be joined by Honorable Emigdio P. Tanhuatco III and Deputy Secretary General Grace N. Andres.
Yes, if the Honorable Tanjudika and Major General Nestor Herrera could come. Robert Pitt. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Secretary is sending his regards. He was with you last night.
Yeah, oh yes, again. Yeah, oh, he was great.
We are preparing the video for you. And he said that we'll just send it once we are able to have it.
He was terrific. Our panel will begin now. The South China Sea, the state of play. Gentlemen, the floor is yours. We can have the video now. We would say for the Honorable Neptali Gonzalez.
Honorable colleagues, esteemed fellow parliamentarians, distinguished guests, and valued friends, a warm and pleasant afternoon to all. As the chairperson of the Special Committee on West Philippine Sea, it is a distinct honor to share with you a Philippine perspective on the intricate and sensitive issues surrounding the South China Sea. As you already know, the South China Sea is critical maritime corridor that handles 30% of global trade. Beyond its shipping lanes, the region boasts rich fisheries and vast oil and gas reserves, amplifying its strategic and economic significance while fueling geopolitical rivalries. At the heart of the South China Sea issue are the competing territorial claims over the maritime features in the area and their surrounding waters. The Philippines has consistently asserted its sovereignty and sovereign rights over its maritime territories, including our rightful entitlements in the South China Sea, such as the Kalayaan Island Group, in the Spratlys, the Scarborough Shoal, and other maritime features within our exclusive economic zone. The Philippines does not lay claim to the entire South China Sea. Rather, we assert our sovereignty over the areas designated by law as the West Philippine Sea, which lie within our maritime domain west of the Philippine archipelago. Our claims are also firmly grounded in international law such as the United Nations Conventions on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS, and the landmark 2016 South China Sea arbitration ruling, which affirmed our rights in the region. However, our claims have encountered challenges, particularly from the People's Republic of China, whose 9-line claim was already invalidated by the 2016 ruling on the South China Sea arbitration. Over the past years, China has adopted an increasingly aggressive approach in the South China Sea, including the militarization of artificial islands and the implementation of gray zone tactics, aggressive actions that stop short of open conflict, such as harassing Filipino fisherfolk, interfering with our resource exploration efforts, and asserting its presence in our waters. Despite these challenges, our country remains committed to the protecting our sovereign rights and preserving our territorial integrity. As President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. affirmed in his first State of the Nation address, the Philippines would not abandon even a square inch of territory to any foreign power. He also boldly declared in his last year's SONA that the Philippines cannot yield, the Philippines cannot waver, and that the West Philippine Sea is not a figment of our imagination. It is ours, and it will remain ours as long as the spirit of our beloved Philippines continues to burn bright. These pronouncements by the President are not merely words. They are being actively translated into action on the ground, or more accurately, in the waters of the West Philippine Sea. At the front lines are the Philippine Coast Guard and the Armed Forces of the Philippines, who work tirelessly to safeguard the nation's maritime domain while ensuring the welfare of Philippine fisherfolk, whose livelihoods are intrinsically tied to these vital waters. Recognizing the need for a coordinated and whole-of-government approach, the Philippines established the National Task Force on the West Philippine Sea in 2016, which plays a pivotal role in harmonizing the efforts of various government agencies involved in securing the West Philippine Sea, covering areas such as defense, maritime law, enforcement, resource management, and diplomatic initiatives. It also monitors and reports on activities in the region, such as foreign incursions, maritime incidents, and resource exploitation, ensuring appropriate government responses are made. To further enhance coordination and maritime governance, the President issued an executive order creating the National Maritime Council. This council ensures a more integrated approach to maritime affairs, focusing on the protection of our maritime zones, sustainable resource management, and the defense of our territorial integrity. Diplomatic efforts remain at the core of our strategy. The Philippines has consistently filed diplomatic protests against Chinese incursions, upholding our sovereignty and emphasizing adherence to international law. Despite China's aggressive actions, the Philippines continues to engage China through bilateral mechanisms like the bilateral consultative mechanism. These platforms facilitate dialogue and promote the peaceful resolution of disputes while the Philippines remains steadfast in protecting its rights and interests. We have also strengthened our security partnership. Joint patrols and military exercises with crucial important allies such as the United States, Japan, Australia, and other like-minded nations reinforce our commitment to maintaining a rules-based international order. These activities ensure freedom of navigation and overflight in the South China Sea. Furthermore, the implementation of the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, or EDCA, with the United States underscores our readiness to bolster our defense capabilities while contributing to regional peace and stability. The Philippine Congress plays an essential role in protecting our maritime entitlements. We have enacted laws that strengthen our legal framework and protect our maritime rights, such as RA 9522 or the Archipelagic Baseline Act, RA 12064 or the Maritime Zones Act, and RA 12065 or the Archipelagic Sea Lanes Act. We have also bolstered our armed forces through the AFP modernization program and recent enactment of Republic Act 12024, also known as the Self-Reliant Defense Posture Revitalization Act. These initiatives are designed to enhance our defense capability to effectively deter and respond to external threats, especially in protecting the West Philippine.
Thank you very much. Excellent presentation. And I would just remind you that in respect to our meetings, we know that there's many important discussions that you want to have with various people. We'd ask that you just have the discussions off the floor during our presentations. I'd like now to ask the Honorable Emilio Tanwatka, the Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, to make his presentation.
The honorable colleagues, esteemed fellow parliamentarians from across the globe, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor and privilege that I stand before you today to discuss the critical and complex issue of the South China Sea. I am truly grateful for the opportunity to share my insights and engage in meaningful dialogue on a topic of vital importance for our region and the rest of the world. Firstly, it is fitting that the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum is being held here in Manila, given the critical importance of the security issues affecting our region. We extend our sincere gratitude to the Honorable Robert Pittenger and the Forum Steering Committee for collaborating with us at the House of Representatives of the Philippines to make this event possible. Notably, as I understand, this marks the first time the forum is being hosted in Asia, highlighting the region's growing relevance in global security discussions. Next slide, please. The South China Sea is critically important due to its strategic, economic, environmental, and geopolitical significance. It is one of the busiest maritime routes in the world, with approximately 30% of global trade, valued at over $3 trillion annually, passing through its waters. This vital maritime corridor linking the Pacific and Indian Oceans connects key economies in Asia and beyond, making it indispensable to international commerce and global supply chains. It is likewise home to diverse ecosystems, including coral reefs, mangroves, contributing to global ecological balance. It also contributes to food security as it is a major fishing ground contributing to 12% of the global fish catch and providing livelihood for millions in coastal communities. Moreover, undersea explorations reveal sizable amounts of natural gas and crude oil beneath its seabed. It is estimated that there are around 11 billion barrels of oil and nearly 190 trillion cubic feet of natural gas reserves underneath the South China Sea, making it a potentially crucial source of energy security. All these factors underscore the immense strategic importance of the South China Sea, making it a focal point in the broader competition between the world's leading superpowers, China and the United States, who have conflicting interests in the region. China seeks to assert its dominance in the South China Sea, driven not only by the region's resource wealth, but also by its desire to establish a sphere of influence over a key area in the Indo-Pacific. This would further solidify China's strategic position and expand its power in the region. On the other hand, the United States is committed to preserving a rules-based international order and ensuring freedom of navigation, which are critical to maintaining the flow of global trade and safeguarding international security. It is important to emphasize that the geopolitical significance of the South China Sea extends beyond just China and the US. Other global powers such as Japan, Australia, and the European Union have also raised concerns over the potential for conflict and instability in the region. Next slide, please. Before we delve into the global implications of the South China Sea, it is essential to understand the ongoing territorial disputes in the region and the nations involved. By examining the competing interests and overlapping assertions of sovereignty, we can better appreciate the complexities of the situation and the stakes for both the region and the international community. Key actors in the territorial disputes include the Philippines, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, the People's Republic of China, and Taiwan. The disputes involve the islands, reefs, banks, and other features of the region, including the Spratly Islands, Paracel Islands, Scarborough Shoal, and the overlapping of these nations' exclusive economic zones. Vietnam claims the whole of the Paracel and Spratly Islands. China has de facto control over the Paracel Islands, while Vietnam occupies a good number of features in the Spratlys. Malaysia's territorial claim is limited to a few high-tide features off the coast of Borneo. It occupies Swallow Reef in the Spratlys, Meanwhile, Brunei's territorial claim is solely to Luisa Reef off the coast of Brunei. On the other hand, Indonesia is not a direct claimant to any of the disputed features in the South China Sea. However, its exclusive economic zone in the Natuna Sea overlaps with China's expansive 9-line claim. The Philippines' territorial claim to the South China Sea is confined to what is known as the West Philippine Sea, or simply the WPS. The WPS, as defined under Republic Act No. 12064, otherwise known as the Philippine Maritime Zones Act, refers to the maritime zones on the western side of the Philippine archipelago, including the Luzon Sea and the territorial seas of the Bajo de Masinloc, also known as the Scarborough Shoal, and maritime features of the Kalayaan Island Group. The Kalayaan Island Group, or KIG, does not equate to the whole of Spratlys. Instead, it refers to a cluster of features under the municipality of Kalayaan, province of Palawan, as declared in Presidential Decree 1596 and clarified in RA 9522, or the Baselines Law of the Philippines. There is a thriving community of Filipino fisherfolk living in the KIG, including its main island, Pag-asa, aptly named after the Filipino word for hope. We have had the privilege of visiting Pag-asa Island firsthand, allowing us to witness the daily lives and experiences of our fellow Filipinos who call this remote yet significant territory their home. In contrast, China, and essentially Taiwan, practically claims almost the entire South China Sea through its 9-line, putting them directly at odds with the other claimants in the region, including, of course, the Philippines. Famously, the 2012 Scarborough Shoal standoff between the Philippines and China resulted in our government instituting arbitral proceedings against China under Annex 7 of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS, the following year. On July 12, 2016, the arbitral tribunal adjudicating the Philippines' case against China in the South China Sea ruled overwhelmingly in favor of the Philippines, determining that major elements of China's claim, including its 9-line, recent land reclamation activities, and other activities in Philippine waters, were unlawful. Unsurprisingly, China, which did not participate in the proceedings, rejected and continues to reject the arbitral reward, even though it is binding under international law. Next slide, please. These disputes, stemming from the conflicting claims of various parties and their efforts to safeguard their territories, have led to the establishment of military outposts in the area. However, China's increased presence in the South China Sea and the massive buildup of military infrastructure on reclaimed land, including naval bases and airstrips, on the features they control in both the Paracel and Spratly Islands, greatly contributed to the militarization of the region. Chinese artificial islands constructed on top of 7 key Spratly features, such as the Fiery Cross Reef, Subi Reef, and Mischief Reef, which are now equipped with military-grade infrastructure, including long airstrips capable of handling military aircraft, radar systems, surface-to-air missiles, and communication arrays. Taiwan controls Ituaba, the largest naturally occurring feature in the Spratlys, which it has fortified with military installations, including a runway, harbor, and radar systems. Vietnam has a significant military presence in the Paracels and Spratlys. Vietnam likewise occupies the most features in the Spratlys, such as Spratly Island, Pearson Reef, and Southwest Cay, where it has established military outposts, building bunkers, radar stations, and other military infrastructure. Malaysia occupies several features in the southern Spratlys, such as Swallow Reef and Mariveles Reef, where it has constructed military outposts and airstrips. Finally, the Philippines has maintained a military presence on Pag-asa Island, the largest of the Philippine-controlled islands in the Spratlys. This island served as the main base for Filipino troops stationed in the area, and the Philippine government has made efforts to improve its infrastructure, including a small airstrip and port facilities. The Philippines has also stationed troops on Ayungin Shoal, where the BRP Sierra Madre, a grounded Philippine Navy ship, serves as a military outpost. Unfortunately, the militarization of South China Sea features significantly raises the potential for military confrontation, especially given the competing interests in the area. The presence of airstrips, missile systems, and other military infrastructure on disputed islands has transformed these features from simple outposts to fortified positions that could serve as launch points for military operations. Moreover, the strategic significance of these islands, coupled with their proximity to critical maritime trade routes and potential undersea resources like oil and natural gas, makes the South China Sea a highly contested and militarized region. This growing militarization further complicates efforts towards diplomatic resolution and increases the risk of accidents or skirmishes that could escalate into larger conflicts. Next slide, please. That brings us to the next point of concern, China's increasing aggression and assertiveness, as evidenced by its increasingly bold moves to illegally encroach on the territories of other parties involved. China has increasingly employed gray zone tactics, primarily utilizing its Coast Guard, the CCG, to project authority throughout the South China Sea. In addition, China has used maritime militia vessels to create the impression of legitimate fishing activities, particularly within the exclusive economic zones of other countries. For instance, the CCG's massive ships, including the infamous Monster ship, have been observed navigating the Philippine EEZ off the coast of Zambales, blatantly violating Philippine sovereignty and raising concerns over freedom of navigation in the area. These actions are part of China's broader strategy to assert control over disputed waters in the South China Sea, frequently interfering with the Philippines' fishing and resource exploration activities within its own EEZ. In response, the Philippines has deployed its Coast Guard, the PCG, to challenge and shadow the Monster ship and other Chinese vessels to protect its maritime rights. Furthermore, Chinese aggression towards Philippine resupply missions in Ayungin and Escoda shoals have become a significant point of contention. Chinese vessels, including the CCG and maritime militia, have repeatedly harassed and blocked Philippine ships attempting to deliver supplies to the Filipino troops stationed in the BRP Sierra Madre. Similar incidents have occurred at Escoda Shoal, where Chinese forces have interfered with Philippine operations, despite these areas being well within the Philippine exclusive economic zone. These actions are just a few examples of Chinese aggression directed at the Philippines. China has also come into conflict with other claimants in the South China Sea, especially Vietnam, further complicating the regional security environment. Next slide, please. I firmly believe that any discussion about the South China Sea would be incomplete without addressing China's overarching goal of bringing Taiwan under its control. This objective is intricately linked to the broader dynamics of power and influence in the region, as Taiwan's strategic location and geopolitical significance are key factors shaping China's ambitions in the South China Sea and beyond. A Chinese reunification effort, especially one involving military action, would escalate tensions across the Indo-Pacific and embolden China to take even more assertive actions in the South China Sea, further intensifying disputes with claimant states such as the Philippines, Vietnam, and Malaysia. Control over Taiwan, including assets like Ito Aba, would allow China to strengthen its military presence in the region, deploying additional naval forces, missile systems, and aircraft, which could destabilize the area. This would also enable China to tighten control over critical maritime trade routes, threatening freedom of navigation and potentially resulting to severe economic consequences, deterring investment, disrupting trade, and escalating resource exploitation, which would also cause environmental degradation. The US and its allies, such as Japan and Australia, would likely respond by increasing their military presence in the region, further polarizing the South China Sea. Smaller claimant states would face heightened pressure as China redirects its resources to assert territorial claims using coercive tactics such as blockades and resource restrictions. The Philippines could play a crucial role in the event of a military excursion by China against Taiwan due to its strategic location and long-standing alliance with the United States. With its northmost islands only about 200 kilometers away from the southern tip of Taiwan and at the heart of the Indo-Pacific region, the Philippines offers vital geographic proximity for monitoring and responding to developments in the Taiwan Strait. Nevertheless, we must fervently hope that a military conflict between China and Taiwan never comes to pass. Diplomatic solutions and peaceful dialogue must remain the priority to ensure that tensions are resolved without resorting to violence. Next slide, please. Resolving the territorial disputes in the South China Sea requires a combination of diplomatic, legal, and cooperative measures that prioritize peace, stability, and upholding international law in the context of China's attempts to assert dominance over the region. This approach requires collaboration among all claimant states and stakeholders to build trust and prevent conflict. Key elements would include adherence to international law. Solutions should align with the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea and leverage the 2016 Permanent Court of Arbitration ruling that invalidated China's 9-line claim. Second, bilateral and multilateral dialogue. Bilateral talks can address specific disputes, while multilateral platforms like ASEAN and the ongoing Code of Conduct negotiations provide opportunities for inclusive discussions and collective agreements. Confidence-building measures. Establishing communication hotlines and engaging in cooperative humanitarian missions can reduce tensions and foster trust. Joint development of resources. Claimants can pursue resource-sharing agreements for fisheries, oil, natural gas in the disputed areas, fostering cooperation without compromising sovereignty claims. Environmental cooperation. Protecting the biodiversity of the South China Sea through joint efforts to address overfishing, coral reef restoration, and marine pollution offers a shared platform for collaboration. Engagement with international partners. Non-claimant states such as the US, Japan, and Australia should support a rules-based order, promote dialogue, and reinforce adherence to international law without escalating tensions. Conflict avoidance agreements. Claimant states should commit to non-aggression pacts, demilitarize disputed areas, and resolve conflicts through peaceful negotiations. And lastly, regional integration. Strengthening economic and security ties through ASEAN-led frameworks or initiatives like RCEP can reduce unilateral actions and encourage cooperation. Ultimately, resolving these disputes will require sustained diplomatic effort, collective action among regional states, and unwavering adherence to international law to counter unilateral actions and ensure long-term peace in the region. Next slide. The Philippines remains steadfast in defending its sovereign territory and sovereign rights in the South China Sea. The Philippines continues to engage with China through the bilateral consultative mechanism to address disputes and promote dialogue. Simultaneously, it seeks to strengthen cooperation with other claimant states, international stakeholders, and allies, emphasizing the importance of upholding a rules-based international order and ensuring peace and stability in the region. For its part, the Philippine Congress plays a pivotal role in protecting the nation's maritime entitlements and safeguarding its sovereignty. This commitment is evident in the enactment of key legislation, such as the Maritime Zones Act and the Archipelagic Sea Lanes Act, which define and reinforce the Philippines' maritime rights in accordance with international law. As a member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs chaired by the Honorable Maria Rachel Arenas, I have had the privilege of working closely with our esteemed colleagues in the House and at the Senate to ensure the successful passage of these landmark measures. Furthermore, the House of Representatives has taken a firm and resolute stance against China's illegal actions in the West Philippine Sea by adopting House Resolution number 187, which condemns Beijing's unlawful activities and calls on the Philippine government to assert and protect the nation's sovereign rights over its exclusive economic zone and continental shelf. It underscores the importance of adherence to the principles of UNCLOS and highlights the 2016 ruling of the Permanent Court of Arbitration, which invalidated China's sweeping 9-dash claim. This significant initiative was spearheaded by the Special Committee on the West Philippine Sea under the leadership of Chairperson Neptali Gonzalez II. The committee has been proactively and diligently coordinating with the National Task Force on the West Philippine Sea and the newly established National Maritime Council, ensuring that we remain well-informed and responsive to developments in the region. Through these collaborative efforts, the committee plays a crucial role in shaping policies and strategies to uphold Philippine sovereign rights and national interests in the West Philippine Sea. More importantly, under the leadership of Speaker Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, the House of Representatives has also prioritized providing robust support to frontline agencies defending our territorial waters. This is reflected by the significant budgetary increases allocated to the Philippine Navy and the Philippine Coast Guard, equipping them to better protect the country's maritime zones and uphold our sovereign rights. Through these legislative and budgetary actions, the House of Representatives reaffirms its steadfast commitment to defending the Philippines' territorial integrity, advancing a rules-based international order, and ensuring the sustainable use of the country's maritime resources. Next slide, please. That concludes my presentation on the state of play in the South China Sea. Let us all recognize the importance of this region, not just for the claimants, but for the global community. The South China Sea is essential for international trade, marine resources, and ecological balance. Its significance goes beyond borders, making it crucial for all parties to collaborate for peace, stability, and cooperation. The ongoing territorial disputes reminds us that peace is fragile and must be actively protected. While the challenges are complex, they can be resolved through adherence to international law, multilateral cooperation, and open dialogue. By working together, we can ensure that resources are shared fairly and the rules-based order is maintained. The Philippines remains committed to defending its sovereign rights and promoting peaceful solutions, engaging with all parties through bilateral and multilateral channels. Our goal is to make the South China Sea a region of peace and cooperation. In closing, I urge all leaders, policymakers, and stakeholders to work together toward conflict resolution and shared prosperity. Let us focus on common interests and sustainable development for future generations. Again, thank you, and may our collective efforts lead to a stable and prosperous South China Sea and beyond. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay.
Thank you, Honorable Tanwako. And we could ask General Enrico, please, for your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A bit low, though.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peter Pittenger, Honorable Emilio Tanwatco III, Vice Chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs. Good afternoon. Partners in governance, Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the National Security Advisor, Secretary Eduardo M. Año, let me present to you the state of play in the South China Sea as far as national security is concerned. First, the geopolitical tension in South China Sea. The SCS continues to be at a flashpoint for geopolitical tensions due to the overlapping territorial claims by China, the Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei, and Taiwan. The SCS is a vital hub for global trade, energy resources, and strategic control, drawing the attention of external powers like the United States, which conducts freedom of navigation operations. Since 2009, China has been increasing their efforts to consolidate its position in the South China Sea through its expansive claim using their military, Coast Guard, and maritime militia to harass foreign vessels exploring and extracting resources in the SCS. Now in the Philippines position. On 12 January 2013, the Republic of the Philippines instituted arbitral proceedings against the People's Republic of China under Annex 7 to the United Nations Conventions on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS. On 12 July 2016, the arbitral tribunal tasked to adjudicate the case ruled overwhelmingly in favor of the Philippines, determining the major elements of the Chinese claims, including the 9-dash line, reclamation activities, and other activities were illegal and unlawful. Since 2012, the UNCLOS and the arbitral award have been the twin cornerstones of policies and action of the Philippine government in the WPS and SCS. Despite having won the arbitration, China continues to refuse to recognize and abide by the ruling, undermining the salient international law and the rules-based international order. From gray zone to ICAD. The term gray zones describe a set of activities that occur between peace and war and often entail calibrated exercise that does not necessarily breach escalating thresholds while achieving certain coercive effects because of its very nature. The Philippines has had difficulty responding, countering gray zone activities. Hence, the Philippines decided to rename the gray zone activities to what they really are, which is ICAD, meaning illegal, coercive, aggressive, and deceptive action in the area. Despite all this in place for international order, China is still conducting ICAD activities in the area, designed to sway but not really overthrow existing international order. China's ICAD activities allow Beijing to bypass international law and consequently undermine the rules-based international order. As shown, here are some of the examples of Chinese Coast Guard ships firing water cannon at the Philippine Coast Guard and BFAR vessels. Specifically on the right, Beijing deployment of long-range acoustic device is among its gray zone tactics in the SCS, which happened on 04 December 2024. Last November 29, the Philippine Navy confirmed that dozens of Chinese military, Coast Guard, and maritime militia vessels continue to swarm and stay in Subi Reef near Pag-asa Island in the West Philippine Sea. The Subi Reef is occupied by China and has turned the same into a fully operational naval base through reclamation and provisions of satellite, communication equipment, and other military wherewithal. The Chinese Coast Guard's coercive, aggressive, and barbaric actions during the humanitarian rotation and resupply mission at BRP Sierra Madre in Ayungin Shoal on June 17, 2024, resulted in severe damage to personnel and vessels of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, including their communication and navigation equipment. At the left part, in early October 2024, Chinese Coast Guard vessels tailed and harassed Filipino fishermen trying to fish in the waters near Sabina Shoal or Escoda. At the right part, in late November 2024, the Chinese People's Liberation Army helicopter harassed Filipino fishermen in Rosul or Iroquois Rift in the West Philippine Sea. The Chinese Coast Guard seems to never run out of ICAT activities in the WPS, such as issuing radio challenges and unauthorized marine scientific research, among others. In February 2023, they also aimed a military-grade laser at the Philippine Coast Guard vessel, temporarily blinding its crew and posing a serious threat to navigational safety. Additionally, the Chinese military and Coast Guard have launched dangerous flares at Philippine aircraft and vessels operating within the Philippine Exclusive Economic Zone, further escalating tension and demonstrating aggressive intimidation tactics. In 2022, U.S. Indo-PACOM Commander Admiral John C. Aquilino reported that China has militarized at least 3 artificial islands it built in South China Sea. China reclaimed a total of close to 3,000 acres on 7 coral reefs it occupied in the Spratlys Islands in the southern part of China. China's island building activities have negatively impacted fisheries in the immediate area on the reclamation sites, and as the 2016 award also affirmed, have caused the destruction of the coral and marine ecosystem in the South China Sea. Another example of ICAT activity, a Chinese Coast Guard ship that blocked the Philippine Coast Guard vessel during a resupply mission in BRP Sierra Madre in Second Thomas Shoal. The picture on the right shows President Marcos Jr. shaking hands and recognizing the bravery of a soldier named Seaman First Class Jeffrey Pacundo, who lost his right thumb during a maritime clash with Chinese Coast Guard near Ayungin Shoal last June 17, 2024. Part of the ICAT activities and one of the biggest issues that the Philippines government is facing is Chinese cyber operations and misinformation, disinformation campaigns relative to the South China Sea territorial claims. Just recently, a Chinese national and 2 accomplices were arrested for allegedly conducting espionage activities. According to the National Bureau of Investigation Cybercrime Division, the suspects were scanning critical infrastructure that could threaten national security. It was also reported the Chinese national is a graduate controlled and operated by the People's Liberation Army. According to Assistant General Jonathan Malaya in a recent forum, there will be more arrests in the next few days in coordination with the AFP and the NBI. Now, let me share with you the efforts of the Philippine government addressed to the security concerns in the WPS and SCS in terms of its strengthening the organization, diplomatic, political, military, information campaigns, and legislative measures. Last year, the President signed Executive Order Number 57, which renamed and reorganized the National Coast Watch Council to the National Maritime Council to formulate policies and strategies to ensure a unified, coordinated, and effective governance framework for the country's maritime security and domain awareness, among other functions. Under the organizational umbrella of the National Maritime Council is the National Task Force for West Philippine Sea, chaired by the National Security Advisor. The mandate of the National Task Force for West Philippine Sea is to orchestrate, synchronize, and to operationalize the employment of capabilities of different agencies for a unified action relative to the WPS. On the strategic front, and as earlier stated, the UNCLOS and the 2016 Arbitral Award are the twin anchors of the Philippine policy and action at the SCS and WPS. The Philippines is likewise undertaking an aggressive stand for international support, not only by pursuing closer ties with allies and strategic partners, but also to a broader recalibration of its foreign policy. As an example, the Philippines, the United States, and Japan vowed to continue working together to enhance and deepen trilateral ties, particularly in the areas of economic, maritime, and technology cooperation. Further, the Philippine government advances diplomatic tools for a peace settlement of disputes, such as keeping communication lines open with China, filing diplomatic protest, issuance of note verbals and demarches, among others. As shown, growing number of countries have issued statements of support to the Philippines following the 2016 arbitral ruling and in line with the UNCLOS. Lastly, the Philippines successfully completed the 5th rotation and reprovision RORE mission in BRP Sierra Madre in Ayungin Shoal, in line with the Philippine-China understanding to prevent miscalculation in the area. The AFP viewed the mission as substantial demonstration in diplomatic and pragmatic cooperation in dealing with the issues in the SCS. Beyond the diplomatic response, the AFP and participating forces from other countries held casualty response simulation and heavy weapons training, conducting its 8th iteration, Kamandak 2024, integrated emerging doctrines for coastal defense and counter-landing operations, and other mill-to-mill activities, including unilateral training and the Balikatan exercise. One of the priorities of the government is transparency initiative, to publicize the aggressive action of China and get the support of the Filipinos and the international community. Just recently, the Philippine Coast Guard launched a comic book to raise awareness, especially in the rural areas, titled The Stories of Teacher June. Also, aside from WPS Provincial Caravan, the National Security Council, together with the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, held Fisher Folks Congress in local community to discuss sustainable fishing practices and strengthen partnership for peace and security in the WPS. On 08 November 2024, the President signed into law 2 measures to reinforce the Philippines' entitlement and responsibility within the maritime zone. The Philippine Maritime Zones Act declares the Philippine Maritime Zones in accordance with the standards set by the UNCLOS, which provide a clear and robust legal framework to protect and manage marine resources and entitlements, ensuring their sustainable use for the benefit of the Filipino people. The Archipelagic Sea Lanes Act establishes a system of archipelagic sea lanes and air routes through which foreign vessels and aircraft shall exercise archipelagic sea lanes passage. The designated ASL routes aim to facilitate safe passage for foreign ships and aircraft without compromising national security nor diminishing Philippine capacity to regulate such passage and exercise good environmental stewardship. During the New Year's call of the National Security Council last month, the National Security Advisor, Secretary Eduardo M. Año, called the year 2024 as the year of policy milestone, citing the National Security Policy 2023 to 2028 and the National Security Strategy 2024, both approved by the President, particularly to address issues in the WPS and SCS. The NSP identifies the national sovereignty and territorial integrity as one of the national security interests, subsequently making defense, military, maritime, air, land, space, and border security part of its 15-point national agenda. Moreover, the national security strategy is seen to enhance the country's ability to tackle complex security challenges both locally and globally, and is aligned with the provisions of the national security policy, which prioritizes 4 key areas. 1. Human capital development. 2. Institution building. 3. Efficient use of national power through diplomacy and defense. And 4. Fostering sustainable economic growth through resilience and legislative support. Finally, as a beloved citizen of the Republic of the Philippines, I believe that there is one thing that came out positively amidst the adversity in the WPS. It is a collective aspiration, patriotism, and unity of the Filipinos in protecting the national sovereignty and territorial integrity against any foreign power. This challenging time has made Filipinos resilient, resourceful, and stronger as a nation. That ends my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. Have a great day. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas.
Thank you very much. Outstanding presentation. We would ask now for Rear Admiral Ramo Jude Onig, Admiral Ronnie Gill Govan, and Attorney J. Bhattan Gopal. If you could please come to the dais. And we will hear first a video presentation from Congressman Eric Swalwell. So if
Before that, Congressman Pittenger, may we request that the resource speakers, the Honorable Emigdio P. Tanhuatco III and Deputy Director General Nestor C. Erico, to please stay on stage for a photo opportunity and for the turnover of the tokens with Congressman Robert Pittenger, to be joined by the Honorable Maricar Zamora and Deputy Secretary General Romulo Emmanuel Millaral Jr.
If we could now have the presentation by Congressman Eric Swalwell. Thank you.
Congressional District. Can't be with you in person, but I wanted to extend my sincere gratitude to Speaker Romualdez and Congressman Robert Pittenger for the invitation to join you at this forum. Your leadership in fostering global cooperation on security and economic resilience is invaluable. I appreciate you bringing together distinguished experts to provide crucial insights on the pressing security and economic challenges we face. I have the privilege of representing a vibrant and dynamic Filipino population in the Bay Area. Over the years, I've seen firsthand their contributions to our economy, our culture, and our communities. I've also witnessed their deep ties to family and loved ones in the Philippines. In Congress, I've always supported America's role in ensuring security, stability, and resilience across the globe. That's why in 2014, I was proud that the first bill I passed in the House of Representatives helped accelerate recovery efforts for those impacted by Typhoon Haiyan in the Philippines. As the world faces a new set of challenges that threaten freedom, peace, and stability, it's clear that no nation can go it alone. Forums like yours make sure that partnerships remain intact. So we have to continue to work together to strengthen our security, enhance technological cooperation, and build on our economic ties. From critical materials to semiconductors and artificial intelligence, economic interdependencies are now a core challenge of national security policy. The U.S. and the Philippines are partners in forging new partnerships across the Indo-Pacific to untangle our dependence on China. That means investing in smart and sustainable supply chains, fortifying networks against cyber threats, and incentivizing innovation and technology. The theme of this forum is the matter of Taiwan, exploring a long-standing flashpoint of the Indo-Pacific. Taiwan is a global success story that shows how investing in technology and innovation can bring prosperity and security. The success of TSMC has made Taiwan an indispensable fixture of the global economy. It's always been a partner of great geopolitical importance to the United States, but it's now a central player in the modern digital economy. Most everyone sitting here today has a Taiwanese chip in their pockets. But partnering with and defending Taiwan is not merely a matter of economic importance. It's about securing the right of all democracies to self-determination, the right of free peoples everywhere to choose their political destiny and share in their collective success. The United States has always defended freedom and democracy, and the Philippines is an irreplaceable partner in that respect. So deterring Chinese aggression against Taiwan or any other country in the region is the best way to maintain peace across the strait, and a strong U.S.-Philippines relationship is key to that effort. When like-minded nations stand together, we send a powerful message to autocrats like Xi and Putin. We won't be divided, we will not be deterred, and will always defend the values that unite us. Thank you again to the Speaker and Congressman Pittenger for inviting me to join you today. I look forward to seeing all of you soon.
Very good. I would now call on the Rear Admiral Rommel Jude on a thank you.
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon. In my presentation, I'll try to bridge, based on the presentation earlier from the earlier panel from my good friend General Jericho, and try to bridge it with the forthcoming presentation of another good friend, Admiral Gaban, later on in my panel. Next slide, please. Based on this slide, we can discern the extent of China's global and maritime ambition. And what we can discern are three, what we call maritime axes of advance. The northern one would explain away why President Trump is interested in Greenland, because it's an axis of advance headed towards the Arctic Ocean, leading towards Europe. The second, the middle axis of advance, cuts through East Asia to the Mid-Pacific and to South America, and explains away why State Secretary Rubio is in Panama right now. And the third axis of advance is one the Philippines is familiar with. It cuts through South China Sea, Malacca Strait, Indian Ocean. Then from there, it diverges to the Middle East for oil, Africa for resources, and Europe for trade. This axis of advance explains away China's both maritime and economic lines of efforts. Next slide, please. The 9-dash line or 10-dash line has been legally debunked. But from a naval perspective, 9-dash line makes sense. It's all about sea control. China intends to assert sea control over the East and the South China Sea. particularly controlling the sea lines of communication that cuts across the coastal states of Japan, Taiwan, Philippines, and northern Borneo. Next slide, please. This is not a Philippine problem, but it affects East Asia. This is about the disparity between the PLA Navy and the US Navy. This is based on the report of the US Congressional Research Service in 2020, which simply states that as of 2015, the PL Navy, in terms of combatant vessels, has surpassed the US Navy. And the trajectory of that disparity is still increasing. Now, you begs the question, how does it affect us here in the region? It creates what we call an imbalance of regional naval power. Okay? The combined navies of East Asia could not match the PLA Navy. And we're not even including the Coast Guard and the militia. Next slide, please. This disparity or imbalance of naval power creates the ecosystem or the opportunity for China's maritime forces, which is a combination of the PLA Navy, the Chinese Coast Guard, and the militia, plus its occupied isles and features in the Spratlys, to exert or to provide the enablers for sea control, not only the South China Sea, but also in East Asia. At the heart of this maritime activity is, of course, the Central Committee and the Central Military Commission. One of the reasons why we have disagreement with the concept of gray zone is the fact that it only reflects the actions of the Coast Guard and the militia. And I believe that the Philippines' move to rename it as ICAD is actually the correct position. Next slide, please. This slide I borrowed from John Cole. He works with the Prospect Foundation right now in Taiwan. It reflects the influence operations and how it best describes China's political warfare. The more important component from a maritime sense would be the sixth one in terms of economic and psychological coercion. I believe that China's actions in Scarborough Shoal, in Reed Bank, and basically the entire breadth of the West Philippine Sea is a form of economic and psychological coercion designed to shatter the Filipinos' will to fight and moral ascendancy. Next slide, please. Taking all these things together, what I'm trying to say is the Philippines is confronted by two lines of effort, the sharp power end of China and its hard power part. The obvious one is, of course, the hard power part, which is manifesting in terms of the PLA Navy, the Coast Guard, and the militia. But at the back end of that is the sharp power end of China's power, which is manifesting in terms of diplomatic, economic, and as well as propaganda lines of efforts. Mix it all together, the impact of influence operations and gray zone or ICAD operations is designed not only is eventually to control the South China Sea. Next slide, please. If we could deconstruct it further in terms of the instruments of diplomacy, propaganda, military, and economic aspects, and how it impacts on the political, economic, socioeconomic, technological, environmental, and military aspects, this is how it would look like. Next slide, please. And in this slide, we are looking at the potential responses of the region with respect to the actions of China. Next slide, please. If I am sitting right now in the general headquarters in Camp Aguinaldo, this will be my threat board. The Philippines is looking at a 360-degree threat. Historically, Philippines has considered its threat axis coming from the west because of China and the south because of transnational terrorism. But because of the uptick of China's activities, we now are looking also at the north because of Taiwan and the east because of China's actions in the Mid-Pacific, particularly in Solomon Islands. when I give this lecture to my students at school, I will always say jokingly that the Philippines, at some point, if this is not addressed, will now feel how it feels to be a chicken sandwich, placed in between the first and the second island chain. Next slide, please. ICAD manifests in the following, in terms of blockade of Second Thomas Shoal, quote-unquote blockade. My friend Dr. J. Batumbakal always cautions me not to use the word blockade because it's an act of war. So sometimes I use quasi-blockade, but this time I use quote-unquote blockade of Scarborough, Second Thomas Shoal. Mission kill tactics of Philippine Navy vessels, supply vessels. The blockade of Scarborough Shoal, and of course, the constructive occupation of Whitsun Reef by using or nesting several militia vessels together and basically occupying the feature without leaving for a certain period of time. Against all these, next slide please. The Philippines has looked at Transparency Initiative as a way to break the information space, to counter Chinese propaganda and to put forward the truth versus the falsehood that Beijing is trying to propagate. Next slide. Also, for some period of time, the Philippines has not patrolled its exclusive economic zone, particularly Scarborough Shoal. But with the directive coming to President Marcos, we have at some point finally restored our presence in those key areas. Next slide, please. On the military side, we're looking at developing the capabilities to at least be able to deter Chinese preponderance of force in the West Philippine Sea. We've acquired the BrahMos anti-ship missile system from India as a sea denial system, but of course it's not enough. When we planned for this was in 2016, but the advent or the preponderance of militia vessels tell us we need to look at other systems like drones to address the preponderance of fishery militia vessels. Next slide, please. Philippines is part of a complex set of minilaterals. One mentioned earlier this morning is about the trilateral between the US, Japan, and the Philippines, which offers some hope in terms of looking at a joint effort to counter Chinese activities in the area. In this month, we will have two more I will personally be involved in two track 2 engagements. One would be a trilateral between the Philippines, Japan, and Australia. And later on, a trilateral between Taiwan, the Philippines, and Japan. This tells you that the geometry of minilateral arrangements put forward in the region is actually a response to the region's worry that the hub and spokes that has defined the security architecture based on Indo-PACOM or PACOM's presence is somewhat diminishing. Next slide, please. We are also looking at, within ASEAN, certain mechanisms that may offer hope as confidence-building measures, such as the ASEAN Guidelines for Maritime Interaction, the ASEAN Coast Guard Forum, and the ASEAN Agreement on Aeronautical and Maritime Search and Rescue Cooperation. These are benign arrangements which can involve as well China in terms of activities, and this could be opportunities as for confidence and trust building. Next slide, please. There was a time that I was asked to discuss on the potentials for Quad, and one of the proposals I propounded was one. If Quad can be, if the US cannot be in the Indo-Pacific all by itself, the Quad needs to look at creating spheres of cooperation within the region, with India taking the South Asia part, as well as Southeast Asia, the Philippines, as well as the other countries taking care of East Asia, and Australia and France in the Mid-Pacific. These spheres of cooperation would hopefully be mutually supporting and create synergy to at least provide modicum of strength or robustness to deal with China. Takeaways. Next slide, please. If we're looking at the potential scenarios that we face in the region, there are two that I am concerned with. The upper right scenario is something that we are now facing, is the potential of China having effective sea control of the East and the South China Sea. Basically because, as I discussed earlier, because of the preponderance of force of its Navy, Coast Guard, and militia. The second one, the lower left scenario, is something that will be the potential outcome of a diminished presence of U.S. activities in the region, which would be a rise of other middle powers such as Japan, Australia, and maybe Indonesia, taking the cudgels for a diminished U.S. presence. Next slide. From the practical, let me go to theoretical. If we look at what is happening in the Southeast Asia and the South China Sea, we can look at two distinguished gentlemen as a basis for maybe describing what's happening. First one will be the American naval strategist Alfred Thayer Mahan, who wrote The Influence of Sea Power Upon History, and what formed the basis of U.S. Navy's doctrines. The second one is a French officer, David Galula, who wrote the book on counterinsurgency. Those two gentlemen could body of work could best describe what is happening now in the South China Sea. Next slide, please. I was once asked to write for the U.S. naval proceedings on the thematic area of maritime counterinsurgency. So if we say that China's ICAD gray zone is actually a form of maritime insurgency, obviously what we need is a maritime counterinsurgency campaign to deal with China. And using David Galula's 4 laws of counterinsurgency, I propounded that one, we need to look at ASEAN or Southeast Asia as the center of gravity of the region. Second, we need to support the second law. We don't need the entire ASEAN or Southeast Asia engaged. We just need a minilateral coalition of like-minded and dedicated states to deal with counterbalancing or countervailing China, such as a US, Japan, Philippine trilateral. Third is we need credibility and sustainability of efforts. Simply put, we do not want a second version of the Scarborough Shoal standoff of 2012 happening, because that is one thing that debunks the credibility of the US in the region. And the fourth one is you need a theory of victory. And speaking of theory of victory, next slide, we go back to Iceland and UK Cod War of the 1950s, 60s, 70s, wherein we have a small country like Iceland able to overcome the prowess of the UK when they were fighting over their maritime claims, and this was during pre-UNCLOS years. Iceland was able to overcome UK for the following reasons. One, they have greater national will. They have demonstrated asymmetry of interests. They were able to take political risks, and they were able to use non-lethal innovative tactics. Taking off from the theory of victory of Iceland, next. Last year, my policy center wrote and presented the Filipino theory of victory, and it's based on a national will, concept of national will. National will is based on one, the political will of the state, and the people's will of the general population together. Next slide. That Filipino theory of victory requires certain attributes. As described in the slide, it must restore the Filipinos' access to its entitlements, energize the discriminating Filipino electorate to vote for the proper politicians, avoid direct conflict with China, resist China malign influence, ensure the business industries are resilient against Chinese economic coercion, and lastly, to be able to employ its convening power to engage the other countries in the region. Filipino theory of victory requires also synergy among its leadership, political leadership, to be able to work together to able to provide the proper leadership, direction, and strategy. Next slide. Now, a theory of victory needs an implementing guideline, and that is a dual-track strategy, a denial strategy to address the current situation, and a cost imposition strategy in case of conflict. Next slide. If I am to write the campaign plan for that strategy, it will appear like this. It is multi-domain and can be responsive in terms of cross-domain situations. At the end of the day, the political end state that we desire is a Filipino who are enlightened, responsible citizenry, willing to fight and resist threats against its way of life and national patrimony, and a state which adheres to the rule of law, pursues the country's national interests, and a public that supports the President's national security agenda. Next slide. Final takeaway, we need a holistic maritime defense and security strategy. We need to look at multi-domain challenges: space, air, maritime, homeland, cyber, and cognitive. Agencies need to break down the institutional stovepipes that prevent cooperation and synergy. The Philippines needs to leverage alliance and partnerships. And lastly, the sea lines of communications, such as Bashi Channel, will be the decisive points of future conflict. That ends my presentation. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you, sir. We much appreciate your presentation. Admiral Gavin?
Yes, thank you very much, Congressman Bob Pittenger, sir. To my fellow speakers, the distinguished delegates of this forum, my fellow workers in the Coast Guard and in the Philippine government, we're allies and friends, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. We are gathered here today not only to exchange ideas and engage in discourse, but to reinforce our common ideals and aspirations, and that is to advance a rules-based international order. However, we face myriad challenges to maintain this order. Certain entities and individuals earnestly attempt to meddle and undermine the ideals that we and those who came before us hold true and dear. The West Philippine Sea issue has since been seen as a critical issue that threatens rules-based international order. Even with the landmark 2016 arbitral award, which reaffirmed our sovereign rights and maritime entitlements under international law, China consistently defies what is stipulated therein, which in turn violates our maritime rights and entitlement. To the esteemed lawmakers, parliamentarians, policymakers, and security experts gathered here today, we recognize that we are all partners in addressing the pressing security, economic, and geopolitical challenges that shape our world. On behalf of the Philippine Coast Guard, allow me to share with you some of our efforts and initiatives in countering gray zone tactics in the South China Sea, particularly in the West Philippine Sea, through security and the transparency initiative that we have. In recent years, China has intensified its illegal, coercive, aggressive, and deceptive actions in the West Philippine Sea. Philippine state vessels, including those of the Philippine Coast Guard, the Philippine Navy, the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, have been repeatedly targeted by aggressive actions by Chinese vessels. Our ships have been subjected to shadowing, dangerous maneuvers, water cannons, and even ramming, all deliberate attempts to intimidate and undermine our lawful presence in our own waters as we pursue maritime governance as practicing law enforcers. But perhaps more alarming is that even ordinary Filipino fishermen who rely on the sea for their livelihood continue to face harassment, intimidation, and displacement by foreign actors in our own waters. This is not only unjust, but also directly impacts the economic well-being of thousands of Filipino families. China's actions as we see them contravene international law and the principles of a rules-based order. Principles that ensure peace, stability, and fairness among nations regardless of size or power. Despite these challenges, the Philippine Coast Guard, as you have seen, has remained calm, professional, yet unyielding in defending our national interest. First among our efforts is the enhancement of our maritime domain awareness capabilities. The Philippine Coast Guard ensures that continuous monitoring of our maritime domain using advanced surveillance technologies, intelligence-driven patrols, and enhanced Coast Guard presence. With the addition of modern vessels, the Philippine Coast Guard has significantly increased its patrol effort, including humanitarian missions over the past few years. Yet, as an archipelagic nation with vast maritime jurisdiction, we must be creative in utilizing our resources to ensure effective maritime governance. In addition to regular maritime and aerial patrols over key areas in the West Philippine Sea, we also make use of surveillance technologies including AIS or Automatic Identification System and Canada's Dark Vessel Detection System and other means which were made possible through the much improved budgetary allocation for the Coast Guard and through strong collaboration with our international partners. Likewise, information sharing and intelligence cooperation with key stakeholders in the security sector ensure that reports are verified and collated to create a more comprehensive and accurate operational picture. As a result of our intelligence-driven operations and our optimized capabilities, the Philippine Coast Guard is now able to proactively address the emerging threats in the West Philippine Sea. While discussing emerging threats and challenges in the Philippine maritime domain, one of the most concerning developments in recent months has been the deployment of China Coast Guard 5901, or most commonly referred to as the monster ship, several China Coast Guard ships near Bajo de Masinloc. This 165-meter vessel has been used in the past to intimidate other Southeast Asian nations, such as Vietnam and Indonesia, in response to lawful maritime activities. Now it is being deployed against us, the Philippines. In response, the Philippine Coast Guard has maintained its presence in the area, deploying the largest we have, the 97-meter OPVs, and the 83-meter OPVs, and our 44-meter patrol ships. All that we have, along with our modest surveillance assets, to monitor and challenge the illegal presence of China Coast Guard in our EEZ. This operation underscores our unwavering commitment to defending Philippine sovereignty and ensuring the West Philippine Sea remains governed by international law, not by unilateral action. all non-acquiescence activities are being pursued with the Philippine Coast Guard. In April last year, we were able to monitor the swarming of at least 14 to 30 maritime militia vessels around the vicinity of Escoda Shoal. Considering that there were reports on possible reclamation activities and sightings of illegal structures in the area, we dispatched our 97-meter BRP Teresa Magbanwa for a long-term deployment and maritime patrol to effectively project Philippine presence and administrative authority. Notably, several attempts by the Philippine Coast Guard vessel to provide supplies to BRP Teresa Magbanwa were met by highly aggressive actions by China Coast Guard vessels. In August, while BRP Teresa Magbanwa was conducting a small-scale maritime patrol inside the Escoda Shoal, the China Coast Guard and maritime militia vessels subjected the Philippine Coast Guard vessel to various forms of harassments, including radio challenges, dangerous maneuvers, and ramming. In mid-September, BRP Teresa Magbanwa departed from Escoda Shoal, where it spent a total of 152 sea days, the longest deployment for a Philippine Coast Guard ship so far, uninterrupted at Escoda Shoal. Now please allow me to zero in on the main focus of our discussion today, the Philippine Coast Guard's Transparency Initiative in the West Philippine Sea. We firmly believe that transparency is a key pillar of our strategy in the West Philippine Sea. By exposing unlawful and coercive behavior, we prevent intimidation tactics from operating in the shadows. We made reputational cost higher. The Transparency Initiative aims to raise public awareness and highlight our rights in the West Philippine Sea, while also exposing Chinese unlawful actions, aggressive behaviors, and bullying tactics. Towards this objective, the Philippine Coast Guard, on guidance of the National Task Force West Philippine Sea and the National Maritime Council, regularly releases verified reports, images, and videos of incidents and encounters in the West Philippine Sea. Our close collaboration with the media, the private sector, and international partners ensures that truth reaches the globe very, very swiftly. With the support of our esteemed partners, we in the Philippine Coast Guard remain committed to effectively targeting and countering the spread of fake news and disinformation. In addition, one of our most significant efforts was the inaugural Manila Dialogue on the South China Sea. In November last year, we brought together government officials, policy experts, and academics from all over Southeast Asia and beyond to promote truth, cooperation, and maritime security. The Transparency Initiative does not only seek to raise awareness, but also holds aggressors accountable, mobilizes international support, and most significantly, it is to reinforce and support President Ferdinand Marcos Jr.'s assertion that we Filipinos do not yield. The Philippine Coast Guard will not yield. Lastly, we all know that security is a shared responsibility. Our efforts have been well received by our fellow Filipinos. According to a recent survey, an overwhelming 91% of Filipino adults are now aware of the West Philippine Sea issue, while 84% of Filipinos support the national government efforts to protect and assert our maritime rights. Notably, our efforts to assert our maritime rights while exposing unlawful and aggressive activities in the West Philippine Sea have also garnered international attention and support. More countries are now speaking out against coercive actions and expressing solidarity with the Philippines. This growing international support has strengthened defense cooperation, contributing to the modernization of the Philippine Coast Guard. All these initiatives are geared towards improving our maritime domain awareness, asserting our rights over our waters, and most importantly, towards carrying out our intergenerational mandate of keeping every Filipino, regardless of age and background, aware of their maritime rights and entitlements. And finally, on behalf of my fellow Coast Guardians, 34,000 plus in all, perhaps the largest now in Southeast Asia, and maybe the second in Asia next to China, I express my sincerest gratitude to the conveners for the honor to be here today and to share with you what and how the Philippine Coast Guard has been trying to fare in this new geopolitical game. Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much, everyone. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas. Mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you, Admiral Gavin. Extremely helpful presentation. We'd like to now call on Professor J. Badanloko.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Honored guests and attendees here at the forum, good afternoon and welcome to the Philippines, since it's the first time you're having this forum here. As expected, being the last speaker on the same topic, I find myself with very little to say, given that several have already given detailed accounts of various aspects of the current state of play in the West Philippine Sea. Nonetheless, what I would like to do is basically to leave you with more or less three broad images with key points to remember, which essentially summarize everything that you've heard in the past hour or so. And I hope that this memory aid, shall we say, these takeaways can be helpful in, number one, allowing you and your respective constituencies when you go back home to understand the Philippines' current situation and the real score, shall we say, of what's happening here in the South China Sea and the West Philippine Sea, particularly with respect to the Philippines-China disputes. Number two, from that understanding, we hope that you can then also see things from our perspective and understand the reasons for why we are doing these things, which for some might be either puzzling, given that we are a less powerful country that's facing up to the most powerful country in this region, and for others seem to cast us in the role of puppets or troublemakers, which is what some unfortunately tend to start off with in viewing the Philippines' actions and what it is doing here in the West Philippines and South China Sea. But third, most important, I hope that with this broad understanding and all the information that you've now been absorbing the past hour or so, you would be able to then see that joining together, cooperating and helping each other in facing up to the situation is really something that we all have to do, especially when we see that the world is turning a little bit more, say, unpredictable and uncomfortable than what we would like. No? So hopefully this will give you some food for thought. First slide, please. First of all, what is happening right now can be best illustrated by what you see on the screen. These are three maps of the activities of Chinese vessels, both government and militia vessels, in the South China Sea. And what you see is since 2020, proceeding from left to right, no? We've seen a visible increase in the patrol tracks and the presence of these various vessels, both military, government, i.e. China Coast Guard, and militia vessels, no? Which are supposedly private fishing vessels, but are actually acting in coordination with the China Coast Guard. And not seen here, of course, are the PLA Navy vessels that are also there. And what is happening essentially from all the activities that have been presented before you is that China is engaging in what I'm referring to as persistent presence and maritime exclusion operations. No? Yes, Admiral Ong, I'm still trying to avoid the word blockade so as to not confuse it with the term blockade, which is an act of war under the laws of armed conflict. No? But persistent presence and maritime exclusion is a term I'm using to more clearly describe what they're doing in a peacetime, well, in a technically peacetime situation. And that is by saturating, essentially, the South China Sea with their government and private or paramilitary assets. They are essentially now excluding the littoral countries from the South China Sea. On the part of the Philippines, particularly, our fishermen have been, especially in the last few years, have been telling of how just seeing Chinese Coast Guard and Chinese militia vessels on the horizon already fills them with a sense of dread and fear, because they've seen some instances where Filipino fishing vessels were rammed by these Chinese vessels. They've been subjected on numerous occasions to intimidation by Chinese Coast Guard vessels, not only in their large boats, but also in small rubber boats circling around them menacingly. They've seen firsthand also the incidents between Philippine government vessels and Chinese vessels in some of the incidents that you've seen earlier. And what they're doing now is that this saturation is basically concentrated around the low-lying areas in the South China Sea, sheltering reefs and low tide elevations. And they are trying to establish continuous presence through these various assets, especially the maritime militia, which are fishing vessels, but they don't do much fishing. They're there basically to just establish continuous presence on the fishing grounds, which intimidates and scares away our fishermen. These are in addition to the artificial islands that they've now established fully as forward operating bases for their Coast Guard, their Navy, as well as their militia. Since the establishment of those artificial islands in the southern part of the South China Sea, i.e. on the 7 reefs that they occupied, they've been able to create this presence, which is now continuous all across the South China Sea. Okay? And by using these as forward operating bases, they're now engaged in actively excluding and interfering with all activities, whether private or government, of the Philippines. And we expect that they also are doing the same with, against other countries like Vietnam, Malaysia, and Indonesia. The current focal points on our side of the South China Sea, which we call the West Philippine Sea, are the reefs mentioned earlier, Bajo de Masinloc or Scarborough Shoal, Escoda Shoal, and Rosul Reef, as well as what we call Ayungin Shoal or Second Thomas Shoal in the international charts. Okay? Could you click the slide one more time? So this is as of 2024, and you see again the increase in the number and intensity. And this is just the moving tracks. If you were to look at other data, you would also see pinpoints of the presence, indicating the presence of these vessels all across the South China Sea. And especially in the last year, this persistent presence and interference operations, these exclusion operations, have begun to move above the sea. In the past year, the Philippine Air Force has reported a marked increase in sightings and detections of aircraft, mostly drone aircraft, but sometimes also combat aircraft. And that's why there were, I think you also saw some incidents, some pictures of an incident involving Chinese combat aircraft interfering with or trying to intimidate Philippine aerial patrols just on our side of the South China Sea. And certainly these exclusion zones are being enforced by them around the 7 artificial islands. Okay? And so they're basically expanding this exclusion slowly, incrementally over the years. For now, many of our fishermen, who after all venture into these areas in small traditional boats, averaging around 20 tons, biggest probably is around 70 tons, but they're all wooden traditional boats. They are intimidated naturally by the steel-hulled boats of the Chinese, which are reinforced with their reinforced hulls designed for ramming other ships. And I think you saw some pictures earlier or videos earlier of those vessels. So they are actively engaging in this and trying again with the objective of intimidating the Philippines into giving up its rights and entitlements in the West Philippine Sea. Now, in addition to fishing activities, they've also deployed their marine scientific research vessels repeatedly into the South China Sea, engaging in resource exploration with the obvious intention of, in the future, probably tapping these resources. So we have a problem here where the rights and entitlements of the Philippines are slowly and surely being whittled away by these operations. For this reason, the Philippines has even more strongly tried to cast a light on what is going on. And that is why the Transparency Initiative has been achieving its objectives in revealing to the world what is really going on, despite the statements coming out from the People's Republic of China. Next slide, please. Because that is the other side of this coin, the information warfare that is going on, trying to cast the Philippines as the troublemaker, the one that's always creating problems in the South China Sea, the one that's creating environmental damage, and so on and so forth. Especially in the past year, you see here just some snippets of various Chinese news outlets and various entities on Twitter and social media. They've all been basically repeating the same line that all of these troubles and issues in the South China Sea are caused by the Philippines, acting as a puppet of the United States. Trying to stir up trouble, to cast a bad light upon China, and so on and so forth. Not considering, or rather totally ignoring the fact that these troubles are all taking place 1,000 miles, 1,000 kilometers or more from the Chinese coastline, but only about 100 and sometimes only 60 nautical miles from the Philippines. And that the Philippines, in all of these instances, is only trying to exercise its rights and entitlements under UNCLOS, under international law, whereas China continues to assert its unilateral claim of ownership, sovereignty, sovereign rights, or other relevant rights, or whatever vague term it is that they use in all of these waters. And these information operations, I think, are in high gear, especially abroad. Okay? And that's why speaking at fora where there are international delegates is also very important for us. Next slide, please. For us, this is not about strategic military considerations primarily. For the Philippines, as you see there, it's about our rights and entitlements to natural resources in our exclusive economic zone and continental shelf. This is something that the Philippines, together with other developing countries, fought for, negotiated for during the negotiations for the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea back in the 70s. If you recall, the United States, for example, and the maritime powers would have preferred that the rights and entitlements of states be limited as much as possible to the territorial sea. But it took the developing states to advocate for the expansion of these rights, resulting in the creation of the concept of the exclusive economic zone, a concept that was spearheaded actually by the African states, and quickly supported by many of the other developing states around the world. And the compromise reached between the maritime powers was to recognize these natural resource rights in exchange for guarantees of mobility across these waters. So for the Philippines, as a smaller, less powerful nation, and most importantly as an archipelagic and maritime nation, the seas bear great importance because we have an intuitive, we basically intuitively know that our future lies in our seas. We know that our archipelagic and inter-island waters are important. We also know that the resources in the waters around us are important. And here in the West Philippine Sea, considering that the fisheries here historically have contributed about 20% of our fisheries production, and anywhere from 30 to 40% of our coral reefs, the coral reefs that we claim are in the West Philippine Sea, then we know that this is vital for our food security. We also know that the untapped and unexplored petroleum resources of the Philippines are likely to be found in the West Philippine Sea, given the exploration that has been undertaken in this area since the 1970s. If there is any oil to be found in the Philippines, it is more likely to be found in the West Philippine Sea. And therefore, the West Philippine Sea is also vital to our energy security, and that is an important element for our economic security well into the future. And that's why this has become a very important issue for us. Now, this is taking place within a situation, as also already intimated, of strategic competition and geopolitical competition. And the problem here is that we are right in the middle of a vital spot in the world. Pakiclick yung isang slide. China, I believe, when it comes to the South China Sea, China's objectives and interests are really primarily military and strategic. So you see a mismatch between their interests and ours. And because of that military and strategic imperative, China seeks to protect its southern coast from what it perceives to be its potential adversaries, who can approach only from various vectors along the ocean. Paki-click lang. And two places right now are key for them to respond to this. Taiwan, which will be discussed in a later session, and the Philippines, as you see. Because between the Philippines and Taiwan, or the Philippines and Taiwan rather, straddle two important sea areas. Okay? Isang click na. Any potential adversary for China would approach from either of these two areas. And therefore, it is vital for China to be able to control these sea areas. And Taiwan and the Philippines particularly are key to this. Isang click. Pakiclick mo na. Yan. If China is to respond well to any potential adversary approaching from these three vectors, isang click ulit. Taiwan, and one more, and the Philippines are right between them. And therefore, either dominance, control, or influence is vital for any Chinese strategy to defend itself from these potential adversaries. And that's why we are right now very highly contested. That is one reason why the pressure is very, very high on Taiwan, and next to Taiwan, it would be us. You can also see from this map why we seem to be standing alone and why it is relatively easy for China to try to isolate the Philippines. For ASEAN, you can immediately notice that the continental ASEAN states there on the left side, literally they have very different interests and priorities, as you can see just from the map. And other insular ASEAN states like Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, etc., have the advantage and the benefit of distance and time. Before China can reach them, China has to go through the Philippines first. And so that is one reason why when it comes to ASEAN, Philippines, and the South China Sea and China, we seem to be standing alone. We seem to be an outlier. And for China, we seem to be the troublemaker. But for us, it's not about making trouble. It's about defending what is supposed to be ours. After all, during the United Nations Convention on Law of Sea negotiations, when we were talking about the exclusive economic zone, when we were advocating for it, China was on the side of the developing states, advocating as well for the recognition of such rights, because that was, during those times, an attempt of the developing states to try to prevent superior or more powerful states, the so-called distant water fishing states, from taking away their resources simply because they had the capacity and capability through technology and fleets. Well, guess what? Some decades later, China is now in their place. They're the ones with the fishing fleets, with the capacity and the technology, and now they've turned around and decided that the Southeast Asian states are not entitled to EEZs or continental shelves in the South China Sea. And so we need to clarify this for all of us who might have an interest in this issue. I hope that these 3 slides give you a very vivid illustration of what is going on and why we need to help each other to try to protect the current system of international law in the South China Sea and the West Philippine Sea, as well as the Greater Pacific. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Do we have any questions from the floor for these distinguished panelists? Mr. Strand.
Would one consider that the reason why the Chinese are violating your borders and have all these problems with the flights is that they have shitty technology? They're bad sailors, they can't navigate? Could one consider that it was actually skills, lack of skills among the Chinese since they do these things? I think it maybe be something you should consider and do it in the open space. And just make fun of it, to be honest.
Well, yes, it's possible it's a factor. For example, the maritime militia vessels, there are studies that show that the people who crew these maritime militia vessels are actually people from the mountains. So the way they act at sea is not the way that seasoned fishermen interact with each other. The problem, however, is that China doesn't care, and they have not actually been responsible. They've not acted responsibly to call these people to make sure that they, for example, respect others' rights. In 2019, a Chinese maritime militia vessel ran through a Philippine fishing boat that was just anchored on Reed Bank. They ran through it, the vessel sank, they did not even render assistance. The people on the boat had to wait for like 7 to 9 hours before they could be assisted by a Vietnamese fishing vessel that happened to be nearby. But even then, it took them that long to get to that vessel. 2 of the fishermen, fortunately, they had one of the smaller 2-man boats. It was not damaged, so they were able to seek assistance. But that's the kind of situation we face here, that they are simply not acting as a responsible state, and they allow their people to be set loose upon everyone else. And so these incidents happen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sadler.
Thank you. Brent Sadler from the Heritage Foundation. At the risk of perhaps pushing into something that may not be too publicly discussed, back in December there was a very large Chinese Coast Guard and PLA naval presence. It was a very odd time of year. It was a very large, unannounced, and not really responded to from any queries to spokespeople in Beijing. I was kind of curious, the 3 panel members, what your thoughts were or insights from that December very large, I think it was over 80 ships that moved into the Philippine Sea. Thanks.
I'm the one who has to answer because I'm not responsible. But, well, 70 ships is actually a small number, considering that every day there are at least 150 to 200 militia vessels in the West Philippine Sea, probably more in the northern part. No? These days, this is based on my own interactions with our fishermen from that area because I'm assisting some organizations. They now encounter these militia vessels as close as 20 nautical miles from the shore, just either loitering or sailing through. So 70 vessels is actually not unusual. No? And well, it's not so good to hear, but we seem to have gotten used to it. No? But it still doesn't make it right. Mm.
Oh, so maybe a little different, but it's okay. I think
70.
Yes, sir. Right here, we have a question. Thank you.
Hi, Eric Lachica from U.S. Filipinos for Good Governance, Washington, D.C. Being an amateur at this geopolitical situation, isn't the Philippines playing a more placate, or what do you call, appeasement role here, despite all the diplomatic protests? I was thinking outside of the box. If you want to put consequences, political, diplomatic consequences on China, the People's Republic, why don't you explore playing your Taiwanese card? To be frank, hindi ba? Won't it be more feasible to send, Xi Jinping? If you guys gonna not respect Philippine sovereignty, we can talk to our Taiwanese friends. For example, white ship strategy, why don't the Philippine Coast Guard work with the Taiwanese Coast Guard? Let's send a very strong signal. That would be a natural allies in this geopolitical chess game. Anong tingin niyo? What's your approach there? Is it parang, Filipinos have been known for being very nice people. That's the problem. We're not being taken seriously. That's for the panelists. Ako, civilian lang tayo. Thank you.
I'll answer because Admiral Gaban cannot answer that. Okay, it doesn't mean that if nothing is visibly happening, doesn't mean that nothing is happening. Okay. What I mean is, as I mentioned earlier in my discussion, there's a lot of variation of Track 2 and Track 1.5 activities happening involving the Philippines and Taiwan for the past few years. And this means there's an attempt to actually informally collaborate or cooperate with Taiwan in terms of how do we deal with our northern friend. Okay? But it's gonna take, it's not gonna be sort of an overnight solution. Okay? We still need to work around the one China policy. And that's the basic impediment for government. So the best approach would be doing it below the radar, involving non-government people like Dr. Batombakal, operating sub rosa in this type of activities.
Thank you. We understand. Thank you, gentlemen. We much appreciate your presentations. Very insightful. Now we would like to have our presentation coming up on countering foreign interference and economic coercion, the experience of the Indo-Pacific, with the Honorable Robert Ace S. Barbers, Chairperson of the Committee of Dangerous Drugs.
We request our resource speakers, Rear Admiral Rommel Jude G. Ong, Admiral Ronnie Hill L. Gavan, and Attorney J. L. Batombakal, to please stay on stage for a photo opportunity and for the extension of tokens with Congressman Robert Pittenger, to be joined by the Honorable Robert Ace Barbers and Deputy Secretary General Grace N. Andres. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Excellent presentation.
Thank you,
I'll
sir.
try to get y'all off that last question.
Yes, sir.
So should I take notes from Robert? Yeah? I'll probably do it on the rostrum.
I'd ask now for Chairperson Robert Barbers for his presentation.
Oh, thank you, Robert. To our honored guests, fellow parliamentarians, technology experts, policy experts, distinguished guests, and esteemed audience. As guardians of the future navigating unprecedented uncertainty under complicated, fast-changing conditions beyond our control, it is essential not only to create a safe and secure space for the present, free from any unwarranted foreign interference, but to prepare strategically for any plausible future with hostile elements. For this purpose, the vital key is to learn sense-making capability, practice strategic foresight, and embed anticipatory governance. The aim should exceed resilience, the ability to endure and recover from adversity, but attain the desirable quality described as anti-fragility, thriving, not merely surviving in these wicked times, but by finding clarity in disruptive ambiguity, transforming novel threats into creative opportunities, ultimately building back better and stronger as a unified nation despite extraordinary difficulties. This is the way to future-proof our country, our institutions, and our citizens adapting with agility and sustainability in a, quote, tuna world, unquote. Tuna is an acronym for turbulent, uncertain, novel, and ambiguous. It cannot be overlooked that the Indo-Pacific region is characterized by rapidly changing and highly unpredictable tuna environment, where geopolitical tensions and geo-economic confrontations remain present realities and future possibilities. The Indo-Pacific's interconnected expanse stretches from the Indian to the Pacific Ocean, covering 40 countries and growing economies in the Pacific region, South Asia and Southeast Asia, with 66% of the global population, 60% of world's gross domestic production, and 50% of maritime transport traversing its busiest international sea lanes. Tremendously rich in diverse unexplored natural resources, it is a notorious hotspot for naval encounters in which our country figures prominently, revealing the growing footprint of China. Therein lies the Indo-Pacific strategic importance, critical for both major and rising powers, including the United States, China, Japan, Singapore, Australia, Canada, India, United Kingdom, Germany, and the European Union, all deserving to advance their respective national interest. In the backdrop, the United States and China, with competing visions for the future of the region, are locked in a long-term strategic competition for domination over resource exploration, trade, and defense. The means by which states promote their national interests and achieve their state objectives vary through the exercise of soft power and hard power. Soft power includes the transparent and legitimate use of coordinated, integrated, and synchronized influence to shape the action of a state or action of a state actor in favor of another. Among common approaches include diplomacy, partnership, advocacy, cooperation, and dialogue. For instance, the Philippines joined founding members Japan, India, and the United States in the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, or the IPEF, launched by former United States President Joe Biden. India changed course
and officially recognized the legitimacy of the arbitral ruling in The Hague for the Philippines. The One Belt, One Road initiative of China that seeks to improve regional integration of Asia with Africa and Europe included the Philippines, which later withdrew due to China's inability to provide funds and rising tensions in the West Philippine Sea. Hard power is exemplified by malign foreign interference, now enabled by sophisticated dark technology. Considering astroturfing, attempts to create the baseless impression of popular grassroots support. The automated bots programmed through artificial intelligence to spread false information and promote specific agenda online, posting convincing deepfake imagery and video presentations, fabricating fake news with intent to mislead and manipulate public opinion. Trolls who appear as authentic individuals, peddling lies to influence prevailing narratives, targeted hostile information campaigns, employing local proxies to impress with false stories that affect public discourse. The list does not exclude electoral interference, supporting loyal proxy candidates, and engaging in cyber operations like what the Chinese and the Russians did in the 2019 Indonesian elections. The infamous 3Ws of China demands critical attention. China's triple strategy comprised of public opinion warfare, psychological warfare, and legal warfare is in full view in the Indo-Pacific region, particularly at the West Philippine Sea, where the Philippines remains embroiled in unrelenting naval harassments by the agents of the illusory claimant to our territorial waters. China reframes these violent incidents through victim narratives, justifying aggression as mere retaliation to our extreme provocation. China's possession obsession with its prodigal twin, Taiwan, means it is constantly at the receiving end, not only of threats of military invasion, but fake news spread over cyberspace and social media platforms. Foreign interference laws, or FILs, are in place in several countries in the Indo-Pacific, specifically in Southeast Asia. FILs curb entry of foreign actors by building bureaucratic barriers, monitoring financial transactions, and maintaining oversight function of activities. Singapore's Foreign Interference Act of 2021 is a veritable template for other countries which seeks to actively deter foreign cooperation and isolates local civil society from the international community at large. FICA or FICA has introduced provisions on hostile information campaigns. Indonesia resorted to disbanding international government organizations, or INGO. Thailand endorsed the expulsion of Amnesty International. As a direct consequence of legal restrictions, cross-border collaborations with INGOs and NGOs became even more challenging. At the House of Representatives, House Bill number 11040 was filed during the 19th Congress, seeking to penalize foreign interference and creating a counter-foreign interference task force to safeguard national security and preserve democratic integrity. Drawing from recent experience, the Joint Committee on Dangerous Drugs, Public Order and Safety, Public Accounts, and Human Rights, popularly known as the Quad Committee or the Quadcom, chaired by this representation, during the course of public hearings, we were able to literally open a Pandora's box of heinous crimes and grave abuses with local government officials conniving with foreign syndicates and proxy agents. Foreign nationals misrepresenting themselves as Filipino citizens to be elected into public office to protect malevolent benefactors while others appear to conduct legitimate businesses as Philippine offshore gaming operators or POGOs, employing Filipino dummies to acquire huge tracts of real estate, contrary to the provisions of the Philippine Constitution. These POGOs appear to be part of the revenue-generating industry, concealing their true illicit nature as violent hubs for large-scale criminality involving human trafficking, money laundering, investment scams, cybercrime and murder, among others. To address the gaps in the legal framework, we at the Quadcom introduced at least 30 targeted legislations as countermeasures, notably including House Bill number 10986, classifying and penalizing extrajudicial killings as heinous crime while providing reparations for victims. House Bill number 10987, prohibiting all forms of offshore gaming operations in the country with severe penalties for violations. House Bill number 11043, allowing civil forfeiture of unlawfully acquired real estate properties by foreign nationals. House Bill number 11117, providing for administrative cancellation of birth certificates fraudulently obtained by foreign nationals. And amendments to relevant laws were proposed likewise to include the Anti-Money Laundering Act, the Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act, the Civil Registry Law, the Anti-Dummy Law, the Bank Secrecy Law, the new Philippine Passport Act, the Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act, the Cybercrime Prevention Act, the Tariff and Customs Code, the Revised Corporation Code, and the Local Government Code, among others. Separately, I propose likewise a legislative measure to advance artificial intelligence governance in the Philippines. It is the House Bill number 7396, or an act promoting the development and regulation of AI in the Philippines, which outlines a framework to advancing AI while addressing potential risks. It also contains provisions on data privacy protection, discrimination, and bias inherent in artificial intelligence. It also proposes the establishment of an artificial intelligence development authority to craft the comprehensive national artificial intelligence strategy and ensure responsible deployment of artificial intelligence. Earlier, I discussed three core elements of a synergistic process to address the rapidly evolving, unprecedented challenge of foreign interference and economic coercion. Sense-making involves taking disparate views for a plausible understanding of the complex and unpredictable environment. Sense-making to make sense requires data-driven, evidence-based research. Pause and think. How do we address, or how do we harness the potential of disruptive technology of foreign interference operations for positive outcomes? In the Philippine context, can China become an authentic and reliable partner than a relentless foe? On the other hand, strategic foresight involves a systematic approach to look beyond current expectations, taking into account the variety of future developments in order to identify implications for policy making. Strategic foresight as method begins with an organized horizon scanning for emerging signals, trends, and patterns of future changes. What alternative plausible futures can happen at the West Philippine Sea? Conflict cooperation or invasion? What is the best strategic response? The sound foundation lies in the model of anticipatory governance, systematically embedding the structured exploration of multiple futures to inform policy making throughout the entire governance architecture, from analysis, engagement, to delivery. Anticipatory governance is a practical paradigm in prominent display among several countries in the Indo-Pacific region. Australia has dedicated foresight and insight teams like the Futures Hub, leading the Strategic Futures Network in government. Canada has institutionalized foresight through the Policy Horizons Canada. Neighbor Singapore has a Center for Strategic Futures within the Office of the Prime Minister and Strategic Foresight Unit in the Ministry of Finance. It is my fervent belief that we all have an obligation to safeguard and defend our country and our institutions from any form of foreign interference and economic coercion, being threats to national security and our way of life as Filipinos. Truth be told, there are things that we do not know about foreign interference. This is confirmed by the recent news reportage of covert intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance operations on naval facilities and maritime resources at different locations in the country by apprehended Chinese espionage teams. In hindsight, now it makes sense why China always appears during every Coast Guard resupply mission. For countermeasure on foreign interference to be fair, effective, and responsive, it is necessary to embrace, paradoxically, the beginner's mind, relieving oneself of all thoughts and preconceptions of being an expert achiever and embracing openness and curiosity avidly to learn something new, something different, proactive, and not reactive. Mindful that if we always do what we always did, we will always get what we always got. So with that message, I'd like to thank our fellow parliamentarians for today's conference. Robert, thank you very much for the time. And I do hope that I was able to impart a very vital information on the issue of foreign interference. Thank you.
Excellent, sir. Thank you very much. Well said. Thank you so much. Now, I believe they want to do a picture. We will have the safe, orderly, and regular migration, protecting migrant workers and their families, along with security challenges to migration, with the Honorable Hans Leo Karduk, Secretary of the Department of Migrant Workers.
May we request Congressman Pittenger to be joined by the Honorable Maricar Zamora and Deputy Secretary General Grace Andres for a photo opportunity and the extension of tokens. To our resource speaker, the Honorable Robert S. Barbers.
Is Mr. Kakdak here? Okay. The floor is yours, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you, and good afternoon to parliamentarians, guests and colleagues, Congressman Pittenger, colleagues in government. It's an honor to share with you today an issue of great importance to our nation and to millions of Filipino migrant workers worldwide. Migration has been a long-defining feature of Philippine society. I myself was a son of an OFW, bringing economic benefits, but also facing significant challenges. Today, we'll walk you through the Philippines' experience on how we ensure safe, orderly, and regular migration while addressing the key security challenges that migrant workers face. First slide. Am I the one? I'm in control. Okay. Guided by President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr.'s commitment to protect and promote the rights of migrant workers and his dedication to achieving peace, security, stability, shared prosperity, and social progress, my presentation will cover the following: migration and the migration cycle, understanding safe, orderly, and regular migration, key security challenges in migration, and for the Department of Migrant Workers, protection pillars and programs. Okay. This definition could be known to all. So migration is the movement of individuals away from their place of usual residence, either within a country or across international borders. Perhaps to add to the definition, Filipinos have been known to migrate as workers as far back as time. We are an archipelago, we are an island group of nations, and in the beginning, tribes and different societies that traded with other nearby places. And of course, it came to pass that during Spanish colonization with the galleon trade, there were Filipino seafarers who boarded Manila to Acapulco and back galleons. And there we had one of our first, at least on a formal basis, on a historically recorded basis, our first group of seafarers or overseas workers, if you will. And then came to pass that in the late 19th century and early 20th century, and toward the middle of the 20th century, we had the first wave of migrants to the United States, to Louisiana, to Hawaii, to California, and to Mexico, south of the border. And then finally, we have the latest wave of migrant workers, which began during the oil crisis of the 1970s, of the mid-1970s, where an initial batch or group of professionals went to Saudi Arabia. And since then, you might say we've never looked back in terms of the increasing number of overseas Filipino workers, OFWs, who had migrated for work. Not just in Saudi Arabia, although most of them are still in Saudi Arabia, many in the Middle East, around 60%, and the rest would be in Asia and in Europe and in the Americas. On the migration cycle, we would like to emphasize this not just as an academic frame or academic way of presenting the migration process or experience, but also to say that in the Philippines, under our own laws, there is a mandate for our department, the Department of Migrant Workers, to cover all phases of the migration cycle. So this flow is not just an academic presentation, it pretty much defines our work at the Department of Migrant Workers as well, with different mandates and units covering each part or portion of the migration process. So the migration cycle is defined as stages of the migration process encompassing departure from, and in some cases transit through, one or more states, immigration in the state of destination, and return. So 5 essential elements there. The pre-departure phase, preparation for migration, ensuring proper documentation, and receiving orientation. There's a key word that should be emphasized in the first phase, which is just as important, and that's recruitment. That's the part that is, in the context of the Philippine experience, which I will get through in a moment, is highly regulated. It's a matter of regulation for us to protect our people from the scourge of illegal recruitment and human trafficking. Then, of course, in the matter of transit, there would be the journey from the country of origin to the destination. So it's possible, for instance, for someone to be flown to Saudi Arabia, not on a direct flight, but through another transit destination. Perhaps the more common transit destinations would be Hong Kong, Bangkok, or Dubai. And then, of course, the entry stage, arrival and legal admission to the destination country. Stay, which is should I say, the crux of the overseas employment process, the rendition or delivery of actual work to the host country, an employer in the host country, just as my father did. My father worked for the Voice of America, and he was there in the 60s, would you believe? He was there at the height of the Vietnam War. My father was part of the effort to set up VOA relay stations in Hue. But he was there for only about 3 years because the station was overrun by Vietnamese forces at the time. And then it came to pass that my dad was assigned in Africa. So he was assigned to the relay stations of the VOA and in Africa, and of course got to bring us along. So I took up some part of my schooling in Africa. And that's the stay part. The stay part being the rendition of overseas employment, and in our case, family reunification and the overall experience of being an OFW family while my father worked for abroad, or while many OFW fathers and mothers work abroad. And then the return process, which is the relatively new kid in town, should I say, in terms of our government programs, in the sense that it's been for the last 15 years or so only where we have come up with a reintegration program whereby OFWs who will come home for good are being provided certain reintegration services such as financial education and literacy prior to return, and certain types of livelihood and employment facilitation programs, and in certain cases of distressed returning workers, provision of financial and humanitarian assistance. In any of these stages, there's a potential security concern that jeopardizes the well-being of migrant workers. This includes, as I mentioned, human trafficking, illegal recruitment, third country recruitment, to name a few. Third country recruitment is basically the phenomenon where a worker comes from an origin country such as the Philippines, is recruited for another country, let's say the UAE, the second country, and will eventually be recruited for a third country, let's say Iraq or another country such as Lebanon, whereby the regulation aspect will be tight between the first and second country, but otherwise will be left unregulated for the second and third country. Now, there are cases of abuse, of no abuse in this situation. A classic example, for instance, would be a professor of science or language who will be recruited from the Philippines to Germany or Philippines to Dubai and would eventually become a university professor in Germany. So that would be above board. That would be a clean case, I should say, of somebody who was hired from one place to another. But there will be certain distressful cases, I should say, of third country hiring. Let's say a domestic worker who will be hired from here, let's say to Malaysia, and from Malaysia will be recruited through a substandard recruitment process with substandard working conditions embodied in a contract or no contract at all, let's say for another place, a third country in another part of the world. So in that scenario, third country hiring would be distressful, would be detrimental to the basic rights and safety of an OFW. So each stage of this cycle is regulated and monitored to protect the rights and ensure the welfare of our migrant workers. But admittedly, we are still pretty much in a work in progress insofar as the second to third country stages are concerned. There are certain gray areas of enforcement and accountability insofar as the second and third countries are concerned when we are trying to apprehend recruiters or human traffickers of victims of third country hiring. So on safe, orderly, and regular migration, we have the concept of safe, orderly, and regular migration enshrined in the international law and aligns with the Global Compact for Migration adopted by the United Nations. As we all know, the GCM is there. The Philippines proudly was at the forefront of GCM discussions, especially with respect to the roles and accountabilities of sending and receiving states embodied in the GCM. But we know for sure that the GCM is a, should I say, an aggravation of various previous efforts to codify, to prescribe standards on migration, such as ILO conventions on migration. So there, even before the GCM, the Philippines had been a long-standing adherent, a ratifier of ILO conventions on migration, and even before that, the original UN Convention on Migration in the 1990s. So in the GCM frame, there is compliance with legal frameworks through governing migration, protection of human rights and the dignity of migrants, and risk mitigation to prevent exploitation and abuse. Certain security challenges in migration. So first would be legal and regulatory challenges. Ensuring that employers, workers, agents, and other actors, and when I say other actors, I would just not mean, of course, the intermediaries, the recruiters, but also insurance companies, medical clinics testing migrant workers, who could also be prone in terms of being in a situation where they would exploit or shortchange, if you may, our migrant workers, our OFWs, prior to departure. One particular example, for instance, would be certain cases, not a majority of cases, of medical clinics who will pass a job applicant in a medical exam when otherwise the job applicant would have so many illnesses and such, and therefore would give us problems every time that when such a worker will be deployed who is sickly but otherwise was made to pass a medical exam. So this is just one type of a case where a medical clinic, another actor aside from a recruitment intermediary, might be involved in legal and regulatory challenges. Of course, we rely on our colleagues at the Department of Health here in the Philippines in terms of regulation of health clinics. Another example would be training, because for domestic workers, for instance, which is the most highly regulated job or area, job category or area of labor migration, there is a requirement for basic national certification level 2 training on household work. So sometimes there will be unscrupulous training institutions who will, should I say, provide fly-by-night services in terms of training and just be a training diploma mill and pass somebody who is not otherwise qualified to be a domestic worker, or at least pass the basic competency standards to be a domestic worker abroad. So for border security, there's also a challenge with respect to labor migration, especially irregular migration, which constrain border security of both source and destination countries. This leads to challenges in monitoring, preventing, and addressing illegal transfer of smuggling of human beings. Third country recruitment, as I had explained, and seasonal work arrangements, which employers and countries are now resorting to, compromise established mechanisms to monitor conditions of workers and provide them with assistance. So seasonal work can also be problematic. It sounds cut and dry, it sounds legal, it sounds above board at first blush, but we've encountered problems, for instance, where workers will be made to hang on to their work even post-season, spend 3, 4, 5 months beyond the reglementary season and be just basically stranded in the host country. So we coordinate with the host country authorities. We coordinate with, if the recruiter is a licensed recruiter regulated by our department, then we deal with that recruitment agency, our embassy in the host country or in the host destination to bring that person home. Another basic problem with seasonal work, particular to seasonal farm work, is when our workers are made to work under deplorable working conditions. For instance, if there is harvest or agricultural activity during the cold or winter months, seasons, where many of our workers are not used to the cold or winter months. For instance, the weather outside here is our cold, dry season. For those of you who might be sweating through the weather that we have, this is cold, dry for us. So we're not used to the cold winter seasons, but But unfortunately, some seasonal farm work will bring our workers to such conditions without adequate protection and knowledge and information to cope with such situations. So that's one other type of problem for seasonal work. There's terrorism and transnational crimes. Labor migration is feared to allow individuals who have been radicalized or are vulnerable to radicalization to enter a country. Also, migrant workers may become indoctrinated in the country of destination or employment and may pose risks upon their return to the country of origin. The perception of risks related with terrorism also leads to xenophobia, social tensions, and radical targeting, especially as local populations feel threatened by economic competition and cultural or religious differences. There is the economic impact on the matter of security, because if not managed well, labor migration may lead to real or perceived economic disparities in countries of employment. For the source or origin country, heavy reliance on remittances may distort public and private investment priorities and derail sustainable development. There are possible public health concerns. High levels of migration can pose public health challenges, particularly if migrants come from regions with different health standards or if there is lack of adequate healthcare access for them. However, migrant labor is proving to be essential to keep healthcare systems in developed countries afloat. And for the country of origin, huge numbers of returning elderly migrant workers may also put pressure on its own healthcare system. The role of the Department of Migrant Workers, I'll wrap up in a few minutes, sir, in a moment. The Department of Migrant Workers is committed to protecting the rights and promoting the welfare of overseas Filipino workers through different measures. So we have strict regulation of recruitment companies, securing dignified working conditions, providing timely and responsive assistance, involving OFWs in policy formulation, and supporting skills development and reintegration programs. We have protection pillars, and these pillars of protection are a product of collaboration and partnership between and among the national and local government, the legislature, the private sector, OFW organizations, and other social partners. So we have stakeholders who help us along the way. So I have about 1 billion more slides to go, but let me just say, I can feel the good congressman closing in. So I understand. So just to mention bilateral and multilateral diplomacy, where we are undertaking bilateral and multilateral efforts to ensure that host countries have agreements with us in terms of protecting our OFWs, and same on the multilateral level in the UN and in the ILO. One last point would be our education programs that we deliver to our OFWs pre-departure, on-site, and post-arrival through our 41 migrant workers offices. So we're present in 41 posts all around the world, and we have labor attaches in each and every one of those posts. So that's it. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. We would like to invite Professor Renata de Castro and Attorney Neil Simon Silva to come to the dais.
We request our resource speaker, the
Neil,
Secretary
take a picture.
of Migrant Workers Affairs, the Honorable Hans Leo J. Kakdak, to please stay on stage for a photo opportunity and for the extension of tokens with Congressman Robert Pittenger, to be joined by the Honorable Maricar Zamora and Deputy Secretary General Grace N. Andres.
We do have a different concern in the U.S. relative to migration. Under President Trump, ICE has now deported over 10,000 people who had convictions in major felonies. And so that is a serious security challenge that we have of our border with our southern border of the United States. Professor Castro, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me express my, my utmost appreciation for the organizers for giving me a chance to deliver a very important topic this afternoon. I have a PowerPoint presentation being, I'm a full-time academic, basically teaching undergrads, and of course, the generation now is highly visual, so I have to use visuals, basically. So my presentation would not be specifically about Taiwan, but basically how the Philippines will get involved in a Taiwan scenario, which people in Indo-PACOM would basically say it might be in 2027. So my topic will be looking at how the Philippines, in a way, is preparing for what I call the inevitable. So I start, of course, with how President Marcos reacted when he was asked about Taiwan, and coming from the northern part of Luzon in Ilocos, he said, we could basically see Taiwan from where it's coming from, and whatever would happen in Taiwan will, of course, affect the Philippines. So, of course, in the third decade of the 21st century, Taiwan stands as what I call the four major flashpoints in the Indo-Pacific region, and basically, along with the South China Sea, along, of course, with the Korean Peninsula and Senkaku Dayahu. But, if you'll ask me what is basically the most dangerous, it's Taiwan. Primarily because of the fact that from President Xi Jinping's view, the 100-year civil war that began, of course, in 1927 had to end. So, of course, the Taiwan issue has to do with what happened in 1949 when, of course, the Kuomintang were pushed out of mainland China by the forces, communist forces led, of course, by Chairman Mao Zedong. So basically, it has created the long, protracted crisis in Taiwan between China and of course, Taiwan, as described as a maintenance of a never-ending, constantly evolving status quo. So people are talking about the status quo, but we know for a fact that the status quo has been dramatically changed. Of course, what are the changes? Number one, of course, is the fact that in 1978, during the Carter administration, you have, of course, dramatic change regarding American support to China. Of course, prior to that, we talk of the visit of President Nixon in 1972, at the time that the United States and China still did not have a diplomatic relation, Kissingerian approach. But two very important things that we have to take into account. Number one, of course, China has now the second largest economy in the world, and a very important factor that people tend to basically ignore is what's happening in Taiwan. The Taiwanese nation has developed a sense of national identity, especially the ruling party right now, simply reflects the sentiment of many Taiwanese. The Taiwanese are not anymore Chinese. And of course, they are entitled to their own independence. Again, going back to the Wilsonian notion of national self-determination. Maintaining the delicate status quo in the Taiwan state returns to a currency, despite, of course, this extremely changing environment. This dynamic and dangerous central milieu, of course, is what the Philippines is facing. Although, of course, at this point in time, the majority of the Filipino people always look at the South China Sea, West Philippine Sea, basically have been oblivious to the fact that the volcano, being a part of not only the first island chain, being in what's called the Ring of Fire, it's, of course, the fact that we have a sitting volcano not very far, of course, from Luzon. The Philippines is Taiwan's nearest neighbor, and of course, Southeast Asia's countries facing China across the South China Sea. Both countries are located in either end of Luzon Strait, the maritime choke point that reaches out in the northern part of the South China Sea and the waters of the Western Pacific, constituting what, of course, you remember Dean Acheson said in 1949, part of the U.S. defense perimeter, of course, just before the North Korean invasion of South Korea in the 1950s. Of course, I always tell this to my students in the Defense Department every time I talk about Taiwan. Few hours after the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, you have, of course, the destruction of the air power of the United States Armed Forces in the Pacific, led by General MacArthur, and those bombers and fighter planes came from Taiwan. So easy, of course, and the Taiwanese contributed, I think, an entire division that was part of the Japanese invasion forces that, of course, invaded the Philippines after a few weeks after Pearl Harbor. Of course, the first time that the Taiwan Strait became apparent to the Philippines, what happened in 1996. During that time, of course, you have the election, first democratic election in Taiwan. Washington deployed 2 carrier battle groups during the time of the Clinton administration, shocked the Chinese, President Xi Jinping. China basically said, this will never happen again. Of course, this is the beginning of China's development of what we call anti-access area denial capabilities, which I will be discussing later. So after the incident, Washington, of course, had greater impetus to again repair the alliance with the Philippines after, of course, U.S. forces withdrew from the Philippines after 1991, when the Philippine Senate did not concur to the Philippine-American Cooperation Treaty of 1991. So basically the realization that there's a need to repair the alliance in the form of a visiting force agreement. Eventually, of course, Taiwan craze led to, I would call, the repair of the alliance. After, of course, you have the sense of bitterness, especially coming from Washington, D.C., after, of course, we asked American forces to vacate initially Clark, then eventually, of course, Subic Naval Base. So what basically gave rise again to this notion? Of course, eventually, of course, Taiwan has been forgotten after the visiting force agreement was signed. Eventually, everyone focused on the war on terror and right now the South China Sea. But why did the South, Taiwan issue became apparent again? Of course, it happened when you have, of course, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. That happened, of course, in February 2022. Of course, at that time, they create basically the notion, especially in Beijing, if Russia could do it against Ukraine, we could do it against Taiwan. So we could not separate what's happening in Europe with what's happening, of course, in the Indo-Pacific. If Russia will get its way regarding Ukraine, this will basically give Xi Jinping all the incentives he needs to basically duplicate what President Putin will be doing against Ukraine. Hopefully not. Okay? So at that time, of course, former President Rodrigo Duterte offered. Everyone was kind of surprised. We know for a fact in October 2016, he announced in Beijing, I'm separating from the United States, China and Russia, here I come. Circa 2022, suddenly said, I'm opening Clark and Subic for American forces. Of course, this was a realization within the Duterte administration that, again, if Russia could do it against Ukraine, China could do it against Taiwan, and possibly, of course, even against the South, in the South China Sea. So, of course, there's a realization right now that we cannot separate Ukraine, what Russia is doing in Ukraine, with what China might do in the South China Sea. Of course, a realization that there's now a strategic alignment. Again, this is not new. You can still remember the Sino-Soviet alliance just before, of course, the Korean War. So the Duterte administration expressed willingness. Surprisingly, Ambassador Babes Romualdez basically told the Pentagon, we're open. But I think this was ignored in Washington, D.C., primarily because of former President Rodrigo Duterte as, of course, the main appeaser of China during the first 5 years of his term. But of course, I could argue this change in the latter part of his term. So what's basically when we talk about confronting the inevitable? Of course, Manila is very much aware the conflict between Beijing, Taiwan erupts, the Taiwan Straits. There's no way that the Philippines could avoid it. We're in a way a prisoner of geography. We're also in a way part of certain circumstances that we could not basically ignore. But one thing is clear, and this is the primary concern of both administration, from the Duterte to the Marcos administration, we have 200,000 Filipino OFWs working in Taiwan. There's no way that we could evacuate them under wartime condition. Marcos administration found it easy, of course, to improve Philippine security relations with China, with the United States. After, of course, it suffered a major breakdown during the Duterte administration, basically realizing that whether we appease or challenge China, we get the same result, and that is, of course, subjugation. So, of course, the effort to improve the alliance. Initially, of course, President Marcos asked the United States, although there's no effort on his part to ask the United States to clarify whether we would get support from the United States or not, he created the condition wherein, of course, American forces would play an important role. Growing realization is establishment that armed conflict erupts in Taiwan and the U.S. becomes the Philippines must bear in mind that we will be affected for two very important reasons. Number one, of course, the option of neutrality is simply out of the picture because historically, there's no such thing as an armed neutrality. Just looking at the cases of Switzerland and Sweden during the Second World War. Neutrality is not even a guarantee. The United States was also armed during the Second World War, yet it got involved. But there's no chance that you can effect neutrality if you're not armed. The Armed Forces of the Philippines, of course, has simply no capability, especially in terms of Air Force and the Navy primarily because of its 75-year focus on internal security. And of course, we're a treaty ally of the United States. We expect the United States to assist us in the West Philippine Sea, South China Sea. There's no reason, there's no doubt that if the United States will invoke the Mutual Defense Treaty when it comes to Taiwan, we have to support our treaty ally. Not only the Philippines, Japan, Australia, South Korea, and of course even Australia. So drifting to the involvement, what are the cases basically that would of course enable us to respond to a Taiwan Strait incident? Of course, the first measure was adopted by the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Of course, with the encouragement and support by President Bongbong Marcos, we have to repair our alliance after the 6-year effort by the Duterte administration to basically unravel the alliance. Thank God we have then Secretary Delpin Lorenzana and the Armed Forces of the Philippines who saved the alliance from, of course, the appeasement policy of former President Rodrigo Duterte. Both defense secretaries admitted the necessity of improving the alliance. Let me go to the specific, of course, improving the alliance means, again, reaffirming the 1951 Mutual Defense Treaty, and more importantly, of course, we talk of the additional 4 enhanced defense cooperation sites. The Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement was signed in 2014. The Duterte administration sat on it for a couple of years. Eventually, he decided to implement it after, of course, you have the siege of Marawi and you have massive American support to the Armed Forces of the Philippines during the battle for Marawi. So in return, of course, he started implementing the Enhanced Defense Cooperation site. Then, of course, the site would basically 4 sites that were, of course, announced. I think this was around April. I still remember it was Holy Wednesday, and you have 4 Chinese academics who were in Manila telling us, we have no right to become involved in the U.S.-China strategic competition. I take it from the Chinese. U.S. forces, of course, have strategic vantage point. Interestingly, U.S. forces, of course, had been conducting military exercises here, additional EDCA sites, and of course, the nature of military exercises that have been conducted, interestingly, since 2022, has of course had to do with conventional warfighting capabilities. So what would be, of course, the assistance EDCA sites? Number one, of course, the most basic would be training. Acclimate American forces who might be coming from Guam and Hawaii in a tropical situation. Forward facilities for the United States Navy and Marine, especially in terms of repairing. The same way as Japan played in repairing American naval assets during the Korean War. That's why, of course, we still have Subic, importance of Subic. Fortunately, of course, Subic, when Hanjin went bankrupt, a Chinese company was initially thinking of buying it. Thank God for, of course, Cerebus. Now, of course, the CEO of Cerebus is the second in the Pentagon. Of course, providing launching pads for counter-operation, of course, from the U.S. Air Force. Providing facilities for U.S. nuclear attack submarines, and of course, long-range anti-ship missiles. China is really dead set against the Philippines because of our decision to allow U.S. Army medium-range capable launchers to be based here at Typhoon. Chinese have been raising hell all over the place, telling us that we could not allow those launchers in Philippine territory. When you talk about national security matters, this is deemed as sacrosanct. No country could ever tell you how you would enhance your national security, how you would assure your survival. But for the Chinese, the Middle Kingdom mentality simply could not be avoided. And of course, I don't know if you remember when you have the debate between Admiral Nimitz and General Douglas MacArthur whether the Philippines should be bypassed or the Navy go to Taiwan. General MacArthur said the Philippines could be a very important base for blockade operation against Japan. I think this will matter a lot. Primarily, of course, many analysts would say, hopefully it will not happen. If push comes to shove, this will be a protracted conflict where, of course, blockade applied, of course, by the Union forces against the Confederate, applied by the British and Allied forces against Germany during the First World War, would really matter. So again, the Philippines would very play a part. Now, this is basically how the Philippines, as a, a sovereign, independent country with a military capability, could play a role. Okay, let's proceed. So, what is the comprehensive archipelagic defense concept? Of course, it is in a way, I would use the term a grand strategy. The first time that the Philippine government has announced a grand strategy that, of course, aims to project our capability not to protect the islands, but to protect our archipelagic waters. Just a little sort of a background regarding CADC. Before CADC came out, the defense notion of the Philippines is still based on the 1920 War Plan Orange that was drafted by the United States Navy in the 1920s against Japan. A lot of things have changed since the 1920s. So CADC, of course, we will not defend the islands, we will have to defend the entire archipelago. And this will, of course, means enabling the military to develop capabilities, naval and air capabilities. I'll just have to breeze through this. Primary reason, of course, of President Marcos' decision is to formulate the CADC's China's maritime expansion. Secretary of National Defense, Secretary Gibo Chotoro, already uses the term. I think it's the language used in the defense establishment. It's not a territorial dispute, it's maritime expansion, the same way as Japan expanded during the Pacific War. So this intent, of course, from the recognition that China's maritime expansion is the clear and present danger to Philippine national security. It's not anymore the New People's Army or the Abu Sayyaf. No, it's Chinese maritime expansion. And ordinary Filipinos are aware of this fact, given the fact that you have Chinese Coast Guard vessel just conducting intrusive patrols deep inside Philippine exclusive economic zone. I'll just breeze through this. CADC, it's not new. It's basically systematized what has already been there. So I'll just give key elements. Long-term goal, of course, is the military to be able to project its capabilities way into our exclusive economic zone, into islands that we can control. CADC is premised on the assumption that there's limits to what we can have. Given our archipelagic territory, we have to develop and explore what we call a blue economy. CADC defines the country's military attention resources away from the islands. So the key point, develop and project the Armed Forces of the Philippines' limited capabilities to the Philippines' exclusive economic zone. And this is something very important. We have to develop strategic depth. We cannot simply wait for the opponent to land on our coast. We have to basically interdict them, prevent them from landing to the Philippine coast. Develop, of course, the marine domain awareness. I'll just breeze through this. What are the key points regarding CADC? Developing of adequate radar coverage to detect, identify air-enabled intrusion in Philippine territory, including our exclusive economic zone. Thank God for Japan. Japan has been providing us quality, heavy radar. Acquisition of air and maritime assets with adequate defensive and offensive capabilities. The BrahMos missile that was, of course, mentioned by Professor Admiral Ong is there. The presence of the Typhoon missiles there is a plan, of course, to acquire more missile system to compensate for the fact that it will take some time for the Navy and the Air Force to develop their capabilities. Acquisition of missile system to counter missile capabilities, complement air. We already have the BrahMos here, courtesy of India. We're thinking of acquiring systems similar, of course, to the Typhoon. But as long as the Typhoon is, it will take some time before, of course, we could have the resources by the Typhoon. The U.S. Army Typhoon would, of course, play that role. They develop the AP's command central capabilities to enhance joint operation. So CADC also accepts the fact that alliances and security partnerships are important. We're facing a country that has the second largest economy in the world, has the largest Navy in the world, has the largest Coast Guard in the world, is hell-bent on expanding into the waters of the first island chain. There's no way that we could do it alone. We have to rely, of course, on our treaty partner, the United States, and other security partners like Japan, Australia, Canada, like-minded countries. So the moves are directed at strengthening the Philippines' diplomatic and strategic posture against China. So China simply won't take us for granted and consider us a meat on the table. But by developing CADC, we're also incidentally preparing to address another potential challenge, and that is, of course, Taiwan. Although the focus of the CADC is the West Philippine Sea, South China Sea, how would CAATC enable us to play a role in a Taiwan Strait scenario. Development of AFP anti-access area denial capabilities can enable it to project forces that will, of course, play a very important role, choke points, just in case China would effect an invasion of Taiwan. That's, of course, Luzon Strait. We don't want the Chinese to basically control the Luzon Strait and take control of the Batanes Island. The Balintang and Bashi channels, all located, of course, in northern Luzon, and will, of course, strategically important for the PLA if China uses force against Taiwan, effect an armed invasion. And more importantly, is enable us to assist and conduct joint military operation with the United States if, of course, in a case of the Taiwan scenario, what we call the Mutual Defense Force Compact Plan, which is renewed every year, would have to be invoked by any of the other party. Okay, just a conclusion. Let's breeze through this. Because the Philippines right now adopts a highly legalistic and stringent one China policy. Every time Taiwan is mentioned, you'll have somebody in the Philippine department who would remind us, we have a one China policy. You know, if we sneeze in the direction of Taiwan, somebody will tell us, you have a strict one China policy. So the Marcos administration is implementing policies that can enable the treaty ally, the U.S., and its armed forces to respond to any Chinese armed invasion of course, our nearest neighbor, which is Taiwan. No amount of a very strict, legalistic one China policy will alter geography. What will happen to Taiwan will affect us whether we like it or not. So the current administration has increased the number, of course, of EDCA sites. October, of course, decided to basically ensure that American forces would be there available just in case you have a major conflict in the first island chain. Adoption of the CAATC, so forth and so on. Just a breeze through what are, of course, the challenges regarding CAATC. CAATC will be a very expensive undertaking. We need, of course, the support of allies like the United States. So what is the Philippines is looking at now is the freeze in the assistance. The Biden administration promised the Philippine government $500 million. And we're looking at whether the Trump administration would hopefully continue and possibly increase that military assistance so we can play our role as a reliable treaty ally of the United States if push comes to shove in the Indo-Pacific. Thank you very much for your...
Thank you very much. Excellent presentation. I'd like to call now Attorney Neil Simon Silva with the Legal Officer of the UP Law Center. Thank you. Thank you.
Your Honors and Your Excellencies, first of all, thank you very much for the honor of being allowed to speak concerning Taiwan issues before this very august and very important forum. This is my background is basically I'm a teacher of law. I was also a member of the Philippine delegations that worked for the negotiation of, among others, the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, which was extensively discussed by Professor Dr. De Castro, along with my other members of the delegation, such as Ms. Corina Reyes over there at the back. If you have any questions, please ask her. First of all, the title of this is Legal and Policy Issues on the Taiwan Straits Issue, with an emphasis on the S, to emphasize the fact that there are, in fact, two major Taiwan straits, as noted already adverted to earlier by Dr. De Castro. There is the Taiwan Strait between Taiwan Island and mainland China, and then there is Luzon Strait between the Philippines and Taiwan. Next slide, please. Okay, first of all, everything I say here is entirely my own opinion, not that of any organization to which I am connected. Now, this presentation will have two parts. The first part will talk about the policy. We'll talk about the background and the policy considerations, particularly the interests that we have collectively as third parties to this conflict and controversy, particularly from the perspective of the Philippines. And second, we will look at the policy options that we may consider in responding to and promoting these interests. This was originally 200 slides. I have whittled it down to 20 because I was told I have 15 minutes. So next slide, please. So the first part, let's identify what interests we have in the area. Number one, our interests are Number one is the security of the Philippine Islands. From the Philippine perspective, it's the security of our Philippine home islands and the Philippine archipelago. A connected interest is making sure that Taiwan or Formosa does not come under the control of an aggressive or unfriendly power. Because we have had precedents before this. We have the Ming loyalist takeover of parts of Taiwan and a threat against then Spanish-controlled Philippines. And then you have, as noted by Dr. De Castro, the fact that the last time we were invaded by the hostile power, we were invaded from Formosa, 1941. And this is where the South China Sea is relevant to Taiwan in an indirect sense as well, because it is the canary in the coal mine that indicates whether or not the PRC will be a hostile or a friendly power. Next slide, please. And quite frankly, as noted by, this is a graphic from the Japanese Ministry of Defense, noting the maritime expansion, as noted by Dr. De Castro and the other speakers today. The maritime gradual expansion does not indicate that we will have a friendly power in charge of Taiwan should the Taiwan situation lead to a mainland control of Taiwan Island. That is a major worry. Next slide. Okay, thank you. Next slide is, okay, two connected interests. Number one, we have an interest in preventing the occurrence of armed conflict in the Taiwan Straits. Number two, however, and connected to it, we have an interest in preventing the vertical escalation or the horizontal escalation. By vertical escalation, we will discuss it further, it means going from initially gray zone to what initial interdiction, for example, to something like a belligerent blockade in a low-intensity conflict to a higher-intensity conflict. Of course, horizontal escalation, of course, means escalation from a localized armed conflict to a generalized and larger armed conflict. Because this has, of course, spillover effects, as noted earlier by Dr. De Castro. We are too near to Taiwan now to be affected by any, for example, refugee evacuation from Taiwan, among other humanitarian and other emergencies. Next slide. Now, this is a very, very simplified illustration of what is the vertical escalation ladder we are looking at. So this is the best vertical escalation ladder, and then these are representation of the fire breaks. Although I made the graphic, this was based on earlier work, of course, by United States thinkers during the 1950s and 60s, from among others the Rand Corporation, concerning the escalation ladder that they faced vis-a-vis the Soviet Union. You begin, this is a bit updated. Number one is, you begin with the so-called gray ICAD hybrid situation where there is harassment without armed conflict. Then that can cross the fire break bit into a conventional low-intensity armed conflict, such as an armed belligerent blockade of Taiwan, which we have seen demonstrated in response to the fourth Taiwan Straits crisis after the visit of Speaker Pelosi, or it may take the form of a low-intensity conflict, such as what happened with Crete. For those of you who remember your military history, Crete was conquered by the Nazi Reich, not through a direct attack, but rather through paratroop forces. It can take that form. It can take, for example, harassment, for example, from irregulars, as happened in the 1960s, waged by the DPRK against the ROK. And then it can cross into the conventional high-intensity threshold and a high-intensity attack. An example of a conflict that crossed into this is the Russo-Ukrainian War, which had the low-intensity phase from 2014 to 2022, such as the indirect, the Russian support, for example, of rebels in the Donbass, and then crossing over to the high-intensity phase that happened in February 2022. And then, of course, it can even cross further into kinetic non-conventional. This is the fire break that most people are more familiar with, of course. We are here now talking about tactical versus strategic yield weapons. We're here about counter-force and counter-value targeting. Next slide, please. Another interest we have is, of course, the maintenance of the alliance structure and the maintenance of the post-war 1945 system. Note, I am not saying the maintenance of the 1991 liberal order. The 91 liberal order of the so-called unipolar moment of the United States and the Western allies that gave us the International Criminal Court, that gave us GATT Uruguay round. That is finished. It ended between 2008, the financial crisis, and the 2014 rise of ISIS and the building of the artificial islands in the South China Sea. That one's over. We have to move to a new kind of post-1945 phase. We need to save the 1945 settlement. Why? Because speaking as a middle and smaller country, like the Philippines and like most of the countries here, we have remained uninvaded because of that rules-based order. And if it falls, we have no guarantee that we will remain uninvaded for much longer. That is our interest. Next slide, please. And this is the framework that has kept the order alive so far. This is the it's not really the, people call it hub and spokes, but I think the White House under President Biden correctly called it a network of networks. You have, for example, the unbroken lines, which are multilateral defense guarantee, and then you have the broken lines, which are security arrangements, such as the Five Eyes arrangement, like the Five Power Defense arrangement, like AUKUS, for example. And then next slide, please. And in the Pacific, next slide. And in the Pacific, you can combine with this ASEAN Plus framework, because most of the countries here, including most of the countries represented in the room, are actually parties to the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation, which is, of course, among those that guarantee the security framework of the region. It is together with the so-called hub and spokes, or the network of networks of the US-led alliance system. Unfortunately, that is fraying at the edges and at the center as well. In the words of Chinua Achebe, things fall apart. The center cannot hold. Mere anarchy is loosed upon the world. So what is our policy option? Next slide. We need to save the normative order. The normative order is changing. We cannot stop it from changing. The only question is what form it will take. Will it take the form of an acceptable form of the 1945 order, a non-acceptable form of the 1945 order, like a return to the worst days of the 50s and early 60s, or will it be the complete wipeout of the post-war order into something like the 19th century imperial age of spheres of influence? Next slide, please. So the policy options. Next slide. Next slide. Okay, number one. These are the options. I am not pushing them, prescribing them. I'm saying these are the options you may consider. Number one, help maintain the political stability of cross-straits relations. There have been several attempts to maintain some sort of political modus vivendi. My favorite one is a so-called 1992 consensus. Although that phraseology came after 1992, it is a so-called mutual discussions that unfortunately later on were protested in the Sunflower Movement, but nonetheless provided under the formula One China, Two Understandings, different understandings or different interpretations of the One China policy. Another one is the Deng's 1979 formula, where he proposed a more pacific approach to cross-straits reunification attempts. The second interest we have, second policy option, is we need to help prevent armed conflict. And to prevent the outbreak of armed conflict, we need to work at double deterrence. We need to deter the PRC from a forcible adjustment of the Taiwan situation, but at the same time, we need to deter Taiwan and its allies from any unilateral adjustment of the situation that would provoke precisely this kind of armed response, such as a declaration of independence. That we have to deter both. And while we may respect and fully defer to the desire of any people to self-determination, for us, stability matters more than justice at this point. We need peace to tide us over during these uncertain times, I am sorry to say. For example of that, one formula for that would be to deter both would be for the Philippines, for example, for our part as a proximate nation, to actually work on making arrangements for the defense of Taiwan, but making the execution of those preparations contingent upon the fact that the attack from the PRC that we will defend against must not have been provoked by the Taiwanese authorities or by the Americans or their allies through a unilateral adjustment that would change the status quo unilaterally. That has to be. We need to deter both. And the third, the number is wrong. We need to help prevent the horizontal and vertical escalation. For example, let's say horizontal escalation. Let's look at the start of the First World War. When Germany implemented the Schlieffen Plan by crossing into Belgium, contrary to the Belgian neutrality, that was brought the United Kingdom into the war. That is, we need to have a forcible response against a horizontal, a vertical escalation that crosses the threshold of for example, the fire breaks of nuclear, or the fire break of conventional, or the fire break of illegal armed conflict. Next slide, please. And then we need to we need to start thinking already of what we will do in case of an armed conflict. Number one, will we recognize the belligerency of Taiwan? If we do, what stance will we adopt? Will we first adopt the stance of a co-belligerent? Will we take the side of one of the parties? Number two, will we take the side of neutrality? And now there are two kinds of neutrality. There is pure neutrality, where you do not do anything to help the party. That is reflected in the old neutrality conventions. And now under state practice, you have qualified neutrality, where the United States, before it entered the Second World War, was actually pouring lend-lease funds and equipment into the United Kingdom, when, for example, right now, the neutral countries of the West are helping Ukraine against the Russian invasion. It's neutrality with a twist. Or we may consider the matter as purely internal, in which case we are still concerned with the situation of the refugees, we are still concerned with preventing gross violations of international criminal law, international human rights law, and international humanitarian law and the laws of armed conflict. Next slide, please. And this is the general decision framework to summarize everything else. If there's an armed conflict, number one, the role of a third party like the Philippines or like yourselves, will we refuse any involvement? Number two, will we consider Taiwan a belligerent and then declare full neutrality? In which case, we have to open the books again on how we will treat belligerent shipping, among other considerations. Number three, will we choose to become a qualified neutral? In which case, we will provide logistical assistance up to a certain limit, such that it did not cross the line into open armed conflict. Or number four, we may choose to become a co-belligerent. We have to start thinking about these questions now. And regarding EDCA, for example, if you have an EDCA or other base proximate to it, what are the 4 levels of involvement? Number one, you may choose humanitarian assistance and disaster response for refugees. Number three, you can provide a logistical hub, for example, to counter either a Pacific blockade or an interdiction or a quarantine or an armed blockade. Number three, you may choose to become a center for C4ISR activities. That's command, control, computer, communications, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance. And number four, you may choose to become a lily pad or forward operating base for actual operations. Next slide, please. And then we need to prepare for the effects of the armed conflict if it arises. The economic effects, and above all, from the perspective of the Philippines, the refugees. There are hundreds of thousands of Filipinos, Indonesians, and other nationals. And we need, this is not from me, this is from my colleague, Professor Bertrand Santos, who noted the fact that we need to start making arrangements with our fellow ASEAN countries and others with nationals in Taiwan to arrange for how to assist their nationals who may be fleeing the area in case of an armed conflict. Next slide. And finally, we need to revisit our One China policy. Our One China policy was formulated originally in we had the Philippine communique with China in the 1970s. But when it was expressed in an executive order, kindly read the wording. Whereas unofficial contacts are tolerated by the PRC, whereas visits are perceived by the PRC to be intolerable. We have based our One China policy not on our national interest, but on the perception of what the PRC considers offensive or tolerable. If ever you are wondering, and I believe, and Dr. De Castro was wondering, why are we so strict about One China policy? Because this is contained in the executive order. The perception of PRC is the linchpin of how we interpret and apply it. Next slide, please. Furthermore, there has been a Beijing drift in our One China policy. If you look at the original wording of the joint communique, it is a little close to the original Shanghai communique of the United States. We acknowledge that both sides consider that there is one China. Now, in the 2000 joint framework, we recognize one China and Taiwan is part of Chinese territory. That is a major shift in language from we accept and respect to we recognize that Taiwan is part of Chinese territory. Next, in the second one, we say one China policy. It is a tactical adjustment to certain situations. In the 2018 joint statement, we accept the one China principle. Now it is a norm. This has to be revisited because, quite frankly, it shackles us. We are not able to make policy adjustments because of these policy shackles. We are imprisoned right now by self-imposed bonds. And these are things we need to reckon if we are to have a full paradigmatic and pragmatic response to the Taiwan Straits crisis, to deter both sides. Both sides are sources of danger. Both sides need to be deterred, and as third parties to that conflict, we need to deter both of them together. Next slide, please. Okay, that concludes my presentation. Thank you all very much. Pax Vobiscum.
Thank you. Very interesting. Any comments or questions? Mr. Sadler, do you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you for that. I wasn't expecting to make a comment, but when it comes to the military operations that you anticipate the Philippines having to be involved in, what's the most important investments that you need to be making today? Is it more of the BrahMos? I know there was some conversation that seemed to indicate that shore batteries, long-range fires, or is it more naval platforms and Coast Guard platforms where you are right now? What's the most time-sensitive security type of platform that you need to be investing in?
Well, at this point in time, of course, it's the BrahMos missile. Basically, it's part of, replicating, in a way, a mirror imaging of China's strategy of anti-access area denial directed against the U.S. Navy 7th Fleet. Primarily because we still need a huge amount of resources to build a Navy, much more an Air Force. So we still have to be focused more on land-based missiles that could be, of course, deter Chinese military operation in terms of, especially in the Luzon Strait. Not only in the Luzon Strait, but also in a number of choke points, like San Bernardino Straits, and of course, even as far as Surigao Strait, where I believe the People's Liberation Army's Navy ship would be operating once they pull off an invasion. Because the invasion forces of China will not be coming from the Taiwan Straits. It will be coming behind, where you have the beaches of Taiwan are really suitable for Chinese amphibious operation. So at this point in time, I think this is something that we will really have to invest in.
Okay. First of all, before I answer, I have to say, first of all, for the record, I'm a lawyer, so I'm not really an expert on what is the optimal, but I will cite the findings of other people. There was a CNAS exercise with the red team and blue team exercise, which led to several conclusions. Number one, the fact that there was a tendency to horizontal escalation because of for example, the PRC would need to neutralize U.S. installations in Japan, for example, and I think Cadena in Guam, as well as possibly in Manila as well, and possibly in the Philippines. While on the other side, there would be a need to neutralize, for example, the Red China installations, for example, in Hainan and in the Southern Theater Command. So the problem is, I cannot categorically say for myself what needs to be invested in because we don't know what scenarios are most probable. So far, if you look at the history of the four Taiwan Straits crises, the first and second Taiwan Straits crises were actually low-intensity bombardment, for example, of Taiwan, of basically Taiwan-held islands, and the third one showed the potential of missile batteries crossing the Taiwan Strait. The fourth one shows us the possibility of an interdiction of Taiwan. So if you're going to respond to an interdiction, then you're going to need more logistics hubs in order to neutralize that particular interdiction, the same way, for example, that the United States neutralized the Berlin airlift through the airlift into West Berlin. If it's going to be a low intensity attack, then I don't think the Philippines will be much of an actor, for example, on that. But in the general sense, among other things that we will have to look at would be missile batteries and counter-missile batteries. The major weakness of the Philippines is we are according to some analysts, we are practically defenseless against, for example, a Dongfeng 3-1 attack, for example, or for example, our vessels have no defense against a Dongfeng 2-6 attack, for example. So these are things that we all do. So the easiest low-hanging fruit, the cheapest low-hanging fruit would be missiles and counter-missile batteries. But beyond that, of course, logistics hubs and more bases in the area. Again, as whatever the political decision might be. Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
Thanks for that. So, brief comment then is the lessons that we're learning right now in the war in Ukraine, but most notably the attacks that Iran launched against Israel, when you're looking at the capabilities and about how an archipelagic defense, but also an offense might play out, there's lots of lessons. And also the Houthis in the Red Sea. This is qualitatively a different type of game in the Pacific, but there's lots of lessons that are being learned. And the final thing is your comment about having to balance between deterring mainland China, the Chinese Communist Party, but also trying to deter your partners from perhaps egging on or creating a self-fulfilling prophecy of conflict. Basically, the more and more that you have your alliances network together more strongly, does both of those things actually at the same time. And I'll leave it at that. So
Thank you, Brent. I would like to make a personal reference relative to the comments and concerns relative to the one China policy. Some 30 years ago, I hosted a dinner with Dr. Henry Kissinger, and it's a foreign policy discussion dinner, and he contrasted then the Soviet Union with China, stating that the Soviet Union was expansionist and China was inward. They were not expansionist. Well, we've seen not a flip, but both of them have become very expansionist. And I think we see a different China today. My observations as well relative to human rights and religious liberties, I've worked on religious liberties for 50 years. And what has occurred even the last decade, I served on the China Commission in Congress. The oppression of human rights, civil liberties, freedoms of conscience, religious liberties in China has been affected exponentially and harm to the people of China as a result of Xi Jinping. And I see a different China today than even a decade ago. So I think as they take their Marxist commitment globally, what are they exporting? And we had a presentation from Matt Pottinger earlier today referencing the global intent of Xi Jinping. And I think we need to be clear-eyed and clear in thought in terms of who we're dealing with and what type of country you're considering continuing a one China policy. Thank you very much.
Well, I just wanted to appreciate the two presenters this afternoon. My name is Saro Pendi from Uganda. And I've been listening and just worried because I see the Philippines spending quite a lot of money sitting at the edge, trying to ensure that, the Philippines or war doesn't break out so that your people remain safe. Isn't this costing your government a lot of resources in espionage and trying to ensure that, there is peace in the waters? Isn't this costing the Philippines people? I just want to know.
National survival is something very costly. We have to pay for it. We made a choice, especially when we asked the bases to be removed. At that time, of course, we were subsidized. Armed Forces of the Philippines, 85% of the operational costs of the Armed Forces of the Philippines was, of course, provided through U.S. military assistance. But we made that decision. So everything in life, especially in the life of a nation, has a risk, has a cost. The other argument there, of course, is the fact that investment in defense could also have a spin-off effect. Just look at what happened in Taiwan, South Korea. So for me, I look at the CADC as a means to basically effect the industrialization of the Philippines, which we need First of all, we need, of course, the shipbuilding industry. We need, of course, also development of metals that we use. So in a way, it's also a challenge for us. And the other school, of course, challenging the notion of the guns versus butter dilemma is that, and as proven, of course, by Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, investment in defense also triggers industrialization.
Very briefly, I perfectly agree with everything Dr. De Castro said, and I will emphasize that three things. Number one, deterrence is cheaper than conflict, and it is for us to reach. I don't think we have reached 2% yet of our GDP. If we have to try to strive 2% target at the very least in order to make our expand our choices. Because having more capability does not mean when we go to our conflict. It means we have a larger scope of choice. We can choose to participate, not to participate. We can choose to be neutral in a qualified manner. Second is we are not without friends. And we have seen that in the South China Sea, as noted by, among others, Admiral Ong and Dr. J. Batong Bakal, that we have allies and friends, including the United States and many countries represented in the room, who are with us, not only because of shared values, but also because of shared interests, including, surprisingly, people from the European Union. Because we're now seeing that the eastern and western ends of the Eurasian continent are actually two theaters of competition of the same struggle. The third thing is, you mentioned, ma'am, that you're from Uganda. The African Union provides us a model of stabilization, not always successful, but at least something that we should all look at from our region. Because the African Union has actually more effectively implemented than ASEAN has the Chapter 8 part of the UN Charter on regional stabilization and regional security arrangements, including for peacekeeping. I think that is something that we can also take note of in our region so that we can also work together not only for defense, but also for stabilization and for building the habits of cooperation that are the functional basis for later integration and peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions?
Just in the morning, I think one of the speakers did indicate that Taiwan, much as it may not be recognized as a nation, an independent nation, by its actions it is. So what would it take to rally more countries, including the UN, to recognize Taiwan as an independent state? What would it take?
Okay, thank you very much for that. When it comes to Taiwan, I will have three answers. One is ethical, and the other is legal, and the other is political. The ethical one is that, of course, every country, as every people, has a right to self-determination, as affirmed, for example, in the UN Charter, as well as in the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. However, as a matter of law, recognition has certain legal effects. As we know, legal effects. Recognition through the international organization, you have the UN resolution. The UN resolution indicates some form of non-recognition, for example, of Taipei as the representative government of China, and switching that recognition to Taiwan. But it also but we have to make a distinction between two kinds of recognition. Number one, you have de jure recognition, to recognize that a country is a particular government is the legitimate claimant to sovereignty over that government. However, there is a second kind of recognition, and that is de facto recognition. You are not necessarily recognizing that this government is the lawful government of that area, but you are recognizing the fact that they are in control of that administrative area. And that is actually, with the first kind of recognition is right now problematic for us, because quite frankly, because of the late ROC and early PRC politics, they have a very, atavistic response to Taiwan issues at the moment. However, de facto recognition is possible. And in fact, it is consistent with the increasingly more permissive behavior concerning the One China policy that you can see in the course of Lithuania, with the case of the United States under the Taiwan Relations Act, which says that we recognize One China, but at the same time gives a lot of de facto treatment to the Taiwan government, to the respective people-to-people informal representatives. So a de facto recognition is possible, and I think we need to show people that de facto is different from de jure. Because right now, the PRC's line is to say that you should give neither de facto nor de jure recognition to Taiwan. Not de facto, not de jure, we can accept that. But not de facto ignores reality. And we have to basically bow to reality that there is, in fact, a government that is more or less autonomous in charge of Taipei. Finally, on the political side, it's going to be finally a political decision because each country switches sides depends on what is economically and politically feasible. And quite frankly, we cannot blame the poorer countries who switch sides because they're given a lot of economic largesse and economic assistance. How we will respond to that economic assistance, to the jettisoning of the relationship with Taiwan because of these benefits, I do not know, but that is something we can look at. Can we respond to China's Exim Bank? Can we respond, for example, to the different development aid programs that they shower on new recognizers of the Beijing government? It is up to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Yes, sir.
Yeah, one of the speakers earlier spoke about the state of the information infrastructure in the Philippines, that the probability of China just turning off the switch. Just I think a month and a half ago, there was what they call news reports about the information system in the United States, Verizon, AT&T. They're already what they call malware in the servers, and the news reports that it hasn't been cleaned up. Now I just want to know what's the state of the information structure here in the Philippines. Like 80%. Has there been any progress in cleaning up that system? That China can just turn off the power and.
Okay, so you're talking about the security of our critical infrastructure. Okay, when we're talking about critical infrastructure, first of all, on the record, I'm just a lawyer. But when it comes to the security of critical infrastructure, you're referring to two things. Number one, of course, is you can refer to two things. Number one is the front-end infrastructure, which you can neutralize, for example, through the denial of service attack, or the back-end infrastructure, for example, that keeps things going, and as well as the communications infrastructure that ensures the confidentiality, integrity, and accessibility of communications and information. Now, I have not seen any published data. All I can tell you is that the Philippine government, and it's through its laws, has already established some direction for it. For example, we do have laws to promote the security of communications infrastructure. I do not know the status of the implementation of these rules. We also have a lot of laws that punish, for example, that punish interference with our communications. We have laws against hacking. We have laws against deliberate placement of malware, for example, in infrastructure. And as to the status of that, however, I defer to the line agencies as to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker Mendoza. Hello, my friend. Would you like to come forward? Lead an open discussion? Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate very much your panel. Very, very informative.
We request our resource speakers, Professor Renato De Castro and Attorney Neil Simon S. Silva, to please stay on stage for a photo opportunity for the extension of tokens by Congressman Robert Pittenger, joined by Deputy Speaker Raymond Democrito C. Mendoza and the Honorable Maricar Zamora.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Here in the Philippines, we just say mabuhay. Almost there? Today, we unite in diversity. In the Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum, not only as representatives of our nations, but as partners in shared mission, securing a peaceful, prosperous future for all. Security and prosperity must not be left to chance. They are not privileges of the few, but the rights for all. The Indo-Pacific is now home to nearly 5 billion people, the beating heart of global economy, and a region of promise and potential. But we stand at the crossroads of sharpening strategic rivalries, mounting tensions over defense, trade, technology, and where the challenge of climate change grows even urgent by the day. Especially for a country like the Philippines, of course, threatened by more frequent, stronger storms, devastating our economies, claiming Filipino lives. Our President, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., his words is more urgent. He said, "Climate change is the greatest threat affecting our nations and peoples. There is no other problem so global in nature that it requires a united effort." At the same time, the rapid and the unprecedented rise of the artificial intelligence, AIs, is reshaping industries and societies. These twin forces, climate change and digital transformation, demand a just transition to ensure that no one here and elsewhere is left behind. The choices we make today will shape the world of tomorrow. That is why this forum matters. Very important. The PISF fosters the free exchange of ideas and reinforces the imperative of working together to address Indo-Pacific most pressing challenges as one global community for the common interests of our region, our nations, and our people. It is more than a conference. It is actually a call to action, a call to listen to one another, to learn from one another, and to stand with one another, especially in this age of change and challenge. No country, no matter how big and mighty, can address geopolitical flashpoints, technological revolution, and climate resilience alone. Whether it is securing supply chains, defending the rule of law in South China Sea, combating cybersecurity threats, countering economic coercion, building resilience against climate crisis, we need each other. There is more talk. It is about trust, forging a long-lasting relationship, sharing intelligence and exchanging best practices, developing mutually beneficial solutions that turn this discussion into actions. As a Filipino parliamentarian, I take pride in my country's unwavering commitment to dialogue over division and cooperation over conflict. The Philippines, together with ASEAN and the like-minded nations, champion peace and progress through regional and global initiatives such as this forum. We have always defended and asserted what is ours in adherence to the rules-based international order to ensure a free and open West Philippine Sea, a sea of peace and prosperity, and never a sea of conflict and poverty. Because of incessant, irresponsible, illegal aggression is not only threatening our national sovereignty and regional stability, but already jeopardizing the lives and the livelihood of our countrymen, especially our fisher folk. Our engagement, therefore, is a testament to our dedication to our people by crafting and implementing laws, policies aligned with international standards and best practices to solve the toughest challenges we face in this ever-changing world. So, my friends, let us listen, learn, lead, not just officials and experts, but as individuals who share a common dream, a stronger, safer, and more just Indo-Pacific. Let us act together today, not just for our generation, but for generations to come, so that our nations and our people can live and thrive in dignity, security, and prosperity. Enjoy Manila, and may our work here bring hope to the world. Maraming salamat. Thank you, and once again, mabuhay. And may I invite you, after this, to please observe our plenary session after this program. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker Raymond Democrito Mendoza. Kindly please stay on the stage. Congressman Pittenger, the Honorable Maricar Zamora, and Attorney Deputy Secretary General Grace Andres will hand over the token from the House of Representatives.
So as a reminder, tomorrow morning, we have a prayer breakfast, and the renowned Lucas Rojas, my director, will be singing. He is operatic. He's fantastic. And we'll have a very brief inspirational moment. So don't miss that. We'll start at about 15 minutes before our program. And tonight we have the opportunity to visit the House of Representatives and be introduced there at Plenary Hall. Then our dinner will be at 6 o'clock. Do we have other comments? Our session is adjourned for the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is to inform our delegates that we have shuttle buses to take you to the plenary hall so that you could be acknowledged during session. Protocol officers shall assist you to going there. Thank you.